After the incredibly brutal conflict known as the 1-Year War, the future of the Universal Century had been changed forever. Over half of the human population was dead, and Zeon's supposed war for independence was an utter failure. The Zabi family were dead, killed by a combination of the vengeance of Char and the simple fact that they had the misfortune of facing down the White Base in combat. However, as is true throughout history, the seeds of new conflict were sown by this massive war. This is how we begin our discussions of the Gryps War. This particular conflict is what the television show Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam is centered around, with the Federation's special forces group known as the Titans facing off against the anti-Earth Union group and its Earthbound allies, Karaba. It's a conflict famous for seeing old foes unite to face a common enemy that threatens everyone, but also a conflict that would set off 2 more concurrent wars after its conclusion. Though the Gryps War wouldn't start until Universal Century 0087, what exactly happened in these 7 years between conflicts? Well, that's where our first episode is going to take us, because we need to look at a couple of Zeon's ace pilots, who would be the key figures of how this all began. Specifically, those pilots in question are the Nightmare of Solomon, Anavel Gato, and the famous, or infamous, depending on who you ask, Red Comet, Char. In this episode, we'll be going over the events of Operation Stardust, and also the events at Axis Zeon that led Char to leave Zeon as a faction and adopt a new persona. By tracing these events back with these 2 pilots, we will see exactly how both the Titans and the AUG were formed. One thing to mention before we get into this is that I went into this little project with the full intention of also covering Advance of Zeta, the Flag of Titans. This particular manga has some importance to it because it actually leads up to a tragedy that ended up sparking this whole conflict properly after Operation Stardust was concluded and before the AUG was properly formed. The problem is that it's not all translated into English. In fact, what little was translated to English clearly was done without consulting someone who speaks English fluently to help with the grammar. But then again, the attempt to translate this was probably done years upon years ago before really fan translations had any sort of organization. So though I'd absolutely love to talk about Flag of Titans and break down mobile suits like the Hazel series of Gundams, I won't be able to here, which is a bummer, but it is what it is. This is where I'd have my Advance of Zeta section, if I had one! So let's go ahead and get started. For the first part of this particular episode, we need to talk about Zeon after the 1-Year War, and the specifics on the players in this early part of what would end up becoming the Gryps War. So, after Zeon's defeat during the 1-Year War, Zeon as a faction was splintered. During the Battle of Abawaku, the Delaz fleet had split the instant that they found out that Cassilia Zabi had killed her brother, which in turn was due to Girin's fratricide. Regardless, Delaz thought that what was going on was another coup, and so Delaz grabbed ace pilot Anavel Gato, and they beat feet out of the area. Seema Garahau and her MAU, now at this point of time called the Seema Fleet, effectively became space pilots because Zeon used her and her men's home colony, Mahal, and turned that into the solar ray, which we covered in the last episode. Nice job, Girin. There were also other scattered groups around space in a group that we're just going to call the Zeon Remnants. The other big group worth mentioning at this point is Axis Zeon. Now, even after the war, it's shown that people from Side 3, or really anyone who calls themselves Zeon, still have that strong sense of nationalism. Despite the fall of the Zabi family, they still want independence from the Earth sphere. Even so, they don't have much of a military left. However, a position of strength for them is the asteroid of Axis. At this point in time, Axis actually sits inside of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, because it's actually a big converted asteroid itself. This is also a spot that is run by Admiral Maharaja Karn, who was a close friend of Zeon Daikun and also of Dozle Zabi. Now you might be asking yourself, how in the fuck did he survive this long being a friend of Zeon Zum Daikun with Girin Zabi breathing down his neck? Well, essentially he did it via politicking. You see, he already did have a friendship with Dozle that helped matters, but if Girin wanted Maharaja dead, he would find a way to kill him. The best thing that he could do is appease the other Zabis so they would keep Girin away from him, and make it politically inconvenient for Girin to kill him. So he accomplished this through the use of his daughters. Maharaja had 3 daughters in Marlene, Haman, which is obviously his most famous daughter, and Selena. During the 1-year war, Haman was actually sent to the Flanagan Institute for new type testing, which helped to appease the Zombies considering their desire to figure out how to weaponize new types, which is a plan that they had even before the war began, which is something I talk about in my 1-year war series. As for his oldest daughter, she was requested by Dozle to be a lady-in-waiting for Dozle's wife. Now, even though she did have that duty, she also ended up becoming Dozle's side piece on top of that. Or with Dozle on top of her. You get my meaning. Even then, Dozle held Maharaja in high regard because of this, and sent him to take care of Axis instead of getting into battle with the Earth. It's here at Axis that Dozle's wife fled after the Battle of Solomon, and where Minerva Zabi is safely being kept. The thing is, tragedy would continue after that, when Dozle's wife's health faded, and she ultimately passed away. Now, another thing worth mentioning here was the arrival of 2 captains of the Zeon forces after the end of the war. The first is one that you don't know, Captain Enzo, who is a Zeon war hardliner. The other is an old friend of ours, Captain Char Aznable. At this point, Minerva Lao Zabi, as an infant, is declared the next head of the Zabi family, and the Karn family are basically her protectors from there on in. Char himself is now assigned to be part of Minerva's Royal Guard, which is a rather ironic posting when you think about it. Everyone in the audience is laughing at the fact that the guy who toasted Minerva's Auntie Caecilia and led her Uncle Garma into a firing line is now one of her guards. Now, like I mentioned, the whole of Zeon, at this point, still want independence from the Earth, but there's division on how to get it. Some within Zeon want to start another war, and think that the only way that they're going to get what they want is just by killing Earthnoids. The leader of these idiots on Axis is Captain Enzo, who from here on in we will be calling Captain Dipshit, and his flunkies will be called the Dipshit Brigade. Never say, folks, that I don't declare my biases. In fact, I think I'm a little too obvious with them sometimes. Anyway, as for the smart people in Zeon, they saw how the last fight went and realized how fucking stupid of an idea that is. They'd prefer to go about it peacefully since they really aren't in a position to start another war after they just got their shit pushed in the instant that the Earth figured out how to make mobile suits, and Amuro Ray killed a giant chunk of their ace pilots. Now you're probably wondering to yourself, where exactly is Char in all of this, mentally speaking? Well, it's sort of an interesting place for him because he's in a rock and a hard place. For better or worse, he got what he wanted out of the 1-year war. His big focus was killing the Zabi family for what they did to his dad. But what is he really left with? Well, being a soldier. At this point, we see Char and Axis taking a bit of a mentor role for a lot of the young soldiers there. This is where the relationship between himself and Haman Karn has its origins. When she had returned from the Flanagan Institute, Haman still had a desire to live up to her father's reputation. So, she started to learn how to pilot a mobile suit, with the most notable in her early days being the Schnee Weiss. The MS-09R4 Schnee Weiss is a heavily modified mobile suit that uses the Rick Dom as its base. The goal of this mobile suit is simple. Take the Psykamu functionality of the Elmeth and put it into a standard mobile suit. As you can imagine, that's no easy feat. When it comes to armaments, it has a beam saber and a beam rifle, which post-1-year war has become the standard for newly developed mobile suits. However, the Schnee Weiss has some junk in the trunk. This massive tumor on its backside carries 8-bit units controlled by the mind of the pilot. Even though the suit is 1/3 the size of the Elmeth, it's still a pretty sizable target. So after all that mobile suit discussion, we're going to do a quick aside. Specifically, I'm going to talk about why I'm being so blunt about my feelings about the Zeon hardliners and such. First and foremost, I do want to say that the entirety of the Gryps conflict that I've read and watched and dove into is a plethora of great stories. For great stories to happen, you need antagonists. Sometimes the best antagonists aren't necessarily the people who are evil, but it's the people who are evil and stupid. In fact, this is an intentional theme from the creators as it goes forward. One thing you'll notice about almost everything in the Gryps War, and everything that leads up to it, is that everything was not only preventable, but preventable to the point that everything that follows feels completely pointless. Wars are started for several reasons, and throughout history there's one thing that feels like it's at the core of most if not all of them. Pointless avarice stemming from pure ego. One of my favorite quotes from C.S. Lewis is from the Screwtape Letters, which is a tremendous book that everyone should read. And it goes, "Nearly all vices are rooted in the future. Gratitude looks to the past, and love to the present. Fear, avarice, lust, and ambition look ahead. Because so many people in these stories look forward to their own ascensions, and don't live in the present, millions suffer. It makes for tremendous storytelling, but I'll admit a strong emotion when I'm immersed in a Gundam story is frustration." Okay, back to the breakdown. Now, Maharaja Karn is the head of the not-stupid members of Zeon at this point, having a key ally in Char Aznavour in regards to keeping Zeon out of further conflict. Char himself comes with a couple of friends from his time in the Zeon military, such as Ricardo Vega and Andy, who doesn't get a last name. If you're saying to yourself, I know these guys and you got their names wrong. No, I didn't. Just be patient. Anyway, the whole mess between the two factions tends to go exactly as you'd expect when one of them wants a war. They try to start one every chance they get. On the day that Minerva is declared the next head of the Zabi family, these idiots increase Minovsky particle density near Axis to bait Federation patrols into attacking them. This ends up being Hamon's first sortie, and Char is forced to sortie in an experimental mobile armor called the Zero-GR to protect her. Yeah, this Zero the R, it's a mistranslation. Anyway, the AMA-00GR0GR is a prototype mobile armor that ended up being the predecessor of a couple mobile armors that would terrorize two later conflicts. It was loaded out with a Vulcan gun, a megaparticle cannon in its mouth, 17 other megaparticle cannons just about everywhere else in its body, and 5 more on movable parts of the armor. So yeah, 23 megaparticle cannons. It's a bit overkill, but then again, it's a Zeon mobile armor. To be blunt, this thing's maneuverability as a trade-off is shit. To make up for it, the mobile armor has what's called an eye field. Now, I've not talked about this particular piece of tech, but it can only really be deployed on giant mobile armors due to the energy requirements. But what this generator does is it forms an invisible barrier around the mobile armor, allowing for complete protection against beam attacks, since it basically breaks up the concentration of Minovsky particles in them as they hit it. Back to the fight, it doesn't go that well. That idiot Captain Enzo forgot that the Federation uses gym mobile suits, apparently. And it's a fucking stupid idea to send out a bunch of Zakus and Doms, and very few Gelgoogs, to try and go up against versatile mobile suits like that. Which, by the way, at this point, now have integrated data from Amuro Ray's Gundam. The only reason that they win is because a Musai does a kamikaze charge, and Char does Char things to bring the Federation down, getting them to surrender. Does Enzo learn his lesson? No. We do get introduced to Rakan Dakaran, though. Yep. There he is. Anyway, I admittedly don't want to spend too much time on the ins and outs and the super specifics of what happens inside of Char's deleted affair, mostly because this is supposed to be about how the Gryps War came about, and some of the little minutiae within this story really aren't relevant to the overall Gryps War, so I'm just going to get the most important bits. Those most notable things after this first encounter are that Hamon Karn is forming a pretty sizable crush on Char. Maharaja Karn is pretty sure that Char is Kazval Daikun, and Enzo is still a fucking idiot. The captured Federation forces get loose and capture Hamon because Enzo is a fucking idiot, which is why I call him Captain Dipshit. This situation has to be unfucked by Char, who then slugs Captain Dipshit in the face. It's at this point we get introduced to Fabian and Natalie, two characters important to the story as it goes on. Fabian is a young Zeon pilot who is a puppet of Captain Enzo and not much else. As for Natalie, she's a Zeon officer who is pressured by Enzo to get close to Char to try to bring him into the hardliners via emotional manipulation. She also keeps an eye on Hamon, but isn't too keen on the idea of future conflict. Char leads at this point an investigation force back to the Zeon homeland to see how things are going there, and is joined by Hamon, who has now cut her hair into the shape we're all familiar with, so that she can be taken more seriously. We also find out that Enzo is a fucking Nepo hire, because he's one of Degwin Zabi's in-laws. Anyway, While Char is out on his trip, he actually gets to pilot another Zeon called the Perfect Zeon. I'm sure that you're all really looking forward to this breakdown of the Zeon. Well, if you want the specs on the Zeon, watch the 1 Year War video. Do you want to know what the upgrade of the Perfect Zeon is? Legs. That's it. Legs. Cool, right? Anyway, let's keep going. The other notable thing about Char's trip is that the current Zeon Prime Minister also thinks that Char is Casval, but Char denies it, saying he's just a soldier, since he knows everyone would want him to lead Zeon at this point, which is not what he wants with his life. Someone who does want power, on the other hand, is a Federation officer we see named Jamitov Hyman. At this point in the plot, Jamitov has been pushing for complete elimination of all Zeon remnants in space and has been spearheading operations to do so. And the Federation is pretty interested in an idea that he had of a special task force led to do exactly that. More on that later. During the course of the investigation, Char and his crew are under fake names so that they can remain incognito. They tour the other colonies in the Side 3 cluster, with one of them having Char and Haman pretend that they're hitched for the sake of disguises. It's during this time that they take this photo and look more into Haman's new type powers with assistance from a young lady named Nanai Miguel, who is very important later on, trust me. Thing is, something terrible happens. Maharaja Karn falls ill, and as this happens, Captain Dipshit tries to take over one move at a time. We also see Fabian start to get closer to Haman by impressing her with his skills, both in fights and in dogfighting. The crew pulls off some crazy maneuvers and even completes one mission where they use old Zaku 2s used by the Black Tri-Stars. And the recipient of those supplies that they freed up is none other than Anavel Gato. So for those of you wondering if Char and Anavel Gato ever have a conversation, this is basically it, and Anavel doesn't even know that he's actually talking to Char, because Char doesn't tell him who he is. Anyway, during Enzo's takeover, a message from Ricardo manages to get to Char about what's going on. The night that they choose to return back to Axis, Char spends some time with Natalie, where she completely misreads a question he had and basically ends up confessing her feelings to the guy, but not pressuring him to join the hardliners. What she says is 110% authentic, that she really does very much care for Char. Now, luckily for her, though, Char takes the misread of the situation in stride, and he returns her affections. Aww, isn't that nice? So after that, Char bangs her like a snare drum! Anyway, as for Haman and Fabian, we see what Fabian's purpose was. He was to do the same thing, secure Haman, tie her to the hardliners by having her fall in love with him. When that doesn't happen, because Haman has a crush on Char, let's just say Fabian tries his best to do an impression of Griffith from Berserk. And I don't mean taking over Midland. I mean what Griffith did to Casca. Yeah. He does not succeed, though, because after coitus, Char comes in and Falcon punches the idiot and boots him out of the Zeon military. Honestly, the little bastard got off light. The fact that that's all he did to him is honestly a little shocking. And to be honest with you, if you're watching this and you think less of Char Aznable after that, don't feel alone. I did too. Back at Axis, we get introduced to Mashmir Cello and Char Asun, who clearly has not learned the power of cleavage yet. Yep, there they are. Anyway, one thing that Char has in his favor is a young lady named Jessica Diaz, who has information about Enzo's plans and uses accusations against him to slow his takeover of Axis. Though he's done a solid job of covering up any evidence of the subterfuge that he's pulled, what with killing other officers and things of that nature, Dipshit and the Dipshit Brigade do their best to still cover everything up, thinking that they've cleaned up any and all evidence against him. Now, when they find out that that hasn't completely worked, the fucker tries to pull a coup d'etat. During this time, Maharaja Karn falls into a coma, and it comes across like everything at Axis is being turned on its head. At this point, hardliners launch mobile suits primarily with standard Zeon MS, but deploy a black Schnee Weiss called the Touche Schwartz. The MS-09RN2 Touche Schwartz is the successor to the Schnee Weiss that features a downsized Saikamu system and a built-in launcher. This is contrasted to the Schnee Weiss having a massive Saikamu unit as its tail and a separate bit launcher that is separated from the suit itself. The bits on this unit are called short bits, with the suit coming with 12 of them, and they are small, fast, and sleek. The thing is, the mobile suit can't be deployed for more than a couple of minutes, given the stress that it puts on the pilot. Now, the first encounter ends with the first pilot of the Touché Schwartz ending up in the ICU, and another new type, named Yayoi Ikaruga, who is a friend of Ricardo's, taking up the job. As you can imagine, this is only going to end in tragedy. They drug the kid up, stick her in the Saikamu unit, and send her out to fight. During the next battle, Haman and Char lead his team, with Haman deploying to counter the Touché Schwartz. Char, on the other hand, goes with Natalie into Axis itself to infiltrate it and hopefully cut the head off the snake, which they do manage to do with some stealthy moves. They also manage to find the evidence that would prove all the crimes that dipshit committed as well. Out in space, Haman and her team are on the ropes, but Ricardo goes out to try to talk Yayoi down. Though he does manage to get her to calm for a bit, Haman takes the opening and puts down the Touché Schwartz, much to Ricardo's horror. By the time Haman is able to finally enter Axis to see her father, even though the battle was won, Admiral Maharaja Karn has passed away. The day is won, but not without its casualties and tragedies. Now at this point, Haman Karn is going to be made regent of Axis at the age of 16, and will be left to lead Axis provided Char is able to persuade her to do so. He does manage to, and during the ceremonial funeral for her father, Haman dons the outfit that we're all used to seeing her in, and takes her place as the leader of Axis Zeon. After this is done, we find out that Natalie's love affair with Char has a hidden blessing. She's now carrying Char's child. The thing is, Haman's not very pleased by all this. It's at this point that Natalie reveals what was supposed to happen, that Fabian and her would secure both Char and Haman for the hardliners via emotional manipulation. Though Natalie came to honestly love Char and did see Haman as a friend genuinely, obviously not going through with Enzo's plan, the fact that she didn't warn Haman and basically deceived the young regent pisses her off to no end. Because, I mean, you could have basically avoided the possibility of Haman, suffering an attempted rape. After leaving, Haman notices there might be a man in the female dorms, but she brushes it off just to her pure anger. But that said dude is another one of the hardliners that Enzo used to get his dirty work done. Haman hears a gunshot and calls for the section to be locked down. The scumbag is then shot and killed by Zeon forces, but he succeeded in his mission. Char Aznable's paramour, and the mother of his unborn child, is now dead. Char confronts Haman about whether or not she knew. And though Haman doesn't answer, the silence is deafening. And it is at this point in the story, the year is 0083. Now at this point we need to talk a bit about mobile suit development. Mostly because, well, we're getting into Stardust Memory, and there is a lot of mobile suit porn here. But specifically, we're going to talk about a company named Anaheim Electronics. Anaheim is a company that's been around the Universal Century for some time, prior to the One-Year War, being in business with a myriad of things, such as credit cards, vacation planning, and consumer electronics. Now, how they're mostly relevant to the military is the developed technologies that were implemented in battleships and space colonies made by them. The point is, they were a tech giant with a lot of capital to spend. Now, after the One-Year War, Anaheim Electronics managed to flat out buy Zeon's three major defense corporations in Zeonic, Zimad, and MIP, alongside the contracts of many of the top Zeon engineers. Now, around 0081, Anaheim was tapped specifically to help rebuild the mobile suit forces of the Earth Federation, and at that same time, the Gundam project was secretly created under the watchful eyes of Admiral John Cohen. During the course of the project, 5 Gundams were created, each being named after flowers. The first of these was the GP-00, also known as the Blossom. This mobile suit utilized a core block system and had relatively minimalistic weaponry for a Gundam. Now, like any Gundam before it, the GP-00 used 2 beam sabers that could be used as beam guns for the core block system. It also used a very long-range beam rifle, which was incredibly powerful, but needed to be charged before every single shot. It also had a radome, meant to check for Minovsky interference, but it constantly had issues. Between all of this, plus the balance issues that the suit's pilot, Jack Bayard, complained about, the suit wasn't that great. It ended up being trapped and wrecked by a Zeon Remnant attack force. Now the other suits I'll go into more detail on here in a bit. They just need quick notes at the moment. The suits that actually saw the light of day were the GPO-1 Zephyranthus, the GPO-2 Physalis, the GPO-3 Dendrobium, and the GPO-4 Gerbera. Now the GPO-4 was never actually completed because the project deemed it redundant considering the GPO-1 did a lot of the same things. So the base frame and various internal parts already created were repurposed into a different mobile suit that we'll talk about later. Now, given that Anaheim had so many former Zeon engineers working for them, it should come as no surprise that they would send info to Zeon soldiers. As such, the Delaz fleet managed to get info about the Gundam project. At this time, they came up with the idea of Operation Stardust, meant to be the operation that triggers the revival of Zeon. The first step of the operation would be to infiltrate the Torrington base in Australia, which is just north of the Sydney crater where the colony had fallen during Operation British. If the name sounds familiar from my previous vids, this is where the White Dingo team had repelled a Zeonic force during the One-Year War. It was also here that we find test pilots commanded by One-Year War veteran Captain South Burning by the name of Ensign Ko Uraki and Ensign Chuck Keith. They're piloting grunt suits while a new type of gym is being tested. If you're wondering why I'm not breaking down these gyms, it's because we've gone over most of them in the One-Year War, but one of them we'll get to in a minute. Same with the Zaku 2. Now, what we do need to talk about is the Powered Gym being piloted by Lieutenant Dick Allen. The RGM-79 Powered Gym is one of the few mobile suits that looks like it has the trapezius muscles of Brock Lesnar in the early 2000s. This 18.5 meter beast of a grunt suit was a test bed for the Gundam development project. Based on the Gym Type C, it actually was testing a backpack that was an early development version of the one on the Gundam GPO-1, on top of new shock absorbers in the knee joints. This gives the suit a 30% increase in thrust to a grunt suit that was already pretty nimble in the hands of a knowledgeable pilot. Its armaments included 60mm Vulcans in the head, a beam saber, and two different versions of the 90mm machine gun, one in bullpup style, with a shorter barrel, and then one called the Gym Rifle, which was a front-fed magazine with a longer barrel. It could also use a hyper bazooka if needed, plus like other gyms, it had a ballistic shield, but now it could be attached to the arm instead of held in the hand of the suit via the use of hardpoints. Now elsewhere we see a brand new Pegasus-class ship called the Albion, headed up by Captain Igar Synapse, and is carrying a passenger by the name of Nina Purpleton, which somebody is already commenting how much they hate her in the comments. Anyway, she inquires about the ocean that they're flying over, and Synapse explains that the ocean that they are flying over is a giant fucking hole left behind by Operation British. We also see a few Zeon mobile suits that notice the ship coming in, and we see that Anavel Gato is now on Earth, saying that he is commencing Operation Stardust. Now, there's something that needs mentioning. I'm not going to be going a strict episode-by-episode plot analysis. I kind of already did that in my review for 0083. I'm just going to go over the major beats of what happened, trying to provide some background for things that are going on so you guys have a better understanding of the context. Like my Sananju Stein said at the start of the video, these are supposed to be companion pieces, not a substitution. Anyway, later on in the day, Chuck and Co. stopped by the hangar to find that the ship was carrying two mobile suits, specifically Gundams. Now let's start with the GPO-1, shall we? The RX-78 GPO-1 Gundam Zephyranthus is a general-purpose mobile suit meant to improve on the RX-78-2 that Amuro Ray piloted. Like I mentioned earlier, with all Gundam Project mobile suits, this was an experimental unit that either upgraded or redesigned sensors and balancers to make it move more similar to a human. Now, given that the original Gundam could already combat roll and leap pretty well at targets, any upgrade was already going to be monumental. It also used a core block system that was much larger than the original Gundams, with the core block now placing the cockpit in a horizontal position as opposed to vertical when it docked with the legs and torso. Plus, the beam sabers were also the core fighter's beam guns. Here's a photo of the core fighter, which definitely leans into the Top Gun comparisons considering this thing looks like an American fighter jet. As for weaponry, like its older brother the RX-78-2 that Amuro piloted, it has two beam sabers on the backpack and two 60mm Vulcan cannons in the head. The beam rifle for this mobile suit had a couple of new technologies in it. The first was the use of an EPAC system, which allowed a beam weapon to be magazine-fed, as opposed to relying on energy fed from the reactor of the Gundam. Each pack allowed for 20 shots. It also had a jute underneath the barrel that worked as a bayonet of sorts, allowing the GPO-1 to defend itself against enemy melee weapons in close quarters without switching to the beam saber. It could also use the GIM's 90mm machine gun, the GIM rifle, a hyper bazooka, and its shield was also a hardpoint connection like the powered GIM. Though I would admittedly expect that, more than likely, this could probably use just about any other Federation weapon, because Federation mobile suits, all the way back to the One-Year War, were designed to use each other's weaponry. If there were ever a point in the field where Amuro had gotten knocked down and a GIM was nearby, a GIM would have been able to pick up his beam saber and use it, so on and so forth. Anyway, as for the other mobile suit, this one was a little different. The RX-78 GPO-2A, Gundam Physalis, was originally designed to be an assault-use heavy mobile suit like the Dom, but that idea was dropped early in development, instead with a focus being on raw firepower. So how do you crank firepower of a Gundam of all things? Well, you make it fucking nuclear weapons capable. Specifically, this is a tactical nuclear warhead that could be fired at a close enough aimed range that you could avoid the jamming caused by heavy Minovsky particle density, which largely made nuclear weapons irrelevant in the field of battle. Now the thing is that firing a nuke that close could be catastrophic to the suit, so the armor and shield were made considerably heavier and larger to protect the pilot during an operation that the warhead would need to be fired. To do this, though, a core block system would not be used for the Physalis, instead just using a spherical cockpit covered by a ton of layers of composite armor and cushioning material. Now don't let the thickness fool you. You might think this thing isn't worth much given the thickness will make the back hip armor clap so hard it alerts everyone, but this thing is actually quite fast and maneuverable. You can chalk that up to the massive rear thrusters, which allow it to both hover under gravity and really book it in space. As for weaponry, the most obvious weapon is the nuclear bazooka, which was one of a kind. It carried one beam saber on the side of its hip, two 60mm Vulcan cannons in the head, Natch, and could also utilize other Federation and Zeon mobile suit weaponry on top of that, including a 135mm anti-ship rifle. It could also be equipped with a multiple launch rocket system as an alternative equipment to the nuclear bazooka, but this loadout was not used in the original anime. However, the manga versions of this story do feature the GPO-2 using the MLRS. Funnily enough, it's officially supposed to be capable of using a beam bazooka, but this equipment was purposely designed just so that the thing can be in video games, for balancing reasons, considering beam bazookas weren't commonly used until UC-123. So, if you ever wondered why it is that the GPO-2 has a beam bazooka in a video game such as Dynasty Warriors Gundam, and then on top of that also has the MLRS, that's why. Anyway, with the help of an Anaheim employee that came with Nina Purpleton, Gato manages to sneak inside the base in the guise of a Federation lieutenant, which he's not a fan of. I mean, granted, he's not a fan of being in a Fedi uniform anyway, but that seems to insult him more because he's an asshole. Anyway, what's so wild about this, and I chalk it up to Federation arrogance, is that Gato was able to literally waltz up to the GPO-2 and just get in the damn thing. That nobody on the base noticed this guy. Now, Ko realizes something's funny about all of this once Gato gets in the Gundam, because he knows he's not supposed to be there. So he takes the initiative to grab the GPO-1 and go after him after Gato breaks out of the hangar. Thing is, the Zeon forces that we saw earlier launched an attack to cover Gato's escape. So, let's break down a couple more mobile suits, shall we? First we have the MS-09F/Trop Dom Tropen. Now, the long story short about this thing is that it's a redesign of another variation of the Dom that takes notes from the Dom Fumph, the standard Dom, the Dom Tropical Test Type, and the Rick Dom 2 that we saw in War in the Pocket. It's basically built in a way to make sure that sand and other things don't clog up the jet engines that allow it to hover above the ground. The main benefit to the Dom in land combat, for those who don't remember, is its speed and maneuverability, despite its size, which makes it very usable against beam-capable mobile suits like the GIM that we see in the show. In fact, standard Doms are still used on Earth for many, many years after this even. As for its armaments, it still uses the scatter beam gun and the heat saber, but it can also equip the MMP-80 90mm machine gun, the Rakuten bazooka, plus about any other Zeonic weaponry that isn't a beam weapon. The other notable MS that's providing artillery cover for Gato is the YMS-16M ZAML. This is a 27 meter and 121.5 metric ton weighing beast. Though it's technically a mobile suit, it kind of feels like a midpoint between a mobile suit and a mobile armor. Now, it does look like a slow son of a gun, and maneuverability-wise it is. However, when it gets going, it can actually reach a cruising speed of 220 kilometers per hour. Or for those of us who speak freedom, 136 miles an hour, which is faster than the running speed of a Gundam, though not by much. It was also a two-seater mobile suit that could actually be piloted by one man if need be. As for its weaponry, like I sort of mentioned, this is an artillery platform. Its primary weapon is a 680mm cannon, which is a huge round, that can fire several different types of rounds, like standard artillery shells and spread shells. It also had a 20mm Vulcan in the chest, and an 8-tube missile launcher on its left back. A fun fact, this is actually a pretty popular mobile suit in the video game Gundam Battle Operation 2, where you'll actually see it used in 700 cost mobile suit battles due to the shelling diversity and its incredible range. Not to mention, it seems like every time you do a gotcha pull, you'll probably get a ZAML. Granted, once you get in range of a beam saber with this thing, and considering 700 cost battles let you see mobile suits like the Sazabi, the new Gundam, and the Unicorn suits, you can imagine how that fight goes. Not well for the ZAML. Back at the prison colony, Ko manages to head off Gato, and even Gato gives the kid props that he's got guts for days, but he's just not skilled enough to keep him in one spot. So Gato manages to escape, and afterwards, Ko meets up with Chuck Keith in his Zaku 2, Dick Allen in the powered Gym, and Lieutenant Burning is piloting a Gym Type C, and we might as well talk about this thing real quick. The RGM-79C Gym Type C is also known as the Gym Kai or the Gym Late type. Effectively, this mobile suit has similar functionality to the Gyms made during the One-Year War, but was just a little bit better in about every way. Its Vulcan cannons carry more ammo than a standard Gym, it's a little bit more maneuverable, so on and so forth. It's sort of a Gym from the One-Year War decided to hit the, well, Gym and get a bit more fit. The one thing notable about it is the hardpoint construction of the arms, making this series very easily customizable with additional equipment. As for the standard armament, it has 60mm Vulcan guns, the single beam saber, and can use any Gym or Gundam standard armament, which also includes the beam rifle of the Gym Sniper 2, and also has a hardpoint attached shield as well. At this point, Chuck Keith gives Ko a bullpup machine gun, and they head off to recover the GPO-2 with Captain Synapse and the Albion, offering sensor support and mission-critical communication alongside Nina trying to follow them. The mission to steal the GPO-2 hits an early snag when Burning's team finds the Komusai that's meant to get Anavel Gato out of there. During the pursuit, the Federation team splits up, and even though they pulled off step 1 of the recovery mission, Adam Tropin aces Lieutenant Allen, but Ko drops the Komusai, and Lieutenant Burning handles the other suits. Gato then reveals that he's, well, Gato to Ko and gives some bullshit speech. The thing is, they had a second plan with using a submarine to get out. The Federation has a second team of Gym Kais sent out as well, but that didn't go out too well for him. Burning's team manages to drop the Dom and the ZAML and hold off the GPO-2 with some help from Nina over the radio, but Gato does manage to escape, but just barely. After this is over, reinforcements come with One-Year War veteran pilots Lieutenant J.G. Bernard Pedo Stash Mancha, Lieutenant J.G. Alpha Bait, and Lieutenant J.G. Chap Adele, who along with Lieutenant Burning made up the Immortal 4th team. Apparently Burning actually piloted a Gym Sniper 2 during the latter part of the war, with Pedo Stash and Alpha Bait using Gym commands, with Adele, of course, using a Gym cannon. Anyway, Pedo Stash tries to start a dick measuring contest with what he probably calls his 2 inches of power. I fucking hate Mancha, can't you tell? And wants to pilot the Gundam. So he and Ko do a mock battle to see who gets it, where Mancha pilots his Gym Custom. Another breakdown. The RGM-79N Gym Custom was a limited production general use mobile suit that was part of the Federation Forces Reconstruction Project, the one that I mentioned earlier when Anaheim got hired to help out. And it took notes from the Gym Sniper Custom, the Gym Command, and the Gundam Alex of all things. Developed at Augusta, which is the same place the Alex was, the suit was made, for better or worse, as a high-performing jack-of-all-trades. The thing is, this made the suit a bit pricey to produce, which is why so few of them were used. As for the weaponry, it basically uses the same weapons as the rest of the Gyms and Gundams that I've talked about here, but it has a shield that's going to look familiar for those of us who watched 0080. It's very, very similar to the one that the Gym Sniper 2 uses. Now, regardless of what's going on, Mancha loses the fight because he sucks and has a pedo stash. That and Ko outmaneuvers him because Mancha's a fucking idiot who sucks and has a pedo stash, and I really fucking hate this guy. Anyway, both guys get a week in solitary for the duel, which wasn't authorized, and both Nina and Orville, the Zeon guy from earlier, remain on the Albion. Lieutenant Burning also gets transferred to the Albion and will be head of the MS team. He assigns Ko to the Gundam officially. The Albion takes off for Africa, which, as I mentioned in my 1 Year War video, still has quite a few hidden Zeon forces. This is where many of the retreating forces from the California-based battle went, with notable names here being Nuv and Bitter, and Yuria Solari from Gundam Requiem for Vengeance. Oh, by the way, Moira beats Pedo Stash's ass, then Bates. My kind of lady. Thing is, tension is high as they're searching for Gato in Africa, but they manage to finally get a lead on him. See, Gato is hanging out with Nu and Bitter, who has a small force of Zeon remnants in Africa, as I mentioned before. Unfortunately for them, when Keith runs into the Zeon guy aboard the Albion while Keith is about to piss himself, papers get knocked everywhere, with one of them basically telling Lieutenant Burning when he picks it up that, well, Orville is a Zeon scumbag. So Orville tries to escape and manages to get to the spare core fighter, but they let him get away, so they could track him to the enemy. The shithead gets shot down, the GPO-2 gets loaded onto an HLV, but the Albion starts an attack. Unfortunately, during the course of this, the GPO-2 does get away, and during the battle, the Zeon MS forces get wiped out as well, and the rest of the base surrenders. So, yeah, for those of you who are really hyped up after Requiem for Vengeance, all 12 of you, let me just establish here and now that this is probably where Solari was at the end of that series, and she's probably one of the nameless mooks that got shot down by the Albion. Oh no! Anyway, so the RGC-83 GM Cannon 2 was deployed on this mission. The GM Cannon 2, as you can see, is as thick as all get out, adopting the Choban armor concept from the Gundam Alex, and taking some ideas from the gun cannon mass production type, and also featuring a very powerful generator that allowed the suit to use those massive cannons on its shoulders without much trouble. Reason being is that those are actually beam weapons. This MS is quite the tank too, featuring the same shield as the GM Custom, and unlike other GM units, it also carried two 60mm Vulcans in the head, can use the 90mm GM rifle with a long barrel, but could also use the bullpup weapon as well, and even the beam rifle of the GM Sniper Custom if need be. Plus it also carried a beam saber. So though you could still use Kai Shiden's Shove Fu from the original series, stabbing and slicing is now an option in close quarters. Now after this, the crew heads to space, and they're still a mess, but they're searching out a shoal zone for Gato. On the Zeon side of things, it's at this point that Gato meets the SEMA fleet, led by Sima Garahau, who we discussed during the 1 Year War, and her crew of fellow cynics. Now just a quick refresher on their lore. Sima was the one who fired the gas bomb during Operation British that killed the colonists, where Giran lied and said it was sleeping gas. After that, her and her men's colony was turned into a giant space weapon which left them all homeless. So their give-a-fuck meter is at an all-time low. Regardless, Gato reunites with Delaz, and they're going to be united with Sima's fleet to pull off the operation. The Federation's on their heels, so Sima volunteers herself and her men to take on the Albion and their backup. Then Delaz and Gato suck off Giran or some bullshit, and you know what, fuck both of these genocidal douchebags. Anyway, Nina acts like a bitch and almost gets Ko killed, and gets the Gundam wrecked by playing into Pedo Stash's dick measuring contest. Let me show you how. You see, Shima's fleet launches with some mobile suits that you don't want to be across from if you've got a disadvantage. These things are called Gelgoog Marines. The MS-14F Gelgoog Marine is exactly what it sounds like. It's a variation of the original Gelgoog, but meaner and much more streamlined for space combat. Their backpacks have a bit more in common with the high-mobility Gelgoog, with a more developed backpack than a standard Gelgoog, and also has two external propellant tanks. So it goes without saying that these things have speed that would be very hard to match, on top of their size and power. In some ways, this suit almost feels like Zeon's answer to the Gundam Alex in regards to its armaments. Each of its forearms has a 110mm cannon inside of it. Though they're a pretty high caliber, they're not really useful at long range. These suits also trade the beam naginata of the original Gelgoog for a pair of beam sabers. As for the rest of the armament, they can carry either a spike shield, which is admittedly just better for punching things than deflecting anything, or a standard Gelgoog shield. Weaponry is pretty simple as well. Anything Zeon can use, this thing can use too, including later beam weaponry that other Gelgoog units use. Another suit worth mentioning is the MS-14FS Marine Commander type that we'll see in a minute. On top of being a cracked out Gelgoog, it also had two 40mm Vulcans in the head, and improved maneuverability because it's a lighter unit, weighing about 1.3 tons less than a Gelgoog Marine at max weight. Long story short, these suits are honestly as good, if not better than what the Albion has. After this, Delaz broadcasts a message everywhere showing off the GPO-2, basically throwing the treaty from the 1 year war in the trash. As much as I hate to admit it, his logic is mostly sound, but it has one problem, and I'll explain what it is. See, if you guys remember, the Antarctic Treaty from the beginning of the 1 year war had a few terms. The very first was the banning of nuclear, biological, and chemical weaponry on top of no more colony drops. So the existence of the GPO-2, that the Federation foolishly armed with a live nuclear warhead, is in their eyes a violation of that treaty. Thing is, Zeon violated the treaty first, you fuckstick! Let's not forget that Mikuve broke it when he tried to drop a nuke during Operation Odessa. Now, during the stupid speech, I want you to have a look at a specific man next to the Admiral from the Federation in this speech. This man in goggles that is likely whispering into his ear is Deputy Commander Bask Ohm, a confidant of Jamitov Hyman. We'll see more of him in a bit, but just be aware of who he's next to for now. Either way, the battle commences, and Ko goes out in the Gundam, where he is at a significant disadvantage. You see, it hasn't been properly tuned for space combat. In fact, it's supposed to have additional equipment. And because Nina decided to treat a fucking Gundam, which is a priceless piece of military equipment, like it's something to be played with like a children's toy, Ko goes out there with a major disadvantage, with mobile suits that have a level of performance that could be similar to that of the original RX-78-2. Once Seema hits the field, they break through quick and wreck two Salamis-class cruisers like they're nothing. Ko tries his best to stop the Gelgoogs and does manage to kill one of them. The thing is, Seema pulls the Gundam apart with her beam rifle, to the point where Ko's got to be saved by Lieutenant Burning, who drops one of Seema's escorts with ease. So yeah, because of Nina being a bitch, Ko and the Gundam get all jacked up. Now, at this point, I'm going to go over the next bits really fast, because they're really not that relevant to the Gryps War. Albion goes to Luna, Ko gets sad over what happened, meets an old Zeon pilot named Kelly Lasner who got his arm blown off by Amuro during the Battle of Solomon. See the 1 year war video. GPO-1 gets upgraded to what's called the full Vernier, or full Burnin if you want to mistranslate it, and after a dope-ass takeoff sequence, goes to fight the mobile armor that Kelly was working on. One thing worth noting about this upgrade is that the Verniers on the back of this suit give it the best acceleration of any early Universal Century mobile suit. Yeah, this thing has 3 Gs of acceleration, which is even faster than the new Gundam or the Zeta Gundam, both of which are known for being blinding fast. As for the mobile armor, it's called the MA-06 Valwallo. The thing is basically what you get if you put the Grublo and the Bigro in a blender. It has a plasma leader, a 110mm Vulcan gun, 2-tube missile pod, and a large mega particle cannon. It's basically giant enemy crab. So, Ko fights it and attacks its weak point for massive damage, thus killing Kelly Lasner because this was essentially a suicide run. So Ko gets the girl, and we move on to the key points of the story, because this is where things get really interesting. First, we find out that the Federation will be having a naval review, where they have a gathering of most of the Federation fleet for inspection. We also see that Seema Garahau is meant to meet up with a ship from the Federation as well. Thing is, the Albion is in the process of being resupplied, and happens to be in between the Federation ship and the Seema fleet. So the plan's aborted, and the Albion engages the Seema fleet as the Birmingham, the other Federation ship, retreats, because they don't want everyone to know what's going on and that things might be getting done between them and part of Zeon. So it's Chuck, Ko, and Burning versus Seema's guys. Now during the fight, Burning actually finds a wrecked ship with a dead Zeon officer's corpse that has a briefcase attached. Burning snags the case but gets surprised by Seema, who does manage to nick Burning's Gym Custom. On the way back to the Albion, Burning has a look at the paperwork, which contains what Operation Stardust really is. The problem is that he's not able to tell the people around him in time what's really going on. You see, the hit that he took screwed with the interior of his gym custom, which detonates, killing the lieutenant and taking whatever he saw with him to his grave. Soon after this, the naval review takes place and Zeon launches their attack. Outside of Solomon, Anavel Gato returns to the battleground that made him famous. With the GPO-2, he goes in at full speed, and he does the one thing that everyone feared the most.
But you are a conservationist, yes?
Yes, I just had Shirt Dude did all that to make a Kirk Thornton joke because he's the Cabela's 2013 guy and is also Annabelle Gatto and is also Shadow the Hedgehog, so I'm guessing that means that somewhere in his heart Annabelle Gatto loves Latinas. Anyway, with one move, the Zeonic forces have effectively wiped out a massive chunk of the Federation Navy with one stroke. Around 2/3 of it to be exact, but as the Federation officials state, they still outnumber Zeonic forces by a substantial amount. Ko goes after Gato and the two do battle. Over with Sema, we see that a countdown is ticking down for reasons that we'll find out later. Regardless, Units 1 and 2 finally do battle again, with Gato taking an early advantage. But when Ko realizes that the left arm of the GPO-2 is busted after the nuke launch, he manages to even the fight out. The duel ends in a draw, with both the GPO-1 and GPO-2 destroyed. Funnily enough, once both men open their cockpits, Gato gets face-to-face with Ko and says he'll never forget Uraki's name. Both men are picked up by their respective backup and live to fight another day, even though their Gundams don't. Elsewhere, a Federation patrol is inspecting colonies being moved, and then they're ambushed by Gelgug Marines. We also see the Delaz fleet kill the ships from the Colony Corporation, who, by the way, are fellow Space Noids. So yeah, Zeon kills more of their own people. Stop telling me that they're for Space Noids. Anyway, you can piece together what the next part of Operation Stardust is. Drop another colony. Now, Captain Synapse's gut feeling is telling him that things aren't over, and as we know here in the audience, there is a third Gundam. The ship heads to the La Vie en Rose, right as they find out about Zeon's colony jacking. Nina suspects that the detonation of the colony mirrors will cause both colonies to hit one another, with one being drawn in by the gravity of the moon and landing right on Luna 2, killing everyone there. Now, you might be asking, what the hell is the La Vie en Rose? I just get some French singer when I Google it. Well, dear viewer, the La Vie en Rose is a dockable manufacturing plant that stays out in orbit as a testing ground for Anaheim Electronics mobile suits. For those who don't really know much about this phase of the Gundam timeline, I'll just tell you right now that we're going to see more of it in the future. Also, it's called what it is because it's a big flower. Either way, the colonies collide and we're off to the genocidal races. With the Federation, they're arguing over what exactly to do in the scenario, with the civilian politicians arguing over things, but noting that Axis Zeon is still neutral at this point in time, and that there are acceptable losses here. It shouldn't surprise anyone that the Federation is looking at this just as a set of numbers that they can afford to lose. As I've mentioned before, the Federation sucks too. The thing is that up to this point, you're basically picking your poison. Soulless corruption with the Feddies, or Hitler with Zeon. I'll take the former, thank you. Now, speaking of Axis, Gato has actually taken his men to the station with the intention of building bridges so that his men can stay there after this battle is over. But for now, they're resupplying. While he's there, he's given a gift. A brand spanking new mobile armor that he describes as the spirit of Zeon taken form. This is the Nue Ziel. The AMX-002 Nue Ziel is the first mobile armor to be developed from its parent mobile armor, the Zero GR. Calling it a monster is an understatement. It's over 76 meters tall, weighs over 403 tons at max weight, and is probably one of the best mobile armors that Zeon ever produced. Not only is this giant thing fast and maneuverable, like the Zero GR, it also uses an eye field to protect itself. It's also got a pair of computer-controlled claw arms. With the computer, you can pull similar maneuvers to what Char did with the Zeon. As for armament, it has a mega cannon in the waist, 9 megaparticle cannons across the body, 4 missile launchers in the hip binders, plus another smaller pair around other parts of the skirt armor. There's also 2 sub-arms in each piece of the shoulder armor, each of which carry a beam saber. Back with the Albion, they dock with the Levian Rose, and Nina doesn't want Ko to pilot the Unit 3, and what the fuck is wrong with you, lady? Ugh, never mind. Anyway, the Federation military stonewalls the ship because of the losses taken thus far, with the Admiral being taken off supervision of the project. Still, Synapse manages to finagle Nina and Ko onto the Levian Rose. As for the rest of the Federation, a small detachment catches up to the Delaz fleet, and what happens next is predictable because, well, Gato's there.
Die!
As for the colony above Luna, Von Braun City fires a beam at it that gives power to the colony, giving it acceleration. Yeah, see, this is enough to send it right towards Earth, and they've only got 38 hours to stop it. Back at the Rose, Ko is shown the specs of the GPO-3 and he agrees to pilot it. So even despite Nina's tantrums, Ko gets ready to fight. He and Luzette, a designer from Anaheim and friend of Nina's, break into the hangar to grab the GPO-3. However, the base commander gives the order to shoot Ko on sight. They intercept Ko, and the commander, being an egotistical dipshit, tries to kill Uraki and ends up killing Luzette. Now, lucky for Ko, the rest of the Immortal Fourth, alongside the rest of the Albion crew, managed to stop any more casualties by coming in with their own guns. Before Luzette passes away, she drops that she knew that right after the 1-year war, Gato and Nina were lovers, which is why she's so against the two of them fighting. However, to quote Banana Lynx, even so. See, you can't prioritize your feelings over a fucking colony hitting Earth! The GPO-3 is armed, and Ko takes off in this massive unit. The RX-78 GP-03 Gundam Dendrobium is the Federation's answer to Zeon mobile armors. This is actually a 2-part mobile suit. The first part, the outer mobile armor, is called the Orcus, and this thing is a massive mobile arsenal, carrying a battleship-grade mega beam cannon, a claw arm with a beam saber, 108 tube micro missile pods, 84 tube micro missile pods formatted to eliminate pursuing enemies, a 3-tube large missile pod that features homing missiles, a demolition chain, a stored beam rifle that's similar to the Zephyranthuses, a pair of folding bazookas, and a shield for the Stamen as well, should it need it. Plus, it has an eye field, which is dope. Outside of the Orcus, the GPO-3 Gundam Dendrobium Stamen is still a very capable mobile suit. Though not as fast as the GPO-1 Full Vernier, it's not that far behind. It still has an acceleration of 2.69 Gs, making it one of the fastest early Universal Century mobile suits, and was way ahead of its time in regards to maneuverability. It made good use of the aforementioned beam rifle and the folding bazooka, plus carried 2 beam sabers inside of its backpack. Funnily enough, this is the first Gundam that we've talked about in this video, and maybe in the entire series so far, that doesn't have 60mm Vulcan cannons in its head, except for the Epion, now that I think about it. Now, there are 2 spots on either side of the face that might have been meant for them to be installed later, but given that this suit was still being tested, it's possible they just didn't find time to install them. Either way, the GPO-3 has caught up with the Zeon fleet. At this point, Axis' ships that came to escort them are falling back. And if you're wondering, yeah, Haman does make a cameo appearance. The fact that these ships, which are under her command, are even here should indicate where her head is. Or in the 0083 manga, where her big ass is at. Regardless, it's here we see another Zeon MS that's new, and if you thought we were done with MS breakdowns, we got a few more for this section. 0083 is basically mobile suit porn, let's be honest. The MS-21 Drak C was actually developed by the Delaz fleet to boost their combat strength. It's basically a Zeon fighter bomber and a Zaku having a baby, without legs. It's also a space-only suit that has a shield, a beam saber, 3-barrel 40mm Vulcan gun, and can also be equipped with a Gatling gun. They're also completely ineffective against the Dendrobium, which absolutely outmaneuvers and starts wrecking Zeon mobile suits like they're an afterthought. After a bit, the mobile suits retreat, and then Gato and Ko clash again. Now, one thing worth mentioning is that the GPO-3 uses a good amount of ballistic weaponry, which eye fields do not deflect. After scoring a hit on Gato, Ko returns to the Albion to resupply, with about 8 hours left until the colony hits the point of no return. Now, on Earth, we see things have changed. Admiral Cohen is shocked to see that none other than Jamitov Hireman is there with the head of the Federation forces, and things are changing. With a gun pointed at Cohen's head, the current admiral of the Earth forces is ignoring the smart thing, rather waiting to possibly mop up Zeon forces after the colony hits and using a different method of possibly destroying it. This leaves the Albion alone to try and stop things. Though we did see Seema on the Admiral's screen beforehand, didn't we? That's because, as you probably guessed, Seema is a double agent. As for the other option, the Federation's going to use a solar ray weapon to try to take out the colony, with it being led by none other than Bask Ohm. Must pay to have friends in high places. Regardless, the fight continues. Ko continues to fight both Gato and the fleet simultaneously on relatively zero rest. At this point, he's been fighting for over 10 hours straight with only resupply times to take a break, in which case he usually stims up. Despite Ko's best efforts, the colony crosses the point of no return. However, the Delaz fleet has ceased fire and wandered right into the path of the solar ray as a gift for the Federation. Funnily enough, as much of a bitch as Seema is, her history kind of makes it understandable why she'd switch sides. Anyway, she ventilates Delaz's head, and in turn, Gato ventilates the bridge. Seema does escape, though, and gets into her mobile suit for the final phase of the fight. At this point, Bask Ohm tells Synapse to guard the solar system alongside the Seema fleet, which Synapse is not happy about. Same with Ko. As for Gato, he goes right after the solar ray system. As for Seema, she takes off in the last mobile suit I'm breaking down this episode. Well, this section. Remember how I talked about the GPO-4 being partially assembled? This suit is the final version when Seema got her hands on it. The AGX-04 Gerbera Tetra is basically a Gundam skeleton with a Zeon skin. Unlike the original GPO-4, though, which was meant to be a sniper unit, the Gerbera Tetra is a high-mobility mid-range unit. It carries with it 4 110mm machine cannons in its forearms, a beam saber, and a beam machine gun as well. It also has propellant tanks to help with its speed, giving it a speed close to 3 Gs. It also has a detachable piece of equipment called a stern booster that allows it to go even faster than that, but it is detached prior to combat. Either way, the battle becomes a clusterfuck. Seema fleet versus what's left of Delaz, which was already fighting the Federation. Now, just as they're about to fire the solar ray, Gato manages to land a hit on the control ship, and Bask fired the damn thing a little too early as well. So the gamble absolutely fails. The colony survives, and everyone's got to run out of its way, and everything just goes tits up. The colony will be hitting Earth, but for some reason, Nina takes up on the GPO-1's old core fighter. Oh, and Seema tries to take out the GPO-3. How's that work out for her? Oh, that's how. So much for the Gerbera Tetra. Back on the colony, Gato course corrects the colony, but is confronted by Nina. He reveals that Jabiro's not the target. Nina pulls a gun on Gato to try and stop him, but she doesn't pull the trigger. For fuck's sake. Now, why might you ask? Oh, I promised myself I wasn't going to do this again. I wasn't going to call him anymore, but fuck it. Woofy!
Because she's a woman.
Thank you. So Ko shoots him, but Nina tries to stop him, and Gato just smacks her, and then Nina pulls a gun on Ko? Lady, what the fuck? God, I hate this woman. Anyway, Zeon's remaining ships retreat, while the Federation tells them to piss off out of here, and they've only got a small amount of time to do so. As for Gato, he punches Nina in the gut, then decides to go after Ko one last time, giving Nina's ship to the retreating forces. As for Bask Ohm, he's not too pleased with things and decides to fire on Gato and Ko at the same time with what's left of the solar ray because he's a dick. On Earth, the colony impacts North America, the one place where most of Earth gets its food. So yeah, Zeon is trying to starve the fucking planet. Please stop saying they're the good guys. Anyway, in space, Gato shoved Ko out of the way of the solar ray, leaving he and the GPO-3 to return to the Albion after firing some shots in absolute frustration. As for Gato, he refuses to surrender or retreat. After the colony impacts, and after hours on hours of fighting on top of taking damage from the solar ray, he charges straight into the enemy fleet. He kamikazes a Salamis-class cruiser, bringing an end to the life of the Nightmare of Solomon. After this, Ko Uraki and Iogar Synapse were tried under a military tribunal. Lieutenant J.G. Uraki was sentenced to 1 year hard labor for use of a top-secret machine, disobeying orders, breach of service, insubordination, and a myriad of other charges. As for Captain Synapse, he was sentenced to death under the accusation of treason, which was a crime he was not guilty of. On December 4th, 0083 Vice Admiral Cohen was removed from power, and the failures of Bask Ohm were covered up because the organization that they're about to start rewards failure instead of punishing it. Trust me, it becomes a theme. The new Federation task force known as the Titans were founded, with Jamitov Hyman installed as their leader. Many of the staff of the Albion were folded into the Titans, including what remained of the Immortal 4th team, who would go on to receive brand new mobile suits called the Jim Quell. Yeah, I lied about the breakdowns. The RGM-79Q Jim Quell is the first mass-produced unit created for Titan Special Forces. The use of this suit during these days have to be put in quotation marks when I say peacekeeping. For better or worse, this suit is a mass-production, more lightweight version of the Jim Custom. The suit would also be the key in the creation of the movable frame technology. Next episode for that breakdown, by the way. Plus would serve as the basis for the Gundam line known as the Hazel series. Now, both of these didn't actually use the movable frame, they were just the start of the research. Anyway, as for its weapons, same loadout as the Jim Custom, can use all the same stuff, but could also carry a massive flamethrower. For peacekeeping, in UC-0084, the truth of the colony drop and all material relating to the Gundam development project were scrapped. As a result, the charges against Lieutenant J.G. Uraki were dropped, and he received an early release. Now stationed to the Oakley base, which would be in Kansas, where Chuck Keith is now piloting a Federation version of a Gelgoog Marine. And Nina was waiting for him as well. Now Ko's story ends bittersweet, but the creation of the Titans would cast a brand new shadow. Before we start on the next section, I just want to remind everyone that if you enjoyed this video so far, please hit the subscribe button for more content. If you'd like to see videos like this early, plus enjoy other benefits like access to my Discord server, and things along those lines, consider becoming a channel member or a patron. Link is in the description. Okay, back to the war crimes. In September of 0084, Char takes his fleet from Axis and orders it to separate, with each ship operating independently from here on in. Char himself returns to the Ambrosia base, where he had received the Perfect Xeon a couple years prior. It's here that he and a small team headed for the Republic on a cargo ship. And while there, his small group of allies ask him to change his identity and become part of the Federation to undercut the Titans group. Each of he and his confidants would take names of missing soldiers from the Federation, letting them seamlessly integrate. At the same time, the Titans leadership meets about issues that are going on at Side 1, with Bask Ohm ordering it to be quote-unquote, nipped in the bud. Lieutenant Tiago, the man in charge of squashing the problem, has a maid that's actually a spy for Char named Oksana, who has the room bugged and overhears that the Titans are planning on deploying mobile suits for peacekeeping. Back with Char and his team, everyone's name and rank has now changed. Char Aznable, formerly a captain, is now Lieutenant Quattro Bagina. Andy is now Apolli Bay. Ricardo is now Roberto. And Jessica Diaz is now Jane. They run into a problem early on where a confidant that Char and his team were working with, named Bjorn, turns out to be a double agent, running off of the data of their real identities. This sees Char actually pilot a Jim for the first time, with he and George, the guy who got in the new identities, in pursuit. Though Bjorn manages to get inside a Salamis-class ship where he was supposed to flee to, Quattro's on the ball, destroying the mobile suit hatch, and as you'd expect from an ace pilot, he makes mincemeat out of the Salamis. Back with the Titans, it seems that false intel got leaked to Zeon to make sure none of the remnant forces would try to interfere with what's going on. One Zeon group is only able to send out a single Zaku piloted by a young new type named Kamuji, which runs into 3 Jim Quells. Luckily for Kamuji, Char and George show up to help her out. Unfortunately, reinforcements come from a nearby Salamis cruiser, and George is killed by one of the Titans. However, more backup comes from a strange place. Fabian, of all people, just shows up. Somehow he got his hands on a Gelgoog, and after some time, the remaining pilots manage to drop the Titan suits, and the Titan's cruiser gets dropped as well. After this, we finally see the first meeting between Quattro Bagina and the Earth Federation's Commodore Blex Forer, who would set the foundation for a future resistance against the Titans. In UC-0085, we head to Side 1, which was one of the first places Zeon attacked when they decided to kill fellow space noids during the 1-year war. No, I'm not stopping. At a specific colony called 30 Banshee, an anti-Titans protest took place. The Titan response was blunt. They used G3 gas. The same type used by Zeon when they killed their own people before dropping a colony was used here on the populace, this time by the Federation. Every single person within the colony was killed. As a response, the Anti-Earth Union group took up arms against the Titans. Though the AUG existed before this as a reform group to get rid of the massive amounts of corruption within the Federation, this is the point where they became an actual military force, made up of both former Zeon and former Federation personnel, joined together to put down a massive threat to everyone. Just as a quick note for those of you who think my favorite Universal Century faction is the Federation, I have a response for you.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
The AUG is actually my favorite faction. And then, well, later on they get turned into Londo Bell, but yeah, them. So suck it, Trebek. Suck it long, suck it hard. Anyway, in 0085, Jessica returns to Zeon after helping Quattro out for a while Roberto and Apolli stick with the AUG. As for the young new type Kamuji, she's going to return to her old life as a singer, and hopefully she has better dance moves than Mir Campbell. Yeesh. Anyway, at this point there's a large necessity for the AUG to start acquiring as much of a military force as humanly possible, given that they're going to be up against such a tough force. For those curious, several one-year war veterans would be members of the Titans. We already saw many left over from the Albion joining up, including the remains of the Immortal 4th Team. Plus, Ford Romfellow, pilot of Gundam Unit 5, and Lieutenant Agar, the pilot of the Mudrock, joined the Titans as well. So those two would leave in short order, but even then they would go train pilots who would probably end up joining the Titans. Point being that the Titans were attracting a lot of talent. Now, over in Axis at 0086, Haman has decided to move it towards the Earth sphere, and during this time, as she ponders where Char is at, two little girls come and hug her that look absolutely identical. For those curious, this is the first appearance of the clones of Elpeo Puru, a young new type, showing that Zeon was experimenting with cloning new types. In UC 0087, right outside of the Sweetwater colony, Quattro is introduced to the new mobile suit developed specifically for the AUG by Anaheim Electronics. This project is called the Gamma Gundam Project. But the mobile suit it produced is, yeah, that's not a Gundam. And Quattro has a different name in mind because there's nobody more familiar with Gundams than him. This, ladies and gents, is the Rick DS. The RMS-099 Rick DS, formerly known as the Gamma Gundam, is the mass-produced mobile suit created from the AUG's Zeta project for their war against the Titans. This was also the first mobile suit built from a new material called Gundarium Gamma, which was much lighter than the original material used to make the RX-78 series of mobile suits, ergo allowing it to be much more maneuverable than those already incredibly maneuverable suits, which says something. It adopts a 360-degree panoramic cockpit like the Gundam Alex and the GPO-3. Though not intended, it essentially is a successor to the Dom in appearance and functionality. It has a 50mm Vulcan in the head, and could use a 300mm clay bazooka that could be loaded with adhesive rounds, explosive rounds, and even flechette rounds. It also used a pair of beam pistols with enough power to bust a mobile suit up with ease, plus could use a beam rifle and beam saber. Side note, at this point in the Universal Century, beam-capable mobile suits have become the standard, so I will not be mentioning that as a positive whatsoever. Nearly every mobile suit from here on in will primarily use beam weaponry. That just goes to show you how much the Gundam honestly changed how mobile suit development was going to go forward in the future. Everything wants to be the Gundam now, so new standards need to be created, which we will see as this goes on. Now this brings us to chatter about a secret Titans base in a familiar spot to Quattro. Side 7. For those who don't remember, Side 7 is where the original Gundam was developed. Now specifically this is the Green Noah colony. To Quattro's absolute horror, it's revealed to him that the Federation are developing Gundams there. Gundams. Plural. So at this point, Quattro is flanked by Apolli and Roberto in their Rick Diaz suits. At the launch of this mission, Char feels a presence of a new type on the colony. And the future of the Universal Century is about to feel another major shift. In the year UC 0087, the dynamics of space have changed greatly since the one-year war had ended 7 years prior. For the Federation, The Special Forces group known as the Titans have been formed. Led by Jamitov Hyman, with the full support of the Federation military brass, the Special Tasks Force was assembled with the express purpose of keeping another war breaking out by any means necessary. During the Side 1 incident, we saw that it includes gassing a colony full of civilians. A little bit much there, guys. For Zeon, it means that they have been shunted into the background. Remnants of Zeon that caused Operation Stardust to happen in the first place open the door for Jamitov Hyman to seize power. In another part of space, Haman Karn watches and waits to see what the rest of space is going to do in response to the Federation's changes. As for Char Aznable, he has reinvented himself. Gone is the mask, replaced by a pair of sunglasses. The name of Char Aznable has also been tossed away, replaced by the name of a Federation officer declared MIA during the One-Year War. Now going is Quattro Bagina. He is a key figure in a group called the Ayug, who have been making trouble for the Titans. At this point, we find ourselves on the cusp of another war. Also at this point, it goes without saying that without the leadership of the great General Revel, that the Federation military's corruption is now its single driving force. The Ayug finds itself as the underdogs in the conflict, having to figure out exactly how you dismantle a special forces group that has more materials, more soldiers, more budget, and more mobile suits, even if you happen to have one-year war veterans from both sides of the last war on your team. It's in this episode of Gundam Explained, the Gryps War, that we're going to talk about the dynamics of what's going on, and how one Gundam and one nerdy little brat can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, dear audience. Wake up and smell the ashes. Picking up where we left off with the last episode, Lieutenant Quattro, along with Apolli and Roberto, are headed toward Side 7's Green Noah colonies, which will soon be renamed to Gryps. The Ayug have received intelligence of multiple Gundams being developed by the Titans. On the colony that they're headed to, we're also introduced to a young kid named Camille Bidan. As he explains to his young friend Fa Yuri, while he's literally running away from his school, he's skipping karate practice. Why? Because he's a brat. Well, Fa joins him in this as Camille hops into his car and heads to the spaceport to be a 17-year-old nerd, as if his green poofy hair wasn't enough of an indication of that.
Tommy, when a pikey walks in with hair like that, you've got to ask yourself, have I made a mistake?
You see, Camille wants to see the shuttle flying in because it happens to be carrying our old friend Bright Noah, who Camille is a bit of a fanboy of. Well, when they get to the spaceport, they run into the Titans. Now, the thing about Camille is he's pretty sensitive about his name. Now, how sensitive, you might ask? Well, watch what happens when this jackass who looks like an Aryan Hassan Piker makes fun of him.
I thought I heard a girl's name. But that kid looks like a boy. But that kid looks like a boy. But that kid looks like a boy.
Activating combat mode.
Needless to say, one teenager does a lot more damage to these trained military members than he honestly should, but still loses in the end. Believe it or not, this fight is effectively the beginning of the end of some of these pilots' lives. We'll see that later, though. Out in space, Quattro manages to break into the colony in his Rick Diaz without much trouble. It's also here that we see something I forgot to mention last time. Hidden in the knuckle of the Rick Diaz is what's called a sealant launcher, which does kind of what you think it does. He uses it to keep some workers from reporting his entry and breaks into the colony. Now, while getting out of the mobile suit and scouting things out, Quattro does manage to find the hangars where they keep mobile suits on the colony. While he's up in the skies of the colony, he sees a face he's all too familiar with. Thing is, this one isn't white, red, and blue, but rather black and navy blue. This brand new Gundam that he's hunting for quite literally flew right in front of his face. This is the Gundam Mark II. The RX-178 Gundam Mark II, as you would expect from the name, is the successor to the RX-78 line of Gundams. Now, before I get into armament, we need to talk about what makes this suit a big deal. This mobile suit is the first one developed to utilize a new way of mobile suit builds called the mobile frame concept. The basic idea about this was that the frame of the mobile suit would contain all of the vital mechanisms of the suit, as opposed to just the inner frame only being a structural framework. The only thing that the skeleton of the mobile suit would not have would be weaponry, the armor, and the propellant tanks. So basically, it would prevent a situation like the one that got South Burning killed in 0083, when his Gym Custom basically just got nicked. This method also gave the suit much more maneuverability, energy efficiency, and reliability. Another thing you'll notice about the suit is that the armoring does leave certain parts of the frame exposed. The prevailing idea at this time with mobile suit development is that since beam weaponry was becoming the standard, there really wasn't any type of armor that could stop a beam weapon in its tracks. So, speed became the new priority. On top of that, this suit also adopts the 360 panoramic cockpit of the Alex and the GPO-3. Now, the downside of this Gundam is that it's actually not made from Gundanium, but rather from an inferior titanium alloy ceramic composite, which is a bit more fragile. As for the weaponry, it carried 2 beam sabers on its back, a beam rifle, a hardpoint attached shield, a bazooka, and a detachable Vulcan pod, which I am assuming is 60mm, but I couldn't find the exact specifications. Now, even though the Gundam has already spotted him, Quattro does manage to evade it, and asks the question we should already know when it comes to the Titans on whether or not they give a shit about firing Vulcans inside of a colony. After evading the Gundam, Quattro manages to get back to his Rick DS with the intel that he's gathered, along with Apolly and Roberto getting data of their own, and then they get back in touch with Quattro. Now, back with Camille, after that brutal beating he got from the Titans, we see him being interrogated by an MP, where we learn more about the kid. He's apparently a junior mobile suit champion and a 2-year running champ of an air glider tournament. Though he gets a compliment that he is a prime candidate for military service, the MP is more concerned on whether or not Camille is part of the AUG. After the kid seems to hallucinate with a vision of space underneath the table that he's sitting at, he's then released from confinement. Well, until he gets into another fight. This time with the MP, where he does his best Mirko Crocop impression and kicks the fucker in the head. Now, it doesn't really work in his favor, but what does is the roof collapsing. During the panic of all this, we see Camille's mother, Lieutenant Hilda Bidon, who is there to bail him out, managing to spot him, but Camille takes off. He then steals a car and manages to escape. We see the reason for the collapse was Lieutenant Jared, because one thing you'll learn about Jared as this goes on is that he is only good at failing. At this point, an assault begins on Gryps to steal the Gundams. A hole gets blown in the colony, and Quattro, Apolly, and Roberto begin the assault in their Rick Diaz suits. Elsewhere, we find a young Titans pilot with a beret who berates Lieutenant Jared for sucking. See what I did there? Berates? Anyway, this is Lieutenant Emma Sheen, the best character in the show. Trust me, I will not let you forget that she is best girl. Then, our old friend, Captain Bright, makes his presence known. So Jared pisses off because the one thing he gets right in this is that there is an AUG attack going on. In the skies, the AUG engages the Titans' mobile suits, which in this particular case are Gym 2s. The RMS-179 Gym 2 is, as you'd expect it to be, a successor to the Gym. This particular mobile suit honestly is just as humble as the original, but a bit more advanced. The old beam spray gun was traded out for a beam rifle that it could handle because the power generator has been upgraded. It also has enhanced sensors, improved verniers, you can see them on the legs there, and overall was an improvement over the Gym. The problem was, admittedly, that this suit was only a minor improvement from suits developed around 0085, making the model honestly outdated by the time that this story takes place. Weapons-wise, aside from the aforementioned beam rifle, it also had 60mm Vulcans in the head, Natch, a single beam saber, a hyper bazooka that it could use, and could also equip the same bullpup machine gun and Gym rifle that was standard issue on the Gym Quell. Hell, just about anything that the Gym Quell could equip, the Gym 2 can as well, on top of having a hardpoint shield. Unfortunately for the Titans, the Rick DS basically outperforms the Gym 2 in about every single way. I kid you not, in this sequence, we see the AUG pilots, all of whom are one-year war veterans from Zeon, make absolute fools out of the Titans. As we see in another spot, Captain Bask Ohm, Fleet Commander Jamaicon Danigan, and Lieutenant Franklin Bidon of the Titans are bickering over the attack. And yes, if you're wondering, Franklin Bidon is both Camille's father and fat. I don't like this guy. I'm going to insult him a lot. Regardless, as Titan mobile suits rain from the sky with complete embarrassment, we find out, as Fa finds her mother, that an evacuation's been ordered. On top of that, apparently the colony was given zero say in being turned into a Titan's base. A way to win over hearts and minds. Regardless, Camille heads to the base where his father works and gets past the outer barricade since the guards are more worried about the air raid and they know his dad. Now, at this point, we've been informed that there's exactly 3 Gundams. While Lieutenant Emma tells Bright that she's there to pilot one of them, it's at this point that they spot Camille as he's hopping into that same mobile suit. By the way, one of those idiot Titans is perfectly fine with the kid taking the Gundam. Imagine being so stupid that you think it's okay for a 17-year-old to hop into one of the most advanced mobile suits that you have in that sector, assuming that he's going to fight on your side. Military intelligence are still 2 words that can't make sense, to quote the great philosopher Dave Mustaine. Now, for those curious as to how Camille knows how to operate it, well, his father designed it. Plus, he stole data on the Gundam from his dad because Camille's a jerk. But Camille's dad's an even bigger jerk, so I'm okay with it. Now, even though the AUG has showed up, Camille is more interested in bullying the MP that bullied him before, and might as well have given that guy a fucking wedgie with how petty he's being. Thing is, Quattro realizes that Camille's no enemy, which, of course, Camille confirms. He then bullies the shit out of another Gundam unit, piloted by a guy named Kakrikon Kakuler. I just want to mention real quick that Jared and this guy bullied Camille over his name when you've got a buddy named Kakrikon Kakuler. Look, Camille is kind of a girly name, but Kakrikon? And look at his stupid face. Look at his stupid hair. So, he deservedly gets bullied out of the Gundam that he's piloting, and the AUG moves to retreat with 2 of the mobile suits. At this point, Bright confronts Bascom over the fact that the tests of the Mark II were being done in a civilian colony, since obviously they'd be a target, and it obviously puts civilians at risk. I mean, we literally saw Fa almost get killed trying to save her mom. So what does Bask do? Punches Bright in the face, and then as Bright continues to protest, he just has his cronies beat him up. Now keep in mind, they're doing this to a superior officer, and a hero of the 1-year war, which is something that, to my recollection, Bask Ohm isn't. Ohm served during the 1-year war, but he sure as shit wasn't, I don't know, the biggest hero captain of the fucking Federation. Anyway, Lieutenant Emma happens to be in the room as this is going on, and she isn't pleased with what's happening here. As for Camille and the AUG pilots, they manage to escape the colony. The thing is, the Titans are waiting for them in a brand new suit with another familiar face. This machine is called a Hyzak. The RMS-106 Hyzak is, as you can tell, a successor to the Zaku II. Developed at Anaheim Electronics, likely by former Zeonic engineers, this mobile suit was meant to be another option as a general-use grunt suit for both the Titans, who use this typical green paint job you see here, but also the normal Earth Federation forces, who use a blue paint job. As you'd expect, this thing has much better specs than the Zaku II, and is also beam weapon capable, unlike its predecessor. It also uses the same alloy that the Gundam Mark II does, but like I mentioned earlier, it's not really anything to write home about. It's more of a statement about how poor the Mark II's armor is than how good the Hyzak's is. Even so, the suit does perform quite well for a grunt suit. Weaponry-wise, it primarily would use a 120mm machine gun and a heat hawk. However, it could use a beam rifle, a beam saber, 2 3-tube missile pods that could be attached to the hip armor, and even a large mega particle cannon called a mega launcher, but that had to be used with a team. Now, one thing we hear right out of the gate is that Jared is not trained on a Hyzak, but like an idiot, he decides to fight anyway and then gets the leg blown off his suit because Jared is a failure. He and his boys then get toasted by support fire coming from the Argama, which is the flagship of the AUG. So at this point, not only did a few mobile suits make the Titans look like a joke, they also snagged 2 or 3 Gundams that were built on Gryps, and got embarrassed by a 17-year-old. Lol. Lamau even. Now at this point we find out that Luna 2 has deployed a ship to reinforce the Gryps with more forces, with the one notable pilot being Lieutenant Commander Lila Mila Rira. Yes, that's a mouthful. With a mobile suit that I'll break down once we head into combat. As for the Titans, they're sending Bright off with a message for Jamitov Hyman, plus more abuse, because that's totally not going to bite them in the ass in the future. No. As for the AUG, we finally get to see the Argama, and for the first time in a while, we get to do a breakdown of a ship. The Argama-class carrier was originally designed at the Sweetwater colony by Anaheim Electronics, with funding from the AUG, and was inspired by the Pegasus-class ships of the 1-year war. Now, the one thing that this ship does differently, instead of having a rotating block inside of the ship to simulate gravity, instead, when it's out of combat, the residential modules will extend outwards and then rotate to simulate gravity. The Argama-class ships also have retractable bridges so that there's not a glaring weak spot whenever they enter combat. As for weaponry, it has 4 single-barreled cannons, a pair of megaparticle cannons, multiple missile launchers, and anti-air laser guns. Though the Argama is its own class of ship, this ship is also just called the Argama. There would be later ships that would follow a similar design. Plus, when we get to Double Zeta, we'll talk about the upgrades that this ship gets as well. Now, on the Argama, Camille is being debriefed by Commodore Blex Forer, Captain Henkin Beckener, another Federation veteran of the One-Year War, and of course Lieutenant Quattro. We're also introduced to another pilot on the Argama, Ensign Reko Alland. At this point, the Argama is attacked by the ship that we saw earlier, with a pretty neat-looking mobile suit, called the Garibaldi Beta. The RMS-117 Garibaldi Beta is the descendant of the Garibaldi Alpha, a suit originally featured in MSX, which was a sequel to the popular Mobile Suit Variations series of books. Like many suits around this time, this particular grunt suit was basically just an improvement on its predecessor, with better armor on the head, shoulders, legs, and waist. But believe it or not, this suit is actually a descendant of both the Gyan and the Gelgoog from the One-Year War, standing around the same height as the Gelgoog, but being much sleeker. The thing is, its performance is compared to that of the Hyzak and the Gym 2, and we've seen how those are working out so far. Regardless, it carries a beam saber, a hardpoint-mounted shield that can have missile launchers on the underside, a beam rifle, and a signal flare launcher in its head. Plus, admittedly, I think it's got a pretty snazzy paint job. Anyway, we're introduced to Astanaj, who is the head mechanic of the Argama. Not much to say about him right now, except that Astanaj is a very reliable and nice guy, and you're never going to have anything mean to say about him, at least not in my opinion. Unless you're just a jerk or something. Or a Titan. Not that there's a difference. Either way, there's also a substantially large ship in development at Gryps as well, so they're going to be performing more operations soon. Camille also shares the knowledge that he has about what Titan's development is looking like. Specifically, that the next MS that they plan on developing will have more Xeon tech. Over with the Titans in the Federation, the Titans have grabbed Camille's mom and dad, and the Federation moved to attack the Argama. After telling Lila to fuck off, her and Quattro get into it, and so the battle commences. As for Camille's mom and dad, we get spousal abuse, after we find out that Camille's father is cheating on his wife. Classy. Anyway, the fight commences between the AUG and the Federation, with the Federation retreating after Quattro drops one of the Garibaldi suits. Even so, Blex and Henkin figure out that the Titans are going to be coming. So the Titans move to negotiate for the return of the Gundam Mark IIs, with Lieutenant Emma deploying in the remaining Mark II. She heads to the Argama with a white flag, backed up by another mobile suit, to negotiate. What Commodore Blex sees in the letter that Lieutenant Emma brings to them absolutely horrifies him, and Emma is confused by the horror since she didn't know what was going on. What she sees shocks her. The Titans mean to kill Camille's parents. Side note, Bask Ohm is a fucking moron. Now, we already knew that from Stardust Memory, but I have to stress that here, because did he honestly think that Lieutenant Emma wasn't going to read the note or they weren't going to fucking show her? I'm assuming that Bask just assumes nobody has any morals because he's a corrupt dickhead. Regardless, we saw that Emma Sheen is completely disgusted with Bask's tactics. Camille overhears the conversation about his parents being used as hostages. At this point, they detect a capsule, and it contains Camille's mother. Remember in my Zeta review how I mentioned how fucking dark Zeta gets? Yeah, this is the 3rd episode that we're on right now. Anyway, Camille sneaks past everyone and gets into the Gundam Unit 3 to go rescue his mom. Jared, without orders to fire on mobile suits, only orders to fire on the Argama if they attack, fires on Camille while he moves to the capsule to save his mother. At this point, the fucking failure keeps firing and pops the capsule, exposing Camille's mother to the vacuum of space and killing her instantly.
Why wasn't there any kind of explosion?
Because nobody told you it was a bomb, you fucking idiot! Not to mention, if it was a bomb dummy, it wouldn't be planted right there. They would have it in a position where you could probably use it very easily against the Argama, but they didn't. They placed it away from you and Lieutenant Emma. And you opened fire on the bomb when the most you would have done is blow up one of the mobile suits that you're there to negotiate for, you fucking stooge! Now, to be fair, and this is the one time I'm going to be fair to Jared Mesa here, both Jared and Emma went out there without direct orders or details on everything. So I can't sit here and tell you that Jared is a murderer yet. In most courts here in the United States, which I'm just kind of using as a base because obviously I live here, that's what I'm most familiar with, Jared would be court-martialed in a government that makes sense for what happened, absolutely. But he would not be charged with murder. He would likely be charged with involuntary manslaughter. And I know he would be charged in a government that makes sense because Camille's mother was a fellow officer. She was a lieutenant in the Titans. Now, the real person to blame for the death of Camille's mom, who honestly just seemed like a nice lady who loved her son, is Bask Ohm. It was his idea to put her in that capsule and put her in the line of fire. He knew exactly what he was doing. Either way, Camille starts beating up Jared with Quattro and Emma trying to break them up. At this point, Lila takes advantage and attacks, and a brawl basically breaks out, with at one point Camille quite literally donkey-punching Jared's Isaac. Eventually, Emma manages to get Lila to back off, and Quattro recommends that they give back the Gundams. The fact is that they're about to be overwhelmed numbers-wise, which is a common thing you're going to see whenever you're dealing with the Titans. Now, since Quattro and Emma literally have to pull Camille off of Jared, we're counting this one as a win for Camille. So, in one-on-one fights, we're going to try to count all of these. It is 1-0 in Camille's favor. Regardless, the ceasefire is ordered and Emma and the Titans take back the Mark IIs. Back with the Titans, Emma smacks Camille out of his mental funk, understandable mental funk on top of that, and asks if his mom really was in the capsule. Camille states that Unit 3's fingers will tell the story, and sure enough, Emma finds blood on them. Oh, and Camille's dipshit dad is here, and Camille just throws the whole "you're cheating on my mom" thing in his dad's face. Even after getting slapped, the truth about what's going on, and that Franklin was, a hostage, gets him a bit pissed. Not that he does anything with it. Oh, and Jared's here to make the situation worse by fake apologizing for Camille's mom's death. But Camille switches the situation by rubbing the fact that he's a better pilot than Jared in his face. One thing you're going to notice about this is that Jared is a character with a lot of insecurities. One of the big ones is the fact that he sucks. So, get used to people telling him he sucks throughout this whole show. On the bridge, Bask says he's going to give Emma control of the next mission and capture one of the Argama's MS with the Mark IIs. Jared wants on the mission and to pilot a Gundam, which Bask flat out scoffs at because Jared sucks. Lieutenant Emma and Lila's unit are going to be on the mission with the sortie being in Emma's hands. Now, as you'd expect, this backfires because Emma is sick of the bullshit, and she's taking both of the beat-ons with her. So Camille busts up Kakrakon's face and knocks out the other Titan's pilot too. Again, keep in mind, these are elite Federation special forces getting beat up by a 17-year-old. After that's done, they also bully Jared and the other Titans as they take off. Natch. Gee, it's almost like acting like a bunch of thugs and taking hostages was bad for morale, and you just lost one of your best pilots. Lila's team is in pursuit, but they're not able to do much before the AUG gets there with the Rick Diaz's to escort the Mark IIs back to the AUG. It's like they're playing tag or something. As such, Camille, his dad, and Lieutenant Emma are safe on the Argama. As for the Titans, Bask is obviously pissed and wants to try and cut off the head of the snake as soon as he can, putting Jamaicon in charge as Bask returns to Gryps. In the hangar of the Argama, Camille's dad is being a douche and snags Astanaj so he can still a Rick Diaz, complete the mission that Emma was originally tasked with, and then advance himself in the Titans. Then he knocks Astanaj into space and nabs the suit. Don't worry about Astanaj though, they do get him. Roberto and Apolli head out in pursuit, with Rekko having to keep Camille from jumping in the Mark II, now painted in AUG colors. Now we get to see something that you don't see often. Char Aznable in a Gundam. Not only a Gundam, but a Gundam painted very, very similar to the original Gundam that he fought so much. Only, for those curious about if you're going to paint a master grade of this, it's a navy blue, not necessarily like black on the chest. Just trust me on that. Now on the Argama, it's pretty much an open secret between Blex and Henkin that Quattro and Char Aznable are the same guy. The Titans pick up on the MS heading towards them, with Jared and other Titans members heading out in Hyzax to respond. Now as for Franklin, Char and his wingmen manage to outmaneuver him, but they get flanked by the Titans, with Quattro taking a hit in the leg, blowing it clean off. This is what I meant about the Mark II not having that great of armor. It can literally just get torn to pieces if you're not careful. Luckily, it's a fast mobile suit, but even so, it is what it is. Gundanium alloy, like what the Rick Diaz have, would probably be better in this particular, instance. Oh, one thing to mention about this entire sequence I'm about to talk about, Half the time that it's going on, Franklin is just fantasizing about his side piece. This dude fucking sucks. God, I feel bad for Camille. He seems like he had a great mom, just who got too absorbed in her work. But man, his dad was a pile of crap. Regardless, on the Argama, Camille grabs one of the other Gundams that Astanaj just took an arm off of to go pursue his dad, and shockingly, Ensign Rekawa just signs off on it. Battle intensifies, and when Camille catches up to his dad, he actually just holds him up at gunpoint. And then, shockingly, Dad starts blasting, so they start blasting at each other. Also, lull at Camille's dad asking if he's always been a good father to him. No. As the battle goes on, Franklin takes a hit to the abdomen of the Rick Diaz, which isn't going to instantly kill the pilot because the cockpit is in the head. But regardless, even though he does manage to get out of the suit, the explosion seemingly kills him. Because, for those who don't know, an explosion at that range will basically tear you apart inside. And even if it didn't kill him, it flings him so hard out into space that there's no way you're going to get him. The Titans at that point signaled to withdraw, and now Camille Bidan is an orphan. At this point, the Argama's plan is to head to Earth. Now, as for the AUG, Emma Sheen is now a member of it on probationary watch. As you'd expect, Camille is about as pissed as you would expect anyone to be, whether you're 17 or 70 losing both of your parents. Thing is, Quattro is pretty blunt about what Camille's only path forward is. Make sure the next generation doesn't suffer the same problem. It's at this point that he opens up a bit about his own past, being coy about the fact that he's Char, but basically using his own experience, given that he went through something kind of similar, to try and get Camille on the right track, to kind of inspire the kid, but it doesn't work. But if nothing else, he did try. The fact of the matter is that the kid's grieving. All you can really do is just wait for him to get out of his system. Because, speaking as someone, I haven't lost any parents, I'm not that old, but having lost grandparents that I was really close to, hearing anything from anybody was the last thing I wanted. And I don't really think that Camille's being bratty for this. Some people do. It's like, well, you've never lost a parent, let alone never lost them in such a tragic way. So I don't want to hear it. This is character development, and this does start the path of Camille changing as a person as the story goes along. Anyway, Jared is over with the normal Federation pilots, and they mock him for being a walking failure with stupid hair. God, I could only imagine what it would be like if Jared was on Twitter. Man, he'd get roasted daily. Anyway, we also see that Jamaicon has only a rough idea of what's going on and where the AUG is headed next. Now, on the Argama, we see Camille, the next day after all the stuff that went on, is working on mobile suit design. And whether he realizes it or not, during this process, he fixes a massive problem for the AUG and their Zeta project by effectively using data from the Rick Diaz and the Gundam Mark II to do the early plotting for what would end up becoming the Zeta Gundam. Astanaj compliments him on his work, but Camille is not one to take credit. Side note, I plan on doing a separate video specifically about the mobile suit that we didn't get for Quattro called the Delta Gundam, to talk about exactly why Camille doing what he did here is such a big deal. Now, regardless, Camille gets nervous about Rekawa talking to Quattro because he's a kid, he's got crushes, there's pretty girls everywhere, it is what it is. And he goes down to talk to Lieutenant Emma instead, mostly curious about how the hell she ended up with the Titans. And sadly, we don't get to hear the story, because he heads out after Rekawa gives him a disc he dropped. He's nervous. He's a kid. Rekawa then chats with Emma for a bit about AUG strategy, and during this conversation she discusses the Colony 30 incident, which I talked about in the last video, but I'll reiterate. This is basically Emma being told about the Side 1 incident. Colony 30 is the one that got gassed. Now, Blex is smart about this, because they're listening in on the conversation. She is on probation, I get it. Let's just hope that they, turn the camera off when she undresses. Or maybe they don't and they sell it on OnlyFans. Who knows? Regardless, Blex knows that Emma has potential to be a huge asset for the AUG as a pilot. Because not only is she skilled enough for them to basically say, hey, you get to pilot a Gundam during her time on the Titans, on top of that, she's a moral person. So they know that she's not going to go back to them. At least, provided they don't screw up. But what he considers while they're having this discussion is taking her to Side 1 to actually show her what happened so she knows the depth of this. Now, back with the Titans, we see Jamaicon trying to recruit, and we see a bunch of what the designation of being a Titan gets them, which, oddly enough, I don't think I've talked about yet. Basically, if you are a Titans member, you're treated as if you are one rank higher than what you are, including the benefits of that higher rank, like more paid holidays, etc. Lila, on the other hand, uses it to roast Jared because he didn't work for that, but Jamaicon still puts Jared in charge because that 5 head he has doesn't contain a bigger brain, but also Jared is actually going to be considered a higher rank than her. Lieutenant Commander is only 1 rank above Lieutenant in the Federation military, whereas Jared would actually be treated like a commander. Now, she still mocks him, then Jared tries to hit her and gets beat up for his troubles because Jared sucks. And then Lila calls him out on the fact that he sucks. Funnily enough, though, Jared is willing to admit that he sucks for a second, swallow his pride, and try to learn from Lila on how to become a better pilot. Now, the next move for the AUG is an attack on the Titans' defense satellites, while they prep Ensign Rekawa to head to Earth on an assignment. Quattro launches in the Mark II with Apolli and Roberto on his wing as usual. Unfortunately for them, the Titans are in pursuit. Now, even with a Gym 2 on him, Quattro wrecks the satellite without much issue. The thing is, they still need to send out Rekawa in her shuttle, so Camille is wanting to cover her in his one-armed Gundam after he had, eyed her boobs earlier. As the units clash, Jared gets a view of Lila's skills and confidence in battle as she manages to take out Gym 2s from the other AUG ship that was with them called the Mont Blanc. Now, I do a breakdown, but this is just a Salamis-class ship, specifically called the Salamis Kai. But the only real difference is that instead of a normal Salamis, this can carry up to 4 mobile suits. It's not really a huge upgrade. It's effectively the same ship with a hangar bay. Either way, Lila takes out the Mont Blanc as well, showing that she is quite a talented pilot. Now on Earth, during this battle, we see an old friend. Amuro Ray is here! Everybody clap! Now what's wild about this is that Amuro is at his pretty swank house on Earth, and he can sense the battle in space. But he also feels during it that he's being called to. Something to think about. Also, Jared and Camille get into it again, and as you would expect, Jared loses. So now it's 2-0 in Camille's favor because Jared still sucks. Either way, Rekawa manages to get to Earth as sparks and trails of light are seen as the remnants of the Mont Blanc are sadly incinerated in the atmosphere. Back with the Titans, I feel like a broken record in saying that Jared's getting mocked for sucking, but that's what's happening. Thing is, Lila does give the heads up that the Argama is not to be underestimated, and that the crew may be new types. Though she's not completely wrong, there's at least one confirmed on board. Jamaicon says that new types are media hype. As for the AUG, they're making Camille an official pilot given his skills that he's displayed thus far. Camille's not sold on it, but he and Quattro bond over the soldiering aspect. Now, quick note for future reference. You've probably noticed that the AUG does field their own Gym 2s. If you're curious how you can tell AUG model from Federation, here we go. The AUG model on the left has a green chest. The Federation model has a red one. That's it. How did both sides get them? Well, that's actually even simpler to explain. Anaheim Electronics sells to both sides of the war. Back with the Titans, Lila pushes for the idea of attacking the AUG from 2 sides, and Jamaicon relents. She also gets flirtatious with Jared for some strange reason. Thing is, she was right to make the call, considering they managed to get a bead on the Argama around Side 1. Oh, the call about the strategy, not flirting with Jared. That's never a good idea. Now, what Blex mentioned about Emma seeing Side 1 for herself is coming to fruition here. Camille comes to Colony 30 as well, and it's about what you would expect. All of the dead here are mummified. It wasn't just rioters that were killed. Everyone was killed, and the bodies were just left there to rot. As you'd imagine, Emma and Camille are mortified by it. Unfortunately for the AUG, Lila and a couple of her men are on their tail. Now, when Emma and Quattro are talking, we start to see his father's philosophy start to rear its head. We talked about it in my 1-year war vids, but I might as well bring up the philosophy of Arism. I mispronounced it in the original vid. And its popularity among Spacenoids. The general idea is, one, that humanity is meant to leave Earth and head to the stars as it continues to evolve. Though he doesn't try to shove the ideology down Emma's throat, It is worth noting that Quattro still held that particular belief of his father, and it's one that we'll continue to talk about up until a certain point within the Universal Century, around Hathaway's Flash. He obviously believes in new type theories still, considering, well, he is one. Hardly a theory at this point. While exploring the colony and stumbling on another sad sight of a dead mother and their child, Camille gets confronted by Lila, then held at gunpoint. As this goes on, Lila uses Camille as a shield during what can best be called an aggressive philosophical debate, where Quattro basically proposes that the Earth Federation is becoming the next zombie family. I mean, given that you're inside of a colony that was hit with G3 gas, which, might I remind you all, is the exact same kind that Zeon used on Island Ifish at Side 2. You know, the one where they lied to Seema Garahau? Yeah, the parallels are there. I think it's sort of self-evident. Lila gets away, and everyone gets back to their ships and mobile suits. Camille, of course, heads out in the Mark II, with the Rick Diaz suits covering his back. Now, oddly enough, during the fight, Camille tries to talk Lieutenant Lila down, but has no luck. At this point, Camille just toasts one of Lila's wingmen like he's nothing. The Titans, of course, are aware of the battle, but they want to wait until the AUG uses up their resources, much to Jared's chagrin. Oddly enough, 0083 paralleled this in the end of Operation Stardust, if you remember. So effectively speaking, when it comes to the canon of Titans strategy, they don't come rushing in to aid their allies. They wait till their allies expend everybody else's stuff, then they try to come in and mop up because they're bullies. During the battle, we get to see how good Camille actually is, though, as he outmaneuvers Lila and then kills her. Jared has himself a cry, while the AUG cheers Camille's success, even though Camille's still pretty reserved about the whole thing. Another quick side note. You all know I don't like Zeta's new translation movies, but I have to say one thing I do love is in the fight between Lila and Camille, it has Camille literally duplicate the iconic Char kick. Nice little ode to the mentor here. After Side 1, the Argama's headed for the moon, and Camille's being a big baby, while Emma and Quattro pry about Camille's feelings about becoming a pilot. Camille's throwing up walls here about the fact that he had to kill Lila, plus being fluffed up as a new type. Emma, as you'd expect, sees right through him. As they're going through the halls, Emma tells Camille about the fact that she's actually met Amuro Ray, the person that Camille is constantly being compared to, in the past, when he helped her out with some car trouble. Her theory is that, after meeting Amuro, she's of the opinion that Amuro wants to be out there in space, in an environment like the Argama. At that point, there's also some back and forth over whether or not Emma has met Char as well, which is kind of an odd back and forth, but it's still hinting at maybe Quattro is Char, maybe he's not, even though we, the audience, know he is. At this point, they get attacked. Jared heads out in a Garibaldi Beta to try and find the Argama and the AUG's hiding spot, and both Camille and Quattro head out. Now, we've got another Camille and Jared fight here. Quattro moves in to back him up, but other Titan suits come in to reinforce Jared. Camille and Jared go toe-to-toe for a bit, with Jared managing to take out Camille's rifle. All in all, the two actually have a really good fight here, where Jared is actually able to match Camille strike for strike. I am going to give this fight a draw, though, in our counter, though the Mark II's damaged leg could have been something that gave Jared an edge as it went on, but we never got to see it, so that's where I'm leaving it. Now, on Amon City, on the moon, Quattro meets up with someone who knew him from his Zeon days, who gives him info on Axis. Specifically, it's moving and headed towards the Earth sphere. On top of that, Basque is also moving the colony of Green Noah 2, which we also know as Gryps, though we don't know why yet. He's also told to meet a guy named Wong Lee from Anaheim Electronics at McDaniel's, a burger joint. Now, I hear McDaniel's isn't half bad. The number 3 is pretty good specifically. It's called a Bernie with fries.
Move this man!
Sorry. Anyway, as for the Titans, they're getting shortchanged on supplies because lol. Oh, and Jamaicon throws Jared in the brig because also lol. Before that, though, Kakarkon lets Jared know that he might be headed to face the Argama, and he'll tell them to get Jared out if he needs help. Now, out on the moon's surface, Camille and Emma are chatting it up as they're hanging out in a jeep, but they're found by Kakarkon's team. As for Wong, he wants to know why Quattro's against an attack on Jaburo, which he explains that A, they'd be caught in a gravity well and be at a disadvantage, and B, Gryps is the juicier target to him, considering that's where the Titans seem to be dug in like ticks. Wong disagrees, wanting to go for the head of the Federation rather than the head of the Titans. It's at this point that we hear Karaba mentioned, the Earth's support for the AUG, but no more than a name drop. As you'd expect, the Titans attack Camille and Emma on foot. Also, I love how in the English dub, Emma calls Kakrakan Cockrakon. I find it funny. Either way, a defunct Haro manages to save Camille's life by absolute chance, and the gunfight continues with Camille managing to get back in their Jeep, grabbing Emma and getting out of there. It's at this point we see some activity on Earth. Specifically, we see Ensign Rekoa as she's scouting out the area around Jaburo in South America. Unfortunately for her, she's caught by Federation soldiers, but gets some help from none other than Kai Shiden. Yeah, he gets them to back off and reveals that now, Kai is no longer in the military, but is a freelance journalist. Well, good for him, I guess. As for the Titans, we find out that the Earth's been skimping on supplies for everyone in space, not just the Titans. Jamaicon, being dumb, accuses the Federation officer he's speaking with of supporting the AUG, in which she states the obvious. If we were, we'd have shot you, you dumbass. You can tell I don't like Jamaicon very much either. We find Camille fixing up the Haro, and it calls Camille Amuro. So yep, this is the Haro. What are the odds? Also, Camille gets slapped for being a little shit. Now at this point on Earth, Kai tells Rekoa that Jaburo is no longer the Earth's headquarters, but the problem that they have is that it would take 4 days for Rekoa to get back to her shuttle to let the AUG know, and they're actually invading in 1 day. So what Kai proposes is that they use Jaburo's equipment. Regardless, Emma at this point drags Camille to the meeting with Wong, who just, when he sees him, fucking smacks him in the face and starts beating the shit out of him for being late. A fist fight happens with plenty of smack talk, but Wong wins, and Wong does actually have a point. Camille has a job to do, and he needs to stay focused. At the same time, Wong is a douchebag for giving a concussion to one of your best pilots. After he wakes up, Camille's confused as all hell about why he got no backup from Quattro and Emma. Camille then refuses to suit up, and Emma just smacks him. Quattro then gives advice that I swear I've heard from several military vets at this point, including my own father. And yes, when I was being a little shit as a kid, he told me this.
If you want to stop getting hit, then just stop screwing up.
Ultimately, Camille needs to stop acting like a kid and just be responsible. That's what's being asked of him here. Now at this point, we get to see what the resupply of the AUG includes, and it is a beauty. We see Quattro hopping out of a gold and blue Gundam-looking mobile suit. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Hyakushiki. The MSN 00100 Hyakushiki is 21.4 meters of gold and blue, and one of Casval Daikun's most iconic suits. The term Hyakushiki means Type 100 in Japanese, because its developer wanted to create a mobile suit whose design would last for 100 years. In-universe developer, not the actual, creator of the mobile suit in real life. Part of the Zeta project, it was originally designed as the Delta Gundam. More on that another time, but during initial testing, they couldn't make a transformation gimmick into a mobile armor form, which was called the Wave Rider, work properly. So, after being given data from the Mark II, Anaheim reworked it into the non-transforming high-performance Hyakushiki, which maintained some of the same aesthetics of the Delta Gundam, like the binders on its back. As for the gold on it, this is an anti-beam coating that gives extra protection from beam weaponry, on top of it using the same Gundarium Gamma alloy that a Rick Diaz uses. As for the weapons, it uses 60mm Vulcan cannons in the head, Natch, 2 beam sabers, mounted on its back, an EPAC beam rifle, a 300mm clay bazooka, which is the same one that the Rick Diaz has, which is basically standard armament for AUG mobile suits. If you hear me mention a clay bazooka, it's the same one that the Rick Diaz uses. And it also could use a hardpoint mounted shield if it so chose, but Quattro never does. Spoilers, I guess. As for the head, it actually had a dual eye system like a Gundam does, but also had something called the IDE system, which means the Image Directive Encode, that allows its aim to be incredibly precise. When it's in use, you'll actually see scanning patterns across the visor instead of its eyes. In the new translation film, you would also see the Hyakushiki flash this whenever Quattro would speak as well. It also uses sealant launchers in the hands like the Rick Diaz as well, which can launch sealant, which, duh, but can also launch out flares and even dummy mobile suits. Now, some of you might be asking, Is this a Gundam? The best answer I have is kinda. The Zeta Project was responsible for creating several Gundams, but not all of them looked like Gundams or were called Gundams past a certain point, like the Rick Diaz technically being the Gamma Gundam. Well, not technically, it is, but they never call it a Gundam, they just call it the Rick Diaz. The Delta Gundam, which the Hyakushiki was based off of, never actually was produced. There's no physical Delta Gundam ever. Well, not until many years later, where the design was remade into a different concept called the Delta Plus, which is a Gundam, and is called as such in Unicorn Gundam, which is where it debuted. There's also another one called the Gundam Delta Kai that also came from that used prototype fin funnels, a technology we're going to talk about way later. The Hyakushiki, though, even though it is related to these two mobile suits, is not called a Gundam. So that brings into the question, what the fuck does Gundam even mean? For better or worse, Gundams are meant to be experimental high-performance units that are both meant to do big damage as combat machines, but also test out experimental weapons and concepts that could then be turned into mass-production mobile suits that we would see later on. The original Gundam was meant to create a general-purpose, mid-range mobile suit that tested if beam weaponry could work on a smaller scale. It succeeded, and thus we got the GIMs, all of them, which of course follow the RX-78 line. There were other suits that weren't Gundams, but were on par with the performance of the RX-78 too, like the GIM Sniper 2. The Hyakushiki, for me at least, is in the area of the GIM Sniper 2, in the sense that it doesn't qualify as a Gundam, per se. But it's so high-performing that in the right hands, you can do damage like a Gundam can do. And its performance is similar to that of other Gundams. It is easily comparable to the Gundam Mark II. It might actually be the better machine. Now, for example, and what I mean by this, if we go back and look at 0080 War in the Pocket, we see the GIM Sniper 2, again, a mobile suit that is comparable to the RX-78 2 in regards of performance, get absolutely fucking owned. Like it wasn't even there by a Xeon suit. But in the hands of the White Dingo team down on Earth, the GIM Sniper 2 was one of the most fearsome units you could run across in the field. The same idea with the Hyakushiki. It is effectively, as I see it, a cousin to the Gundam series of mobile suits. It has a lot of the same design mechanics to it. But it's not alone in this, in the sense that the Nero mobile suit in Gundam Sentinel was based on another Gundam from the Zeta Project. And then the Riggsy from Char's Counterattack and the Riesel from Gundam Unicorn are actually attempts to mass-produce a Gundam that we will see later on, known as the Zeta Gundam. Now, quick side note. I've mentioned it before, I will mention it again. I do plan on doing a video talking about how effectively the Zeta Gundam changed how the Federation looked at mobile suit production, but that's a whole nother video. Anyway, Quattro gets Apolli and Roberto caught up on things, and the Titans end up spotting them. We also see that Apolli and Roberto got new Rick Diaz units as well in the red Quattro color. Camille then hops into the Mark II with Haro to catch up to them. Now, while Jamaicon is talking trash to people, we see another new mobile suit on the deck of the Titan's ship that he's on. This mean-looking Zeonic-style mobile suit is called the Marasai. The RMS-108 Marasai is one of the earliest second-generation suits ever made. Obviously created with principles from Zeon, this suit has similarities to suits such as the Zaku II and the Goof in its design philosophy. The mono-eye, the shoulder shield, the spiked shoulder, etc. However, it also utilized technologies that we saw in Gundams, such as the movable frame from the Mark II, plus this actually uses Gundanium alloy for the armor, instead of the alloys that are used in the Mark II and the Hyzak, which aren't as durable. On top of that, this 20.5 meter monster was also lighter than the Hyzak on top of it, also sporting a much more powerful reactor. Armament-wise, it used twin Vulcan guns in the head, I'm assuming 60mm, an EPAC beam rifle, a shoulder-mounted shield which had two beam sabers attached on the back side of the shield, and could also use weaponry that a later mobile suit called the Gabfleet could use, in a long-range sniper rifle called a Fedayeen rifle, and what's called a Sea Serpent, which is a grappling weapon capable of delivering electrical shocks to enemy units. Anyway, Jamaicon is pressing the Anaheim representative, but the rep doesn't fold because Jamaicon sucks. Basically, the idea is that, yeah, we are going to continue to supply you because the Federation pays us, dummy. Do we think you're necessarily going to win? Ha! Let's just wait till the check clears. Out in the field, Kakarkon starts prepping for combat as Camille meets up with Quattro, and they've arrived at Granada on the moon. The plan is simple. They need to capture a Titan's vessel. That's the mission. It's here that we actually see a Federation-colored Hyzak for the first time. There it is. Looks kind of neat. Anyway, Camille and Quattro head in for close-quarters combat, and the Federation officers try to counterattack. Oh, and Camille forgot to take the safety off his gun, and he freaks out. Yeah. As for the Titans, they attack the hangar where the AUG is stationed simultaneously, and Camille actually senses it. Quattro, however, doesn't, and keeps up the pressure on the Federation. Emma and other AUG pilots over at the Argama try to launch to hold off the Titans, with Emma taking out another Rick Diaz. After the gunfight, Quattro realizes that the Titan's strategy that Camille's telling him makes perfect sense, and he realizes that Camille's actually right. So what happens is Camille takes off in the Mark II to back up Emma, who is mixing it up with Kakrakan. Believe it or not, we see another mobile suit here that makes a cameo appearance, but we're going to break it down anyway. This is the humble, yet awesome, Nemo. Or Nemo. The MSA-003 Nemo is a humble successor to the Gym 2 and the Gym Sniper 2. These grunt suits are specifically made for the AUG as sort of a Gym 2.5, in the same way that the Hyzak and the Marasai are kind of attempts at being a Zaku 2.5. This one also sports an internal movable frame like the Mark II and the Hyakushiki do. As such, it's a very versatile suit. And one benefit that you get from a movable frame that I admittedly forgot to mention earlier is the fact that this thing can be used just about anywhere without needing special equipment. You can use it in the Arctic, you can use it in space, so on and so forth. Its thruster layout is also based on the Gym Sniper 2, with some of the engineers of that suit having worked on the Nemo, thus the similarities. It also uses Gundarium alloy, which of course is cost-effective for Anaheim at the time, because they were using the same type of material for the Marasais. This is also probably why we see them rolled out at the same time. As for weapons, we got our 60mm Vulcan guns, we have twin beam sabers mounted on the lower back beneath the thrusters, plus it can use the clay bazooka, it can use a 170mm cannon, similar to the 180mm in the One-Year War that we saw the Gundam ground type use, but the magazine feed on the 170mm is underneath the gun. Plus it uses its own beam rifle, can use a 90mm bullpup machine rifle, a gym rifle, the gun cannon's sniper rifle as well, and of course it has a hardpoint shield. Personally, I also really like its paint scheme. If you're a model kit builder like me and you want a fun grunt suit to customize, you can't go wrong with its master grade. It's pretty goddamn good. Back with the fight, it's pretty fierce, with Emma and Kakrakan going back and forth. Thing is, Emma tries to use cover to get the drop on him, but it gives away her position when she moves her bazooka just a little bit. At this point, she takes a hard hit and loses the arm of the Rick Diaz. However, she gets bailed out by Camille, who takes over the fight on top of fighting another Hyzak simultaneously. He manages to drop one of them, and then Kakrakan flees. Emma and Camille argue, with Camille basically confirming to us in the audience that he's a new type like Amuro and Quattro, but as we saw in comparison senses-wise, he's much more sensitive to emotional pressure than Quattro is. As for Earth, Rekko and Kai have found Jabiro's entrance, and head to try and get a message to the AUG. Now at this point, the prep begins for the descent to Earth. Astanage lets Emma and Camille know the AUG has completed a Wave Rider shuttle based on Camille's specs for the Zeta Gundam, which is still being worked on. As for the assault itself, according to Quattro, they'll be assaulting Jabiro with around 80 mobile suits and 10 ships. As for the Titans, they're still throwing a tantrum about Anaheim helping the AUG, and Jared's going to be able to sortie again with Kakrakan leading the squad. As the Argama leaves Granada, the two attack, backed by several Hyzak suits. Oh, and Wong eats shit. That's pretty great. Now, one note about this fight is we see the flechette rounds of the Mark II's bazooka in action. Goes without saying, as you can see, they have quite a spread. Another thing we also see is that Quattro actually spots a Titan pilot in a mobile suit from the original Gundam show's MSV book. But we've never broken this one down, so this is a Zaku. Specifically a Zaku reconnaissance type. The MS-06E Zaku Recon type is a variation of the Zaku 2, with specialized cameras meant to do, well, recon. It's kind of in the name. Now, if you're wondering why this is necessary, keep in mind that Minovsky particles exist. And with these things in the air, you can't really rely on your sensors as much. Rather, you have to use visual confirmation. Given that this is a Zaku 2 with a bunch of high magnification cameras on it, you can see how it could be a difference maker if used properly. Now, weapons-wise, it just carries a 120mm machine gun and a shield when it's deployed, though admittedly you could equip it with any Zaku 2 equipment. Thing is, this is a One-Year War mobile suit, and that's a Hyakushiki. piloted by a guy who's totally not the Red Comet. I say that with my tongue buried firmly in the cheek on my face, and Quattro tackles the guy and kills him fast and quiet. Oh, we should probably talk about the Petite Mobiles too. The Petite Mobile is classified as a junior mobile suit, and these little guys are basically construction units. However, you can attach a hyper beam gun on them if you need a little firepower. More often than not, though, they weren't equipped with weapons, given that they were just civilian-use machines. I couldn't even find, like, a model number for them or anything. They're just called Petite Mobiles. As for the battle itself, Camille fights both Jared and Kakrikon simultaneously, and manages to defeat Jared again, this time with a dust cloud combined with Flechette. Yeah, the idiot thinks that he knows what Camille's doing, charges into a cloud of dust, and literally eats Flechette round. He's so fucking stupid. Anyway, rack up another W for Camille. What's hilarious about this win is that they actually had Camille on the back foot with hit and run tactics. But Jared sucks. Now, Kakrikon fares a little better, but has to disengage when Wong, in a Petite Mobile, and Quattro join the fight to get Camille and head back to the Argama, because the mission's more important than this little scuffle. At this point, it's all hands on deck for Jabro, though a single mobile suit is spotted. We find out that this mobile suit is attacking a shuttle that has none other than Bright Noah on board. Immediately, Quattro and Camille spring into action, with some new tech called the Mega Bazooka Launcher as well. Now, I talked about this when I broke down the Yakushiki. This is just that big-ass cannon I was talking about. Now, the mobile suit attacking this shuttle is one we haven't seen before, piloted by a man with purple hair. This is the man from Jupiter, Paptimus Shirako, and he engages Camille and Quattro once he sees them. Quattro fires the Mega Beam Cannon, but he's feeling a strange pressure that effectively makes him shake so much that you'd think he's absolutely fucking pants-shittingly scared of this guy, which we've literally never seen Char act this way, let's be honest. Now, I'll just tell you right now, spoilers, Shirako's a new type, and he's a very powerful one. So Quattro misses him, but manages to drive him off. Now, on a positive note, they saved the civilian shuttle. Plus, you see something that you're not going to see every day. Quattro Bagina finally meets one of the men that he chased during the 1-year war face to face, and finally gets to shake his hand. Camille wants to shake Captain Bright's hand too, but he gets glomped on by Fa Yuri. This is cute, but bad news. Her parents have been taken by the Titans, and she was saved by Bright. Now, at some point I'm going to need to do a video on the Jupiter Energy Fleet and its significance in Gundam, but for now, I'll tell you guys just about Paptimus. His rank in the Titans is actually different depending on which version of Zeta you're watching. In the films, he's actually a colonel, but here on the show, he's a captain. Shirako is almost a dark reflection of Camille. Both of them have similarities in that they're both new types, very powerful ones, and both have mobile suit design chops. The fact is that the mobile suits that Shirako uses in this show are ones that he designed, and on top of that, we also saw the psychic pressure that Quattro was being affected by. Now, the key spots that we notice where Camille and Shirako have major differences in how they're polar opposites of one another comes to how they interact with other people. As we see, Camille is incredibly socially awkward, bordering on what a lot of people think is autism. Now, one thing that needs to be said about this, the whole thing about the translation of him saying, "I'm an autistic child," apparently that is a mistranslation. So here I am once again debunking urban legends in Gundam. But regardless, you can kind of see how people would assume that due to his antisocial nature and overall lack of charisma and ability to actually hold a decent conversation. I mean, if we made Camille into a Dungeons & Dragons character, if he tried to do a charisma check, not only would he probably fail it, he would probably somehow consistently roll ones and find himself constantly getting into fights with people he's just trying to buy vegetables from. Meanwhile, as for Paptimus, he is ridiculously charismatic. Now, that's a major plot point as it goes on, but you just need to know that for now, that he's really good at manipulating people, especially women. Regardless, at this point of the story, change is going to happen. On the Argama, it's announced that Bright is going to be taking over the ship and command of it. Bright is also pretty pleased to see Aharo, and Fa is in charge of handing out meals, and she's worried that the Titans are going to target Mirai and her children. Now, one thing to mention about Bright is he doesn't think that this is the Haro, because Haros actually got sold as just a commercial item, and they all basically called people Amuro and Bright. But it could still be the original, you never really know. You'd have to find Tamino and see what he says about it. Regardless, in a one-on-one meeting later on with Quattro, Bright admits that he's worried that his family is at Jaburo. So what he does is he draws Quattro a map of the facility so he can find them and get them out of there during the operation. Now, some people are probably going to go, well, wait a minute. Quattro's been in Jaburo before. It could be assumed that buildings got moved around and things along those lines in the 7 years that he's been there. Regardless, as for Paptimus and the Federation, Paptimus is being a dick around them and their Hyzak units. He explains that the Masala is a unit that he developed, like I mentioned earlier, and he just attacked Bright's shuttle as a test. So let's talk about this big old thing. The PMX-000 Masala, as Pap Schmier just described, is a mobile suit of his design. The suit is notable in Gundam history, given that it is the first one that we see to successfully have the ability to change from a mobile suit to a mobile armor. The suit is also a Ben-Hur reference, with it being named after Ben-Hur's rival from the film. The thing is a speed demon, designed with Jupiter's gravity in mind. Made from Gundanium alloy, this thing stands just barely over 30 meters tall, weighing almost 90 tons at max weight. Now, though the max thrust is listed at being just over 1G, that's probably not accurate given the 6 rocket thrusters and 8 verniers it sports on its frame. I'm thinking it's probably around 1G in Jupiter's gravity. It's probably much faster, anywhere else. As for the weaponry, it carries 2 beam sabers, 1 in each wrist. It also has 2 megaparticle cannons on its back thrusters, a 9-2 missile pod on each shoulder, plus the claws that it has there can be used as melee weapons. There's also a 3-round grenade launcher on each claw, plus Vulcan guns on the claws as well. Needless to say, the suit is armed to the teeth and absolutely monstrous.
Hey there, Editing Shirtlad here. In this section, we also see the Zaku Cannon, a Zeon 1-year war mobile suit we surprisingly didn't get to break down, now in the hands of the Federation. This one somewhat slipped through the cracks during scripting, so I thought I'd fill in for Micah and talk a little bit about this model. The MSO6K Zaku Cannon is a ground-use artillery mobile suit, which was based on the Zaku 2 ground-type Zeta and purpose-built for mid to long-ranged combat, filling the same role as the GM cannon on the Federation side. Its namesake is the large 180mm cannon mounted on its backpack, although it could additionally equip most of the standard-issue weaponry used by Zaku 2s, being commonly seen with the 120mm Zaku machine gun. Its backpack also features 2 smoke dischargers, and a pair of twin rocket launchers named the Big Guns can be mounted on its sides. In the MSVR design series, we're also shown that this mobile suit can replace its cannon with a Gatling gun chambered in 120mm. After the 1-year war, some got into the Federation's hands, which is why you saw them in the hangar. Unfortunately, these won't see much action in Zeta. Now, back to you, Micah.
Now, at this point, the AUG has begun the prep for the trip to Earth, whereas the Titans are testing Balut packs for re-entry into Earth since the upcoming battle will put them in the Earth's gravity well. As for the Mark II, it now has that flying armor of its own that I mentioned earlier for re-entry, though the rest of the suits that the AUG are going to be using will be using the Balut systems to enter the atmosphere. Though the AUG manages to launch their suits, Shirako begins an attack of his own in the Masala, destroying one of the AUG's ships in a single shot, and then destroys another. Now, this is where a screw-up happens. Bright wants Camille to counterattack against the Masala, but Emma jumps the gun and goes after the Masala on her own, even though she's supposed to be spearheading the attack on the Earth, on top of her just not receiving anyone's transmissions. It's not really specified whether or not she's just ignoring them or if they're not getting through. I tend to say not getting through because it's kind of against her character to just ignore the word of her other soldiers. It's just not in her nature. Something must have been going on with the Rick Diaz's communication systems. Regardless, at this point, Quattro joins Emma and Camille to give them a hand, because Lord knows they're going to need help. At this point, Paptimus lops an arm off of the Rick Diaz, and the fight is on. Emma's sent back to the Argama, and the Argama spots the rest of the Titans. Bright has the suits stick to the plan, though, deducing that they're really only going to need about 2/3 of the number of suits that they're deploying to actually take Jaburo. Now, Jared and Kakrakan join the melee, and at this point, Shirako takes that as his point to pull out. Now, one thing worth mentioning is that Emma really doesn't want to retreat, but she has no choice. You can't descend to Earth with an arm missing. It's a major structural weakness. even if your suit's made of Gundanium alloy. She does relent, but you can tell it hurts her pride. Also, Emma gets an earful from Bright, but it's Bright. He's correct. Nobody knows this situation better than him. Either way, Camille wisely drags Kakarkan and Jared into the atmosphere during the fight with them, with Camille warning Kakarkan that this will kill him, and during the process, Kakarkan's Balut opens automatically. Thing is, he's too close to Camille. It tears, and he gets roasted in the atmosphere. On the way down, Camille toasts another Hyzak as well, remarking on how unfair it feels at this point. For all we know, he's probably been shooting them off screen, because this is between episodes here. Either way, the assault is on. We also see as the attack begins that Rekkawa and Kai got captured. As for the Titans, they are throwing everything they can at the AUG, including one-year war tech, like the Gym Cannon, the Zaku Tank, the Goof Flight Test Type, and the Saberfish, plus Gun Cannon 2. Fuck, I didn't break down any of these during the one-year war, did I? Rapid fire on the one-year war stuff. Get ready, folks. The MS-07H4 Goof Flight Test Type. It's a goof that was supposed to fly, but this one sucked at it. It has finger guns on the arms, but it can use other Xeon weapons like the 180mm rocket cannon and a 3060mm giant bazooka. Doesn't have the melee stuff by default, but it can equip it. MS-06V Zaku Tank. It's a Zaku that tanks. Has a 3-barrel 35mm machine cannon and can use handheld weapons from a Zaku 2, and also had claw arms for civilian use or to just hit people with them. The FFS-3 Saberfish. It's a fighter craft, and that's about it. It has 25mm Vulcan guns and can use anti-ship missiles or standard ones. The RGC-80 Gym Cannon. It is a Gym that cannons. It can use any Gym weapons, but obviously has a big fuck-off 240mm artillery cannon over its shoulder. Okay, this next one I will do more detail on. The RMV-1 Gun Tank 2 is, well, the successor to the Gun Tank. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It has 120mm low recoil cannons on the head, 180mm quad rocket pods on the right arm, a triple missile launcher on the left arm, and a 60mm machine gun on the bottom right side. It is a shockingly simple suit. At this point, it's pretty much just a mobile weapons platform.
Then there's the Gym Sniper Custom, which gets about as much screen time as the Zaku 2 Recon type in this show. Just like the Gym Cannon, this is a variant of the original GM, featured in the MSV Design series. Despite the name, it is quite modular, courtesy of its many hardpoints, making it a rather popular suit for ace pilots. Effectively, this is the progenitor for the later Gym Sniper 2, as well as the high-end Gym Custom. Aside from the weapons of the standard RGM-79, it could also use two types of beam sniper rifles, a twin beam gun, and a low-powered yet compact beam handgun. It additionally comes with a beam saber mounted on its forearm. In the MSVR series, we also get to see it outfitted with a pair of missile launchers, further emphasizing how customizable this mobile suit is. It's definitely an impressive machine for the little we see of it.
Okay, back to the assault. The AUG makes landfall and makes pretty quick work of the old one-year war suits. Camille, though, gets a bit shell-shocked, dealing with the kills he's racking up, and during the battle he sees a monkey child clutching the hand of its now dead mother, which the mother monkey has been reduced to a gory mess. Then Jared shoots it because he's a fuck. Goes without saying the battle is fierce all over, with both sides taking substantial losses in the initial assault. Camille, Quattro, Apolli, and Roberto are out front taking the lead, and Quattro notes the light defenses. The Federation's plan is simple. They're going to detonate a nuke to kill everyone since Jabiro's long abandoned. Luckily, Camille has his spider sense, and he can actually sense Rekkawa and Kai during the assault. Also, Jared goes after Quattro. Lol, that goes about as you'd expect. He runs pretty quick. He then loses an arm to Camille when he tries to pick a fight with him, but he still tries to press the attack, but seems to not understand the basic concept that Camille's rifle can be reloaded. The battle ends in a draw since they blast each other away, but it's genuinely wild how dumb Jared is. Regardless, everyone's gotta get out or they're dead. So what Quattro does is he orders the forces to get on their ships and get the fuck out of there. As for Camille, he manages to find Rekkawa and Kai and gets them out of there safely. As for Jared, he literally leaves a bunch of wounded soldiers behind to try and get on an evacuation ship, and he's oddly enough grabbed by a woman with bluish-green hair. So he manages to fail into success once again, and he's still a fucking prick. Oh, fuck. God damn it. During this fight, the gun cannon heavy type shows up. Motherfucker! Anyway, the RX-77-3 gun cannon heavy custom is another MSV suit from the 1 year war that shows up here. There's no core block on it, and this is one of the few ones developed from a mass production test that didn't go anywhere. Has 60mm Vulcan guns, 240mm cannons on the shoulders. Beam cannons can be fitted on it. Plus, it used both the gun cannon beam rifle, the Jim 2's beam rifle, and can use hand grenades. Ugh! No mobile suit left behind. Okay, regardless, the AU guys make it out safely, with Camille and Quattro barely escaping with their lives. The bomb goes off, taking everyone still in Jaburo with it. Though there were a lot of staff from the Federation that escaped, during the course of this, we saw that a lot of Federation soldiers were just sacrificed to either try and kill the AUG, or were left behind because they're too wounded to go. They didn't even prioritize their fucking wounded! Oh, by the way, we also see an old friend in a white ship from Karuba. Hayato Kobayashi's back! Oh yeah, there's probably going to be nuclear fallout in a major rainforest. Awesome! We're probably going to get mutant three-headed piranhas now. I blame Jared for this. Up at Gryps, Jamitov Hyman has come to Gryps to basically see what the Titans are up to after he found out about what happened to Jaburo. Basically, they're moving Gryps from its original position to Luna 2, fortifying the hell out of it, showing that Wong's push for attacking Jaburo was a massive fucking mistake based on shitty intel. So yeah, Wong might have money, but this guy right here, he is a fuckstick when it comes to military strategy. He knows nothing about it. He's fucking stupid. I don't know if Wong has fans, but if you exist, you're wrong. Now at this point, we see some familiar faces. Amuro is once again in Federation uniform, and he's here to meet some friends. Frau Bo is here. With her are Katz, Kika, and Let's, the original war orphans from the original series. Now, the kids have all grown up at this point, for better or worse. Frau and Hayato are married at this point, they've adopted the war orphans, and now she's pregnant with Hayato's kid. As for Amuro, we get the info that the guy is basically a prisoner in his own home, his servants likely being Federation spies. Now, if you're wondering, how the fuck did Amuro get a mansion? Well, like Bright said a little bit earlier, there were a lot of Haros made and put up for sale. Take a wild fucking guess who owns the patent to that. Yeah, Amuro is stupid rich at this point. Regardless, Cats choose out Amuro for not getting into the fight that's going on, but Amuro's basically stuck there under the label of being a quote-unquote dangerous new type. At this point, Hayato's escorting the AUG to the Kennedy spaceport after the fight, with 40 pilots needing to head to space. As for Karuba, they won't be able to stay at Kennedy long, with Hayato stating that they'll be heading to Northern Europe. Sadly, we don't see a reunion of Kai and Hayato, but Kai does pass on a note to his old friend. Now, if you freeze frame the image, it's a pretty pleasant letter, with Kai talking about how jealous he is about not having kids, not being hitched, and it's kind of obvious he misses the old crew. Oh, he also sees through Char like the guy is transparent, and Kai just simply is not going to work with his old enemy in the same way that Hayato is going to. Either way, Karaba calculates a launch window of about 40 minutes, and Quattro gives the official order so that the Titans won't get their hands on AUG stuff. As expected, they are hot on the AUG's heels with another new mobile suit piloted by Major Buran Blowtorch. Blutarch. No relation. Anyway, this suit is the Ashamar. The NRX-044 Ashamar is another Titans mobile suit with both MS and mobile armor functionality. It was developed by the Oakland New Type Lab after the 1 year war, and is officially the first mobile weapon capable of flight in Earth's atmosphere on its own power, without the help of a subflight system. Now you might be asking, well, what about the Masala? Well, the difference is it can't fly on Earth, so that's the distinction. Anyway, this donut has a very Xeon aesthetic to it, with its head honestly looking like it's a relative of the Dom and the Rick Dom. As for its weapons, it's pretty standard. It has a long beam rifle specifically made for itself that's usable in either mobile suit mode or mobile armor mode. It can also use the same beam rifle as the Hyzak and the Marasai. On top of that, its systems are also compatible with beam sabers from other mobile suits. But in melee, it will usually just punch shit. Regardless, Quattro gets shown Kai's letter, with him denying that he's Char. Hayato calls his bluff, Camille agrees that Char should just take charge and be Char and do Char things, but Quattro won't own up to it. Then Camille just fucking punches him. At this point, Char surprisingly doesn't hit him back, but does mention the idea of feeling shame about his current situation. We'll go over this later though, since the Titans just got here. Quattro and Camille get suited up, but one of the shuttles takes a hit and blows up. At this point, the remaining shuttle, piloted by Apolly, continues the countdown, and they move the AUG suits off location, with Roberto, Camille, and Quattro staying behind to hold off the Titans. The Ashamar does manage to cause some trouble, and something horrible happens. Unexpectedly, Roberto takes a hit, and sadly loses his life. Even so, the AU does manage to successfully get the shuttle to launch. The Ashamar is hot on their tail, but Camille and Quattro manage to pull off an interesting maneuver, where the two suits they use stand on each other's shoulders, and they manage to get an opening on the Ashamar to damage it. After that, they manage to escape. We fast forward to another Federation base, and oh hey, another mobile suit to break down. Jesus. Sure, dude, how many have we done so far? Oh, too many. Anyway, the ORX-005 Gaplin is another transformable mobile armor to mobile suit under the Titan's development. And I say this one's got style. This particular suit was a co-development from both the Augusta and Oakland research labs. The suit's mostly known for how agile it is, with the pilot needing to either be an incredibly tough person or an enhanced cyber new type to handle it. Now, what is a cyber new type? I'll tell you later. Either way, this 25-meter tall beast is one hell of a mobile suit. As for the weapons, it's got 2 beam sabers and 2 beam rifles that are attached to the arms. That's it. Not really a super detailed breakdown, but the Gaplant is a shockingly simple and very effective mobile suit. Plus, I just really like the design and the color scheme. It goes without saying that Kazumi Fujita was cooking with this series. Regardless, it takes off supported by Act Zaku's. Ah, great. Another... Oh, hold on a sec. Shirt Dude sent me a message. Oh, I broke this one down during the 1 Year War series. Nice! Regardless, speaking of cyber new types, Ensign Rosamia Bottom is the pilot of the Gaplant, who is a, well, cyber new type that has her lungs enhanced and so on and so forth, and she is there to reinforce Colonel Buttmunch. As for Amuro, he's at the airport partying with Frau Bow, and Katz is still being a dick to him. The poor guy can't catch a break. He finally relents, though, to the pressure and sneaks a conversation with Katz to get info on where Karaba is. He borrows Katz, and Frau and the other orphans fly out to Japan, to where they'll be safe. Amuro kisses Frau goodbye, and both him and Katz head out to hijack a freighter. Yep, Amuro is joining the fight. At this point, though, Rosamia has managed to intercept the Aug and Karaba forces. Quattro heads out on a base jabber to intercept in the skies, while the other combined forces will attack from inside the carrier. Thing is, they struggle with the Gaplant's mobility. In response, Camille hops on a base jabber of his own to try and take the heat off the Aldumla, which is the Karaba ship that they're on. As for Camille, he pulls a pro gamer move and actually lands on the Gaplant and starts piggybacking it, doing the mobile suit equivalent of pulling your older sibling's hair. It's a damn fun fight to watch, though, but it concludes when Quattro comes in to help, and the Gaplant retreats. Now, when they get back on the ship, Camille and Quattro mention that the pressure they felt was similar to what they felt when they fought Shirako as well. Oh, real quick, what is the Aldumla? Well, this is a Garuda-class ship. The Garuda class is the largest aircraft we see in the Universal Century. Inspired by the Zeon Gao, this monster of a transport ship can carry up to 20 mobile suits on top of base jabbers and dodai for atmospheric flight capability for the mobile suits that it carries. It's not exactly a fast ship, though, and could only really land at specific runways due to its massive size. Its overall length is 317 meters, and the wingspan is 524 meters. For scale, the overall height is basically 2.8 football fields, including the end zones, and the wingspan is 4.8 football fields, including the end zones. Anyway, propulsion-wise, it uses 20 thermonuclear jet engines, and sported 10 megaparticle cannons, several anti-air guns, and 8 missile launchers on each wing, 6 on the back of the aircraft, 3 on the side of the aircraft, and then 3 more on each side of the bridge. Regardless, Colonel Buttmunch heads out to try another assault on the Aug with the Ashamar and a complement of Hyzax. Now, what they didn't count on was the shuttle that's approaching the Aldumla. Regardless, Camille and Quattro press the attack to try and bring down the Ashamar with flechette weapons, but they don't have a ton of luck. As for the shuttle, Amuro's on it, tells Katz to get out, in which case he just fucking rams the Ashamar.
Alright, chums up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
Yeah, it actually fucking worked. As for Amuro, he manages to parachute out of what's left of the shuttle. He then gets picked up by Camille and the Gundam, and at this point, Amuro and Char can tell that each other are on the battlefield. Regardless, we find ourselves as party to a reunion of rivals, as Char Azdable and Amuro Ray meet face to face for the first time since the 1 Year War. Funnily enough, later on we find out that Buran Buttmunch wants to go right back out again and attack. We also find out that the Titans have brainwashed Rosamia into the idea that the Aug want to drop a colony, which even Buran goes, yeah, that's not what they do. Regardless of Rosamia clearly being mind-fucked, he accepts her onto his team. Now, over with the Aug and Kuraba, Hayato and Amuro are catching up with Hayato, not really being that bugged about his adopted son and Cats wanting to join up and head to space, and wanting Amuro to teach Cats the ropes of piloting. Also, Amuro doesn't buy the Lieutenant Quattro shit either. We also get to see Cats and Camille talk a bit largely about Cats' past on the White Base and that he's trained on 1 Year War suits in the past. As for Char, we find that he's looking to Kai to find out the Earthbound main base of the Titans so that they can assault it in the future. Afterwards, we finally get the immortal line from Quattro to Amuro.
I came to laugh at you.
Now, this is a conversation I admittedly had to listen to into both English and Japanese to get the whole emotional weight of it, because admittedly, the emotional weight in the English dub is not really that great and kind of all over the place, because this was done very early on in the days of English dubbing of anime in Canada. So the voice director probably didn't really know what the fuck they were doing, and nobody probably knew what the fuck they were doing. Now, over in Japanese, Shuichi Ikeda and Toru Furuya give it a bit more depth. You get the sense that as much as Amuro puts on a brave face, he hates the fact that the Federation has put him in a cage, and he is a mess of emotions at this point. At the same time, he doesn't know if more war is what he really wants in life. Everything is just completely up in the air for him, and he doesn't know where to go with it. Then again, if you think about it, given what we know about what happens before Zeta Gundam, having Amuro Ray would have been a difference maker in other conflicts, so it's kind of a surprising decision. Now, this wasn't something that Tamino had in mind, because the fiction that tells about what happened from 0080 to 0087 was published decades after Zeta. But this is a fun thought experiment, to imagine if Amuro Ray hadn't been shuttered away. Amuro Ray gets put into the Gundam Unit 7 in 0081, and the Invisible Knights get turned into space dust. If you put Amuro Ray in front of Anavel Gato in 0083 instead of Ko Uraki, Anavel Gato's new name is Anavel fucking Deadman. Imagine living in the Americas like Amuro does, and seeing a colony hit the Midwest, and think to yourself, why the fuck didn't they call me to stop that? It's an incredibly disarming feeling, knowing that you could do something about the things that are going on around you, but not knowing if you really want to, or if you can, or if you've still got it, and all these other things. It's this weird feeling of hopelessness that I feel like a lot of people struggle with in their life whenever they see things that are catastrophic around them, and they feel absolutely powerless to do anything, and consistently question whether or not they can actually do something about it. It's part of what makes Amuro so relatable as a character. Also, at this point, we also see a Kuraba ally is coming in with a fucking biplane of all things. It's at this point that we meet the very lovely Beltorchica Irma, a Kuraba operative. She's also got a major crush on Amuro. She even sniffs the guy. Now, don't get it too twisted, she just smells the soap he used and she likes it. But one thing that Amuro also notices is that Beltorchica is made nervous by Quattro, who she has some interesting insight into him just by, looking at him. Specifically the idea that Quattro seems like a man who can't live without war, which will come into effect later. Over with the Titans, they've caught up to Kuraba again, with Rosamia heading out on her own to attack the Kuraba ship that everyone's on. Now, while the other pilots are getting prepped for combat back over with Kuraba, Cats of all people grabs the Gundam, with Camille being forced to use the Rick Diaz instead. Now, Amuro wants to head out in a Nemo, but he gets stopped, and funnily enough, Beltorchica is able to sense that he is scared out of his mind. Scared of what is kind of, again, up in the air. You can guess several different reasons. But for those wondering, Beltorchica is a fellow new type, which is how she reads people so well. Regardless, everyone takes battle positions, and the whole fucking thing is a clusterfuck. Cats has been training on Zaku 2s, and now he's trying to pilot a suit that not long ago was the bleeding edge of mobile suit tech. It's like going from a 2002 Ford Focus to a 2024 McLaren W1 in terms of tech. See? Not every simile or metaphor I use is food, so Cats ends up eating shit, or in this case, drink, as he falls in the water. Now luckily, Quattro is here to pull the Gaplant off of Cats. Funnily enough, once Cats gets a lecture from Camille as they're on the Dodai, he manages to pull off one hell of a shot when he nails the Gaplant on the left knee, hitting it perfectly at the knee joint where there's no armor. I feel the need to emphasize how good of a shot this is, because earlier in the fight we saw Quattro connect with a shot on the center mass of the Gaplet, and the Gaplet manages to shrug it off. Cats also managed to connect the shot, shooting over the Rick Diaz's shoulder without damaging the Rick Diaz. Some people might not like me complimenting Cats because a lot of Zeta fans fucking hate this character, and they have the reasons, but we gotta give the kid some props here. Either way, Quattro follows up by wrecking the other leg, and then Camille puts the kibosh on the Gaplet, each shot that they land nailing it between where the armor meets, Rosamia barely escaping from the explosion. Regardless, for you Cats haters, to balance out me complimenting him, here's him getting corrected for stealing the Gundam.
I didn't see the enemy, I sensed her!
Ah, domestic abuse. Now at this point, Burton Buttlover refuses orders to return to the Kennedy because he wants to continue the pursuit of the Aldumla. As for the Ayug, Beltorchica and Amuro end up chatting a bit. Funnily enough, she ends up smooching him, and is pretty blatant about the fact that she's both very into Amuro, and just wants to see him get back on the horse. Oh, and Quattro walks in on their love session. Yeah. The two discuss leaving a suit behind for Karaba, with Amuro insisting on the Rick Diaz, and that he plans on staying on Earth. Now, one interesting bit about Quattro's conversation with Amuro, both here and with the whole I came to laugh at you thing, is that Lala soon comes up, with Quattro thinking that Amuro doesn't want to go back to space because he's worried he's going to see Lala again. Now, this is more me trying to explain things, because this is called Gundam Explained after all. After the last time we saw Lala Soon, she was killed by Amuro while saving Char's ass. I don't care what anybody else tells you, in that battle, with Amuro and Sayla facing down Char and Lala were getting their asses kicked. And if Lala Soon does not get in front of Amuro's beam saber, Char Aznable is a dead man. I don't care what anybody else says, they're lying. The thing is, she should be dead, right? But new types are different. This is around the time in the Gundam fiction where the concept of new types tends to start getting fleshed out, but also gets way more confusing and never gets any better. I don't care what anybody else says. All the way from here up to fucking narrative. New types are stupid and confusing at times, and there's a reason that people fucking hate them. What Char is basically saying here is that because they are new types, they can sense the souls of the dead. Now, why can psychic empaths sense the souls of the dead?
You tell me, man. I only work here.
Anyway, Cats is going to go up to space, so good for him. Beltorchica also apparently used a messenger pigeon to let people know that the launch plans are the same in regards to getting the Ayug members in their suits into space. Beltran Booty Man also has figured out that this is what they're going to do. Regardless, we see that Amuro is finally getting back into a mobile suit. Also, it's weird, but also weirdly heartwarming, to see that Char, of all people, is being as cool as he is in working with members of the very white-based crew that he fought against 7 years prior. Since with Gundam G-Quack coming out as an alternate history of Char getting his hands on the Gundam at Side 7 in the first series, I wonder if there's ever been an alternate history of Char saying fuck Zeon when he saw his sister at Side 7 and defecting to the Federation at that point of the war. Probably a Girin's Greed thing somewhere about it. Somebody will tell me. Anyway, enough theory crafting. Time to fight. Amuro senses the incoming mobile suits, but keeps it to himself for now. As it stands, orders are that the Hyakushiki and the Gundam are going to be going back into space, and Amuro engages the enemy. On top of that, Camille joins the battle as well. Admittedly, they're more insistent about the Hyakushiki going back to space than the Gundam. Also, Beltorchica is flying around in her fucking biplane, and reminds Amuro that Cats needs to be headed into space. So, Amuro gives the kid a gift. A gun! Now specifically, this is the pistol that he used during the 1 Year War, and he shot at Char with. Also, Cats uses it to threaten Quattro into going into space and not waiting for Camille. Ballsy, but one thing that Quattro notices is that the safety's off, and tells him that after they go into the shuttle. At this point, we have Camille and Amuro taking on the Titans, with Hayato sending out unmanned Nemos to try and ram the bastards. Now, Blowtorch Booby Man does pretty well against the Mark II, but Amuro gets Camille on his sled, and the two team up. We also see that Amuro's instincts are still stupid sharp. When they manage to damage the Ashimar, while it's trying to hide in the fog. Keep in mind that mobile suit combat, like I mentioned earlier, due to Minovsky particles, is mostly visual. So the fact that they couldn't see him, but they could still hit him, gives you an idea of how good Amuro's senses are. Like they said in the 1 Year War, it is literally like he has eyes in the back of his head. Plus, he's just very skilled and experienced, given how much combat he saw. During the battle, we also see him just flat out cut the backpack off of a Hyzak while going at high speeds. It goes without saying, when it comes to the Universal Century, Amuro is the best pilot. There's a reason in Super Robot Wars games that he's always one of the best units you use, and he's always regarded as the #1 guy, even over characters like Hiro Yui and Domon Kashu, and that's saying something. When it comes right down to it, his precision and his instincts are just unmatched. Now, though Blurma tries to gank a beam saber from the Mark II during the fight, Amuro sees it and just dices that hand off, and then stabs him and kills him. By the way, doing all of that in free fall! Either way, Blahumana has finally been defeated. So after all of that, the mission is a success. The shuttle heads back to space, and we effectively have a full return of the legend himself, Lieutenant Amuro Ray, both in body and in mind. And from here, Kuraba, along with Camille and Amuro, will be headed to Hong Kong. Before we get started, I just wanted to let everyone know that we are in the process of building up our channel membership numbers. That's right, we need you to join our army of interstellar crusaders so that we can continue to grow this channel with new material. Our current goal is to get to 70 members at the $5 tier or higher. Normally, you would get Discord access, early video access, custom emotes and live streams, and of course, nifty loyalty badges. Well, if we get to 70 members, ShirtDude and I are actually going to start a lore podcast, where we break down more Gundam stuff, plus other sci-fi franchises as well, like Warhammer 40k, Star Wars, and others. On top of that, you get 6 months of member exclusivity. If we get to 100 members at the $5 or higher tier, I'll turn off all the ads on all my live streams, provided that we stay at that threshold. Plus, I'll probably think of other goals later. So, join the crusade, dear viewer. Those Zakus aren't going to blow themselves up. After the initial strikes of the AUG against the Titans, the AUG finds their forces currently split between Earth and space. Quattro Bagina has returned to the stars to continue the fight there, and Camille Bidan now travels with Kuraba, the AUG's earthbound counterpart. The conflict has also seen the return of the legendary White Meteor of the Federation, Amuro Ray, as he joins to fight alongside old allies in Kuraba. Now in Hong Kong, new threats unleashed by the war crime-loving Titans will unearth before the young Camille's eyes, and a green-haired young woman will affect his trajectory for the future. Oh, and by the way, in this episode, we're going to have to talk quite a bit about new types. Well, now that Amuro is an item with Beltorchka, both he and Camille have managed to drop the Ashimar and have put the Titans in a rough spot. They're contacting the Murasame lab, but we don't know much about it. What we do know is that they do get a gigantic new mobile suit that is so heavy that it drags their ship downwards. At this point, Namikar Cornell, head of the Murasame research facility, and the pilot of this mobile suit, 4 Murasame, have boarded the ship. It's at this point that we need to actually talk a little bit about new type laboratories. As you probably noticed, 4 Murasame shares the same name as the laboratory that she's been sent from. That's because it's not her real name. It's a code name. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are watching Gundam G-Quux, we're going to mention that real quick too. You see, the majority of cyber new types from the Murasame lab were war orphans from the 1-year war that got their memories wiped, and were effectively turned into living weapons. One thing worth mentioning is that 4 is the only one we're going to see here. The other 2 that we know of, with numbers, are from alternate universes, with 0 Murasame being from the Girin's Greed games, and 2 Murasame recently debuting in Gundam G-Quux, only to be bodied by Shalia Bull. But what is a cyber new type exactly? Well, dear viewer, prepare for sadness. See, by and large, they're exactly what they sound like on the tin. They're people that have become new types not by being born with the abilities, but by having them implanted instead. We saw with Rosamia Bottom in the last episode that she had enhanced lung capacity, and many of them are given organ transplants, biotechnological modifications, which is where the cyber element comes from, and chemical therapy as well. The problem with this is that it makes many of them mentally unstable. Effectively, they are both super soldiers and walking tragedies waiting to happen. As for the AUG/Kuraba forces, they're going to be going after a Titans base in New Guinea, which might also give them a chance to get to space. So they're going to meet with Luyo and company to resupply their forces. Also, for some reason, Beltorchka starts a conflict with Camille by suggesting that he give the Mark II to Amuro. Why? We're just going to put this image of Wu Fei grinning right here in the corner for a second. We don't even need to say anything. Anyway, the guys land in Hong Kong. Thankfully, there's no sign of Mr. Wong or the Dark Gundam, so that's a plus. Out and about at Luyo and company, Amuro runs into none other than Mirai Yashima! Though at this point it's Mirai Noah. We get our first glance at Hathaway Noah and Chaemin Noah, who, as you would guess, are Bright and Mirai's little ones. Amuro introduces Beltorchka to Mirai, with Mirai letting them know that they're trying to head into space. Amuro, being Amuro, cuts in line at Luyo and company to reach their contact and ends up in a bit of a disturbance and gets attacked. Beltorchka and Mirai flee with the kids, and they see the giant mobile suit hovering in the street. Oh, and now 4's handler drops that 4 might go nuts. Awesome! Regardless, Camille springs into action to fight this monster MS. Amuro wakes up after getting the crap beaten out of him to meet with Luyo Umin. Well, that's who their contact is, but this is actually their daughter. But their conversation doesn't last long until they flee the area. Camille, in the Mark II, fires on the giant monster mobile suit, but his beam rifle is ineffective. He tries to grapple with it, but gets thrown off. Now Hayato moves to get the Aldumla out of there, with Mirai and Beltorchka arriving safely. Nemo units are sent to reinforce Camille as well, who's still not having much luck against this monolith he's battling. At this point, the flying monstrosity changes its shape, revealing a giant black Gundam. This is the Psycho Gundam. The MRX-009 Psycho Gundam is a transformable mobile armor developed by the Murasame New Type Lab. It is specifically made for use by cyber new types, incorporating several concepts from the MSN-02 Zeong. Standing 40 meters tall, it is more than double the height of the Mark II, and at max weight is almost 6 times heavier. It carries a Manovsky flight system, which allows it to hover, a defensive eye field like the GPO-3 and the Nuve Ziel, has Gundarium armor, plus a ton of firepower. It has 2 mega beam cannons in the center of its V-fin, 3 diffuse megaparticle cannons in the abdomen, 10 beam cannons in the fingers, and also has a hard point attached shield to protect it from enemy attacks. It goes without saying that this machine is an offensive and defensive nightmare for anyone who fights it. One thing also very much worth mentioning is that this is a SciComm-equipped machine, meaning that a new type pilot is able to control the precision movements needed to pilot a mobile suit with their mind. Now, apparently this system can be turned off for an old type to pilot the machine, but it's apparently too damn hard to control the thing. Camille at this point tries a beam saber to no effect, so he moves to stick and move tactics, to little success. He finally manages to knock the suit over by pulling a George St. Pierre and wrestling the thing to the ground. The Nemo reinforcements arrive, and 4 starts to struggle with the combat and what she's doing. After 4 starts to feel uneasy due to Camille's new type pressure, she takes off. Now, I mentioned in the previous videos, but one thing to mention is that new types project a sort of psychic pressure in combat. And for cyber new types specifically, this pressure can cause them to have headaches or become physically ill. This is something we're going to see more as the shows go on. So effectively, Camille manages to win the day because his aggression made 4 feel queasy. It's an odd way to win a battle, but a win is a win. Regardless, Kuraba gets their supplies. After this, we see that Amuro is talking with Mirai about her and the children going with them to the Aldumla. The fact of the matter is that with the conflict spreading to Hong Kong, it's going to be hard to get any sort of tickets to outer space, black market, or otherwise. Oh, and Hathaway loses their glider, which is picked up by a lady with green hair. You see, over with the Titans, we had seen that 4 had taken off on her own due to being upset with her handler, and it looks like she's decided to take some shore leave. Thing is, the Titans are not going to let a military asset like a cyber new type just screw off on their own, so they deploy Marine Hyzacs to go after her. Now, one thing I need to specify here is these aren't the actual Marine Hyzac units from Advance of Zeta Reboot. These are just normal Hyzacs that have had some performance tweaks. The reason that they actually have a different paint scheme is that these are the Federation versions, whereas the Titans versions are actually green like an old school Zaku. During the process of Amuro and Beltorchka saying their goodbyes, 4 brings back the glider and overhears Amuro's name in conversation, and then spots Camille there as well. At that point, 4 asks Camille for a ride to the old town and starts inquiring about Amuro. There's also Titans agents in the area that are shadowing the group. From there, Camille and Four bond over hating their names. While this is going on, the Titans kidnap Mirai and her children. So yeah, wonderful dudes here. While driving around, Four is laying it on pretty thick. But during the discussion, Camille picks up Captain Ben Wooder, threatening to outright attack Hong Kong if the AU does not surrender to them. If they don't comply, Mirai and the kids are dead. After letting the pretty girl know he's a fucking pilot, Camille drops Four off, but to Four's credit, she fucking hates the tactics that they're using, and also to her credit, from a military perspective, she was a lot more effective in regards to gathering information, by her just effectively going in undercover, no less, just as a normal person. She gathered more intel than a lot of other Titans assets up to this point. Either way, Amuro springs into action. The Luya lady is being a bitch, and the Aldumla starts moving into action as well. Amuro offers himself as a hostage exchange, but then gets sucker punched for his trouble when he tells Ben Wooder how much he sucks. Also, the Titans roach on the deal, and Mirai's boat is snagged by a Hyzak. Hayato's plan to solve this situation is basically a fake surrender, while Camille goes in and saves the hostages with the Mark II. During the struggle, Mirai's boat gets knocked about and Hathaway gets thrown into the ocean. Amuro manages to break free as well, and Camille manages to smoke the Hyzaks one by one. After Mirai cuts Amuro's bonds loose, he grabs Hathaway right as Camille keeps fighting. Also, I just want to note, Amuro managed to swim from one boat to another while having his hands tied. That's pretty impressive. At this point, Four's handler bails on the mission with Ben Wooder, leaving the Hyzaks to their fate. After Camille manages to force them out of the water, the results of the fight at that point are academic. Regardless, the hostages are safe, and Mirai's kids think that the Gundam is awesome, and Beltorchica is being a bitch for some reason. Sheesh. I wonder what's going to happen with Mirai's kids in the future. I mean, Hathaway does seem to think Gundams are awesome. It's probably nothing. Now, after all that, the Aldumla is still in Hong Kong, but the mayor is asking them to head out, which they mean to listen to. They've still got supplies coming in, though. During the process of resupply, Amuro and Camille have a heart-to-heart about what's going on with Four and Camille, with Beltorchika chiming in that it might be love at first sight. Thing is, Amuro gives the advice not to get close to Four. Given what happened with Lala, it's obvious as to why. At least for us in the audience. Now, Mirai and Beltorchika get into an argument, and to be honest, I can kind of understand why people don't like Beltorchika at this point of the story. But basically what happens is that Mirai finally gets the chance to fill Camille in on what happened between Lala and Amuro. At this point, I'm just going to say that I need to do an in-depth video on how new types work, but the basic thing here is that because new types can sense one another's feelings, they tend to form bonds with one another very fast. After this, Camille decides to grab a dirt bike and head out on his own. The Titans, on the other hand, are getting ready to unleash the Psycho Gundam on Hong Kong. Camille manages to find Four, but the Sergeant Tailing won't allow her to leave. Granted, I can see why, considering she smacked the guy just a second ago, but he gives her a tracking device and lets her go with Camille. So, the two of them go out on a date, and the two end up kissing. Y'all, that's adorable. Anyway, at this point, Four tells Camille about her history, that she's a war orphan, doesn't know her real name, and isn't even able to recall her past. Now, Camille seems to get why she feels a certain way about it, but basically encourages her to look to the future and create new memories. Their tender moment is unfortunately interrupted by an explosion. Yep, the Titans are bombing the city. Great! And Four realizes at that moment that Camille is the Mark II pilot the instant that he starts sending off waves of aggression, seeing the fight start. On top of that, when Four sees the Psycho Gundam, she starts to lose the plot and then runs off. At this point, Amuro launches in the Rick Diaz to fight the Psycho Gundam and the Titans' forces. The Psycho itself is being piloted by Ben Wooder, but like I mentioned earlier, an old type piloting this thing is going to have a hell of a time, and not in the fun way. Even so, the fight is on. During it, Four manages to get Wooder's attention, and Camille grabs Amuro's. We see that Hyzaks have been deployed on top of the Nemos from the Aldumla. Camille ends up getting back to the Aldumla, and he gets slapped.
No surprise there. This is what happens when you go out on a date in the middle of a fucking military mission. You didn't have official shore leave, young man. Always clear that with your superior officer. Either way, he heads out into the thick of it as the Titans and Kuraba continue to clash. On top of that, 4 starts to crash out and destroy everything. So that's not good. Camille engages 4 in combat, and they immediately sense one another. Camille tries to talk her down, but doesn't have much success. So when Amuro gets an opening, he takes a shot and knocks both Gundams into the water. Camille ends up hopping on the Psycho Gundam's back, exits the Mark II, and keeps talking to 4, but she's pretty much consigned to her fate. Though Camille tries to offer Ayuk help in regards to regaining her memories, she thinks only the Titans can do it. At this point, Amuro grabs Camille and states that he's going to destroy the Psycho Gundam's system core to try to disable it, but he's just not able to pull it off. He does manage to land a shot, but he also gets the hand taken off the Rick Diaz by a stray shot from a Hyzak. Still, 4 retreats and Camille takes out his frustration on a Federation pilot that picked a really bad day to piss the kid off. At this point, Mirai gives Amuro some last-minute advice to take care of Camille and get him back into space. And thank fuck she tells Beltorchika to just relax. Jesus, I feel like somebody should walk in front of this lady with a sign telling her that. Maybe Wu Fei will do it. Regardless, Mirai takes off safely as the Alduma leaves Hong Kong, resupplied and ready for the next engagement. After all that...
Did you want to come up to my room? I made a fresh pot of coffee.
Jesus, lady. You guys have known each other for like 2 weeks. I feel like this woman's wearing a shirt under that blue getup that says I fuck on the first date. Anyway, Beltorchika seems to think that Amuro wants to return to space, and is using Camille as an excuse to go back. The Titans aren't giving up, by the way. Good old Captain Ben here is in pursuit and dangling 4's memories like a carrot in front of her, and is threatening to shut down the Murasame New Type lab. As for Kuraba, they have maps of the New Guinea Titans base, and it's still under construction. They also get notifications that the Argama is going to be in orbit on the same day, which is before they expected it. Either way, the Titans attack with a company of Hyzaks and the Psycho Gundam, with Amuro heading out to try and drop them. After that, the Nemo units head out to engage as well as the Mark II. Now during the battle, 4 crashes out again, and Kuraba is able to actually fend them off. Later on, in the same day though, the Titans launch another attack that ends up with 4 and Camille engaging again. But this ends with 4 and Camille somehow in the middle of a firefight, managing to have a heart-to-heart, where Camille pours out his soul to 4 to try to get her to come with him up to space. Thing is, she points a gun at him. But because she can't come with him, she has no desire to. He needs to go. But to help him out, she crashes the Psycho Gundam into the side of the Titan's vessel to buy them time. At this point, Camille manages to get on a shuttle that will take the Mark II up into orbit. He does so successfully, rejoins the Argama in satellite orbit, and is welcomed back by the Argama's crew. In another part of space, Yamato Hyman overlooks the assembly of the Titan's fleet. We also see that Paptimus Shirako has returned as well. He gave Jamitov a sworn proposal that if Shirako ever turns on him, Jamitov can kill him, and he signed it in blood. There's just one problem, dude. Red means void in contracts. Anyway, as for the Ayug, they're out by Side 2 and haven't detected any enemies in the area, trying to figure out where the Titan's fleet is, and Camille starts a fight, and Bright punches everyone, and Emma sees right through Camille and why he's acting the way he is, figuring out that he met a girl. Regardless, the Titans are up to something. A new operation specifically, but we don't have any new details yet. What we do have is one of my favorite Titans mobile suits being debuted here. This is the Gabthly. The RX-110 Gabthly is a prototype transformable mobile suit made at the Luna 2 development base. Similar to mobile suits we've been seeing in this series thus far, the Gabthly is another one with a transformation gimmick. Granted, this shouldn't be surprising given that Shirako is the one who developed it. The suit stands 18 meters tall, and at max weight, weighs 56 tons. Like I mentioned, the gimmick with this mobile suit is that it transforms between a mobile suit mode and a mobile armor mode, and has a mono eye like many Xeon units from the One-Year War, and many Titans units from the Gryps War. It has 2 megaparticle cannons, 4 beam sabers, 2 claw arms, and also uses a long-range rifle called a Fedayeen rifle, which also has a beam bayonet on it as well for use in melee combat. It's a very versatile mobile suit, and its mobile armor mode can actually reach acceleration up to 5 Gs. Like many other mobile suits at this point, the suit is also using Gundarium alloy armor. Oh great, Jared's here. He and a female ensign named Moar Pharaoh do a mock duel with Shirako, who gets a bit touchy with her mobile suit. Stranger danger! That's her purse! She don't know you! Anyway, we hear a bit of Shirako's philosophy, and the guy's egotistical as all fuck, and you can tell that he's just a snake. He's basically moving towards overthrowing the Earth's government. And then he tries to say, oh, but the ruler of Earth will probably be a woman. Oh, God, he's Jonathan McIntosh. Anyway, Jared somehow manages to stumble on the Argava, meaning not only does he fail upwards, but he also has the devil's luck. The AUG mobilizes with Emma in a Rick Diaz and Camille in the Mark II alongside a Nemo unit. Jared fires at them and misses and blames the targeting system because nothing is ever his fault. Shockingly, he manages to drop the Rick Diaz, but Emma gets away safely. He also lands a good shot on Camille as well. Now at this point, Jared gets backup from Ensign Pharaoh, and Camille gives Emma's pod to the Nemo unit. Jared, however, does something dumb and grapples the Mark II, which opens him up to get shot in the back. Backup is here in the form of a transport that's being piloted by Fa Yuri, who detaches a second vehicle from the top of it. Now the shuttle grabs Camille, who has been thrown from the Mark II at this point, and saves him from possibly ending up in the cold vacuum of space forever. You see, Lieutenant Appley is here, and now it's time for a sign of Zeta. Appley makes the Gab Fleet pilots look like fools, and they bail out, with Appley taking out the mobile suit that they left behind. Fa and Camille are reunited with a big hug, with both Bright and Emma hilariously walking in on them, then awkwardly leaving. Anyway, Jared continues to fail up, and is given a combat team by Shirako, which is sort of like putting the Washington Generals in the NBA Finals. Over with the AUG, we finally get to see the mobile suit that this series is named after. This is the Zeta Gundam. The MSZ-006 Zeta Gundam is an experimental mobile suit, and the first AUG mobile suit from Project Zeta to have a fully functional transformation system. To say this mobile suit is a beast would be a major understatement. As you saw earlier, it can transform into a fighter jet mode called the Wave Rider, giving it substantially increased flight speed. In mobile suit mode, it stands 19.85 meters tall, weighs over 60 tons at max loadout weight, and like the Rick Diaz, this mobile suit uses Gundarium Gamma alloy. It also has 8 vernier thrusters, which effectively gives you one of the most maneuverable mobile suits in service during the entirety of the Gryps War, if not the most. As for weaponry, this thing has a lot, but surprisingly most of it is concealed. You see, these spots on the forearms normally open up and can fire grenades. The head has 2 60mm Vulcan guns, and the hip armor actually conceals 1 beam saber per side, which in Wave Rider mode actually turn into beam guns. However, the grenades in the forearm can also be switched out for anchor wires to immobilize enemy mobile suits. The main weapon is an E-Pack beam rifle that also has a beam bayonet for close-range combat. There's also a shield that it uses, but it's admittedly a thin one, so it doesn't cover a lot of area. To block anything, you have to be very precise. It also has the optional equipment of the Hyper Mega Launcher, which is a powerhouse of a weapon that's basically a small gunship without a cockpit. It can be used like a standard rifle, or can also be mounted on the Wave Rider. Now, the key difference with this mobile suit and others that the AUG are using at the time is the biosensor in the cockpit. Developed by Anaheim Electronics, this was another step in attempting to let new types better control their mobile suits. The biosensor effectively allows a pilot to use the suit with mental commands on top of the normal control schemes, similar to Psychomu units that Zeon had used during the One-Year War, and the Titans have used up to this point in the usage of the Psycho Gundam. However, this system has a bit more extra oomph to it. You see, the biosensor responds to the psychic energies that are emanating from a new type in combat. Now, you'll see the full extent of this as we go along, but just know that this suit has more tricks up its sleeve due to this technology. Needless to say, everyone's pretty pleased with the new mobile suit, and Fa confirms that she is a pilot cadet at this point. On top of that, she also confirms that the AUG mobile suit production has ramped up as well. We see exactly what that includes, with a couple mobile suits that Ensign Rekoa will be taking back to the Argama. Also, Benken Heckener has a present for Emma. Oh, that's so cute. Also, is it just me, or are Bright and Lieutenant Emma basically going from being commanding officers to parents of the damn Argama? Back with the Titans, Jared is meeting the combat team, quote-unquote, and one of them flat out tells him that she doesn't want to kill people. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Maybe this isn't such an upgrade. Anyway, the other pilots are Chief Petty Officer Sarah Zabairov. That's a mouthful. And a trainee named Sidale, who is smart enough to not take Jared's shit. Good on her, because in a sensible military, and I've probably said this before, this guy would be court-martialed for conduct unbecoming an officer, among other issues. But then again, the Titans aren't a sensible military. So, Jared leads an assault with Sarah and Sidale in Marasai's. And yes, as you'd expect, Jared is a shit commander. Ensign Rekoa notices something in the distance as they're flying, but it's not the Argama. So they basically ran right into Jared and the girls. So let's go ahead and break down the mobile suits that Rekoa has with her. Well, one's not a mobile suit. First, we're going to talk about the FXA-05D G Defensor. The thing about this is that it's a fighter craft that has a similar concept to the G Fighter from the One-Year War, and it's meant to support the Mark II. It is a Gundarium alloy-coated machine that's a little under 40 meters in length with a 27-meter wingspan. Weapons-wise, it has a mini-laser gun on the cockpit capsule, 4 Vulcan guns mounted on the sides of the missile pods, and then, of course, 2 14-missile-carrying tube missile launchers, and then a beast of a beam weapon called the Long Rifle. Now, what can happen with this thing is it merges with the Mark II. The G Defensor will have the fighter, the core fighter, launch out and away from it as it merges with the Mark II, creating the Super Gundam, which of course lends the Mark II its firepower and added maneuverability. As for the other suit, we have the MSA-005 Methus. Now this dainty little thing is admittedly kind of adorable. I mean, here's the sprite from Super Robot Wars. It's just cute. Anyway, it stands 26 meters tall in mobile suit mode, but condenses down to 6 meters in mobile armor mode. Yet this thing is another transformable suit, and has an even more seamless transformation than other AUG suits, and yes, including the Zeta. This was actually the first transformable mobile suit created by Anaheim Electronics, and to speak to how easily it transformed, later suits used by the Federation, such as the Zeta 2 and the Riesel, would base their transformations on this mobile suit. Now, as a dogfighting mobile suit, it doesn't pack that much of a wallop. It's of course enough to drop other mobile suits, but it's nowhere near the raw firepower of other mobile suits that the AUG uses, like the Gundams or the Hyakushiki. Its weaponry is 2 beam guns that are powered by the suit's generator that fold out like pistols, a beam saber, and then a grenade launcher in the left forearm. Funnily enough, if you're a Super Robot Wars fan, since I've already shown off the sprite here, or rather Shirt Dude did, you're probably fond of this suit, not really when it comes to offense, but rather its ability to repair other mobile suits plus its incredible mobility. It doesn't really do this in the anime. It is fast, don't get me wrong, but what it can do when need be is work as an additional power source for the Hyakushiki's Mega Launcher if the need arises. So as you'd expect, Jared and the girls go immediately on the attack. The Argama picks up on it and sends out Camille and Emma in the Gundams to back up the Methus and the Defensor. Fa also jumps into a Rick Diaz, which is backed up by Apolly in the same model. One thing of note is that with this fight, Shirako basically refuses to send Jared back up because he engaged without getting permission from his commanding officer. Which, by the way, this isn't the first time he's done that. As the battle commences, Jared asks the stupid question.
Is that the Gundam Mark II?
Is that the Mark II? Jared, when was the Mark II a fucking jet? Needless to say, the fight isn't great for the Titans. They're outnumbered 2-1, and even though the Gabsley is an impressive machine, it's not a Gundam. Though technically it is from the same line, it is an RX model. Anyway, Sidale gets toasted by Camille, and Shirako sees the writing on the walls. Sarah retreats with Jared following shortly afterwards. Though I have no clue why Shirako says the mission was a success. What? You're rewarding insubordination? The fuck? Anyway, then he gets creepy with Sarah because, well, the guy's a creep. On top of that, Fa gets slapped for taking the Rick Diaz. Man, everybody's getting slapped this episode. Well, Quattro, what's your advice on this?
If you want to stop getting hit, then just stop screwing up.
Also, Emma is confused by the present she got, because she has no fucking clue what's going on here, the poor woman. Now, one thing to go over real quick is that we have a ship to break down. You see, Henkin Beckener is now in command of a ship called the Radish, which is a class called the Irish-class ship. The Irish-class battleship is a mobile suit carrier based on the Argama class, but incorporates concepts of Magellan-class ships to give it extra firepower.
It also has a much larger mobile suit transport capacity than an Argama class, but does lack anti-air guns, relying on mobile suit deployments to consistently defend the ship. The ship also carries a twin mega-particle gun, with one underneath the ship and one in front of the bridge, and has 5 single-barreled secondary beam guns, 4 on the sides, and 1 beneath the bridge. We see on the Radish that Quattro and Katz are on board with Henkin, and Wong is calling and throwing his weight around. Wong wants Quattro to escort Commodore Blex, but Quattro wisely tells him that they have no clue when the Titans are about to launch a big offensive, and they need all hands on deck. As for the Argama, they're headed to Von Braun's city, which is apparently built around Neil Armstrong's footprint. Even in anime, America is awesome. Remember, folks, be the Americans that Japan thinks we are. At this point, we hear about Operation Apollo. Effectively, the Titans are looking to take Von Braun as a new base of operations. During a move to re-equip the Argama, the Radish spots the Titans' vessels, and Quattro immediately heads out with a few reinforcements. At the same time, Operation Apollo begins for the Titans, being headed up by Jamaicon. The Argama also catches the warning shots set off by the Titans, and insanity immediately starts. Katz gets into the MS Bay, Fa jumps into the Methus, and they're trying to get their best men out into the fight. It goes without saying that the Titans are out in full force. There are ships and Hyzacs everywhere, with enemy fire so thick that you can't sit still for a second. During the course of the battle, Fa struggles with enemy forces, causing Camille to peel off during the thick of the fight to save her. Once Shirako gets his ship closer to Von Braun, he sends off his mobile suits to head into Von Braun city proper. Unfortunately for both Shirako and Jared, Quattro is here to intercept. Even so, Shirako's plans are to descend to the city and take it over, knowing that the Aug won't fire if they know the city will get hit. Effectively, he wants to use the city as a human shield and get all the glory. Another thing to mention is that Shirako's presence and intentions are so oppressive that it fucks with many of the new types in the battle. And Jared, who I don't think is a new type, but it's hard to tell. Either way, everything gets thrown into whack when Mara Ferro gets in the way of Quattro and Jared's fight, and then Quattro just plants his ass into the ground. Even so, Quattro does have to get bailed out by Camille as the heat gets turned up and the lieutenant orders a retreat. At this point, the Titans threaten to destroy the city if the Aug continues their attack. Captain Bright orders an official withdrawal of all forces, and the Titans officially win the battle. So yeah, for those thinking that these guys weren't going to continue to be a threat at this point, you were wrong. And this is something that honestly does need mentioning about the war up to this point. So far, we haven't seen the full battle potential of the Titans. We've seen some good mobile suits here and there that were piloted by decent pilots or absolute dipshits. But we have to keep in mind that these guys are Federation Special Forces, meaning that they have numbers and resources that the Aug does not have, and we have not seen a Titans military movement up to this point where they are in full force. In this battle, the Aug had 2 ships and their mobile suit detachments against the 6 or 7 plus mobile suit detachments that the Titans had there. Plus they had Shirako there almost acting like a psychic scrambler. So even with great pilots like Quattro, Camille, and Emma, you still got too many enemy numbers with mobile suits that aren't as good as Gundams necessarily, but they're really not lagging that far behind them. Unlike the 1 Year War, the protagonists we're following do not have a massive tech advantage like the White Base did. The jump from a Zaku or a Goof to the RX-78 is a lot bigger than the jump from a Marasai to the Mark II to the Zeta. Anyway, Jamaicon slaps Shirako. That's cool. And he does have a point that the young commander was being overzealous and reckless, but that's all part of Shirako's plan. With the city firmly in Titan hands, the Aug has to be smart about a counterattack. And it seems like now Quattro is headed to Earth with Blex. Also, Henkin, my bro. She's cute, we all know it. Emma is best girl. But you've got a war to win, man. Focus! Anyway, on Earth, the Commodore and Quattro actually catch Jamitov, but they don't start a confrontation in the hallways. Camille, on his end, is headed to Von Braun to scope it out, and Katz, being a pain in the butt, decides to sneak along with him. With the Federation Assembly, which is where Quattro and Blex are, they have no luck. The Federation is actually considering giving control of the military as a whole to Jamitov, but Blex does suggest that he could put in an emergency motion to stop that from happening, or at least delay it. Now, at this point, Camille's mission goes awry right out of the gate, because Lieutenant Jared recognizes him immediately. Jared and Maura detain him at gunpoint, but Katz comes to the rescue, putting Jared at gunpoint and rescuing Camille, but then they get away from Jared successfully, but there's still some attacks thrown. They end up swapping guns unintentionally, so on and so forth. Back with Quattro, as he was out and about, he comes back to his hotel and hears gunshots as he enters it. While he was out and about, Commodore Blex was shot while being in bed. Before he dies, he asks Quattro to take over as the leader of AUG. At the Von Braun, we see the debut of Lieutenant Yazan Gable, who is an asshole. He takes off with a small 4-man team to hunt down the Argama. Emily and Apolly jump into the fray, with Fa not far behind, and Camille is able to sense the conflict. The Titans begin to mobilize and order the air raid alarm in the city to be sounded. The battle is violent, with mobile suits quickly descending to civilian areas and putting average Joes in danger. Rekawa takes off in the Zeta to go after Camille as well, because him being in that mobile suit will make a big difference. Also, the people that are in the air raid shelter that Mora, Camille, and Katz are stuck in tell Jared that he sucks ass. We haven't had a one-on-one between Camille and Jared in this episode, but sure, dude, go ahead and pull up the numbers. Let's just give Jared another L on the win and loss sheet, just because public opinion is now that he sucks. So, Camille exits with Katz after they punk Jared some more, but when a civilian tries to stop Jared, he punches a child because Jared's a prick. Yazan does try to keep the Zeta from getting to Camille, but Lieutenant Emma is able to chase him off. At this point, the Zeta becomes the difference maker. Yazan's in a Gaplin, so he's not a bad spot when it comes to mobile suits. As we saw earlier in the show, the Gaplin's really good, but the Zeta is just able to outpace him. At this point, Jamaican's at a spot where he has to withdraw from the city, because he's got no more reinforcements. They all left. Unfortunately for the AUG, though, the Titans have now been granted control of the Federation military. Since Blex has been killed, he's not there to oppose it. So now, instead of primarily fighting the Titans' forces, it is officially the entire Federation against the AUG. After the battle, a Hyzak approaches with a white flag, and it's being piloted by Sarah Zabirov. The info she gives to the AUG is horrifying. The Titans are planning to drop a colony on the moon. Oh, Wong is here. Shut the fuck up, Wong! Anyway, after the meeting that this intel gets spread around on, Katz sees Sarah and gets Twitter-pated, and Sarah gets locked up until she can be trusted. Camille interrogates her, and during the interrogation, she actually name-drops Shirako without being pressured to. Wisely, Camille figures out that she's playing a game here, specifically that if Jamaican fails with this colony drop, it is to Shirako's advantage. For the Titans, though, basically, Jamaican is embarrassed that he had to withdraw from Von Braun, mostly because, as I suggested earlier, Shirako left him there with no reinforcements. So he's doing this to get even with the AUG. As for the AUG, Henkin is still distracted while Emma is on board the Radish. Jesus, homie is down bad. Part of the tension with the crew at this point is basically people just being down bad. Katz has love at first sight. Henkin wants to plow Emma like fresh snow. Fa feels a certain type of way about Camille, to the point where she's getting clingy and jealous, etc. There's quite a bit of interpersonal drama going on. On the military end, mobile suits are on standby for both sides, as the Titans are planning to hit Von Braun. Yeah, kill everyone, drop colony, that's the end. Katz gives Sarah a normal suit since they're about to enter combat, but the little idiot is spending too much time talking to a prisoner, where she suggests that Katz take her Hyzak, she emotionally manipulates him, and he fucking falls for it. God, she's not that pretty, dude. Anyway, mobile suits from the Radish launch, with Camille, Emma, and Rekawa leading the charge. Also, Wong is still a fucking idiot. He tells the mayor of Granada not to evacuate the civilians. The fuck? The salvos start from the Radish and the Argama, attempting to alter the course of the colony. This gives away their position, so Yazan and his squad take off to counterattack. The basic strategy here is that the AUG has to take out the nuclear thrusters to stop the colony. Now, to Sarah's credit, while succoring Katz, she does tell him the weak spot of the enemy mobile armor, but then she just gets in her Hyzak and heads back to Shirako. The battle between Yazan and Camille starts up, with Camille sensing, of course, from Katz that he needs to attack from below, and just nails him. On top of that, Emma manages to destroy one of the colony engines, which changes the colony direction and saves Granada. Oh, Katz, enjoy the detention cell, you little doofus. At this point, Yazan is wanting to continue the assault, but Jamaicon isn't having it and wants to return for resupply, which is honestly the smarter move. Yazan, at this point, plans to snake him. He heads out with his squad to launch a direct attack. As for the Ayug, they're speculating on Shirako's ship, but the most they actually do confirm is just the psychic pressure everyone felt. At this point, the Mark II and a detachment of Nemo units are sent after Yazan's guys. Katz, being a Yutz, takes the G-Defensor without orders, but Henkin is fine with it. As for Yazan, his plan works. He manages to lure the Ayug right to Jamaicon's ship as they fight in the shadow of an old Zeon frigate. During the battle, Camille senses Emma's in trouble and wakes up from a nap. He immediately moves to sortie in the Zeta. Bright, trusting Camille's instincts, sends him out in the Zeta to intercept. As you'd expect, the Zeta's an instant difference maker. At this point, the G-Defensor docks with the Mark II and forms the Super Gundam, which instantly smokes one of the Hyzacs. Even Katz manages to drop someone in his little drop pod, but he gets caught by Yazan, not that it does him much good. It's at this point that Jamaicon opens fire on the Radish, but they do not give a rat's ass about their own men being in the crossfire. The whole situation at this point becomes a clusterfuck. Camille and Yazan run out of ammo, Emma tries to rescue Katz from his own stupidity in the Guazine, and then they get trapped by an enemy pilot, so on and so forth. And at this point, the fight is between Camille and Yazan, and it's basically a lightsaber battle. Now, though Emma and Katz get lucky, the fight between Yazan and Camille is intense. Camille, of course, is a new type. He's a very powerful new type, but Yazan, to his credit, is an extremely talented pilot. Thing is, Katz hops into an old Gelgoog, and he manages to hotwire it to fire a single bazooka shot. This gives Camille enough time to get his beam saber back and force Yazan to retreat after he dismembers the suit. At this point, Yazan moves right in front of the bridge. Emma just fires, and Yazan scoots out the way, so she kills Jamaicon. So I'll give Yazan credit on that one. 4D chess from him. I can kind of see why people still hate this dude, but at least respect his skills. He's very good at what he does. At this point, the Argama's looking to pick up Quattro, and stuff between Camille and Fa is getting to the point where Appley is suggesting that they just separate the two, put them on different ships. As for the Titans, Jared is having issues with Yazan, where Yazan wants to throw the Hyzacs overboard. He and Jared have a dick measuring contest, because they're both the same rank. Jared can't really order him to do anything. And here's the thing, fellas, there's not that much of a difference between 50 and 51 millimeters. Stop arguing. Oh, and Jared's in love with Maura as well, so, I mean, in Gundam, this will end well, right? As for Quattro, he's with Hayato, and apparently we're getting a new batch of war orphans. Same sort of deal with before, though, where Hayato's asking Quattro to take up a leadership role. Out in space, the fight is on, once again, this time between Emma and Yazan. Quattro's in a bit of a pickle, though, since he needs to keep a schedule and get back to his men, so he volunteers to go out in a lifeboat to be picked up by the Argama. Speaking of, the Argama launches its own suits to counteract the Titans. But unfortunately, Jared's MS team, they have a mega launcher prepped for use against the Ayug. Now, Yazan has Emma on the back foot, but then he's ordered to attack the Zeta. The thing is, everyone is sensing aggression, so they know something in this battle isn't right, that there's a setup going on. Now that we have Jared and Camille in a one-on-one, they're surprisingly evenly matched. Thing is, Camille feels aggression from another angle, and Yazan gets in Jared's way. Jared uses this as an opportunity to signal for the mega launcher to fire, but it doesn't work. There's too much new typing in the area that clued Camille in on what was going to happen. So no luck for the Titans on this one. Yazan just catches a stray, and sadly the shuttle gets completely destroyed. So, to be generous for once, I am going to give this fight a draw due to outside interference. After the fight, Camille actually kind of tries to make peace with Fa in his own autistic way, and it surprisingly works! Good move, I guess. Also, we got Quattro back, and he gave a letter from Mirai and the kids to Bright. It's a really heartwarming moment. I don't know if you guys have noticed thus far, but I'm not trying to go into too much detail here on too much interpersonal stuff, because this series of Gundam Explained is more of a war record to give you an idea of how the combat played out, how the war goes, and the specifics of the technology that's used. So, I'm going to say this again, these videos that Shirt Dude and I do are not substitutes for the real thing. So, if you have not watched Zeta already, go watch it, then come back. During a meeting with Captains Bright and Benkener, Quattro confirms the assassination of Commodore Blex. Even with that, the AUG has to mobilize to Side 2. In the hangar, they're fixing the Gelgoog to a point where it can actually move. The intention is to infiltrate the Jupitrus, and Rekkoa is headed out in this now ancient Zeon mobile suit. Camille's not too pleased about things, but Rekkoa is determined to take the assignment. For those who don't know, I don't recall if it's been mentioned yet, but the Jupitrus is effectively the flagship of Shirako, though he spends a lot of his time on the Dogo Skier. Speaking of the Dogo Skier, Shirako's being a creepy cult leader to the point where Sarah is now calling him Master. He says some shit about wanting to heal the Earth. The dude's a snake, so nothing he says really means anything. But as it stands, Rekkoa takes off in the repaired Gelgoog to make contact with Shirako, escorted by Camille and the Zeta. Later, Fa is sent out in the Methus after she complains about not seeing things from a woman's perspective to the crew. Again, Wu Fei is just going to be in the corner, reading his book. Anyway, Rekkoa arrives at the enormous Jupitrus, with Camille keeping his distance and observing the situation. Rekkoa poses as someone wanting to sell the Gelgoog as a collector's item, and one of the Federation staff she talks to tries to get a little too handsy with her. At this point, she sees Shirako on the upper walkway. Unfortunately for Camille, out in space, as he's just chilling, he gets spotted by enemy forces, and Sarah is the one who spotted him, attacking him when she's piloting the Masala, with Camille immediately sensing that Shirako's not the one piloting it this time. As Rekkoa sneaks around the Jupitrus, she notices they're developing a new mobile suit. Shirako also notes the possibility of an alliance between the Titans and Axis Zeon. When discovered, Rekkoa plays dumb, and Shirako gets touchy with her. She shoves his hand back and he strikes her. She then gives her name, saying that she's from Side 2. Now during this time, the call comes in about the mobile suit battle outside, and Rekkoa wonders if Shirako can sense who she is. As for Camille, in the fight, Camille gets backup from Fa in the Methus, and manages to land a hit on the Masala. Now Paptimus originally wants to intervene, but senses that Sarah wants to fight them herself. As for Rekkoa, she manages to roll a charisma check and gets a nat 20, then knocks out the horny idiot that she tricked. She then gets in the Gelgoog and hightails it out of there. She ends up caught in the battle, but does not get hurt. Fa does take a hit, but Camille's able to lop off the Masala's foot and drive it away. Another thing worth noting is that Rekkoa is able to recall a lot of the details of the inside of the ship, with her memory being almost photographic. But she hallucinates Paptimus on one of the sheets that she sketched. At this point, I need to mention something specific about Shirako. A thing to note about new types is that many of them create bonds with others very quickly, as I've mentioned before. At the same time, some new types have some abilities that are a cut above others. For some, it's just raw power. For others, it's almost like they have eyes in the back of their head. Think Amuro Ray on that one. And for some, they have the ability to influence others' feelings easily to a point of enslavement. And that is what Shirako is able to do specifically. The reason he comes across like a creepy cult leader is basically because he is. And you'll notice the women who serve under him don't serve like officers under normal command, but rather like women with severe Stockholm Syndrome. It's something to keep in mind as the story continues. Anyway, Quattro is headed on a mission to Von Braun, while the rest of the AUG focus on Side 2. There's a couple things of note here in the discussions on the ship. While Katz is giving Emma lunch, she notes that the Argama at the moment is short-staffed. On top of that, intelligence is reporting that there's only one ship going from Von Braun to Side 2, the Alexandria. It docked with a supply ship, and the ship was carrying chemical weaponry. Possibly G3 gas. Now, we discussed G3 in the last episode and in the 1 Year War series, so we all know what that stuff is capable of. The situation, effectively, has become much more grave. As for the Titans, for some reason, Jared has control of the mobile suit operations around Side 2, continuing his streak of failing upward. At this point, they're considering the Antarctic Treaty null and void. Not that they didn't before, but they intend to deploy gas at a colony to try and force the AUG to surrender. As for the AUG themselves, they have actually moved to protect Side 2, but the mayor of one of the colonies is getting antsy and wants to snake the AUG. A ship covered by an asteroid moves past Colony 35 and opens fire. Jared's war crime team heads towards Colony 25, and the mayor tries to surrender to the Titans, even having one of his men shot when they refuse. Now the Titans, well, what do they think? They don't fucking care. The only thing on the menu for them is genocide. The Argama is close to the area, and they send out the Zeta and the Mega Launcher, and the Methus, piloted by Rekoa. 3 high Zacs connect the G3 canister, and though the AUG tries to stop them, the Nemo forces that they are sending in are spread too thin. They can't mount a proper counteroffensive. Camille takes a long shot at the Alexandria, but only manages to destroy its cover. The Argama launches the rest of its mobile suit detachment, having Emma prioritize the destruction of the G3 canister. Now, Camille does get to it first, but Maura and Jared head out to keep him away from it. Now we get another Jared versus Camille fight, where Camille keeps Jared on the move away from the bulk of the Titans' forces. Jared manages to get the drop on Camille during the process, but gets caught by the beam bayonet of Camille's Mega Launcher. Good news is that Emma's team actually gets to the G3 canister, and Katz of all people manages to destroy it. Maura interferes in the fight with Jared and Camille, but Katz gets there to back him up. I'm going to actually score this fight a draw in our little tally, even though Camille had him on the back foot. After the battle, the AUG heads to Colony 1, and nobody's buying what the mayor is babbling about in regards to trying to cover up his cowardice. Bright and company meet with him and basically give him a warning. Ally with the Titans, and you're fucked. Back with Quattro, Wong mentions that Axis has left the asteroid belt, and gets pissy with Quattro not knowing about what's going on in there. Regardless, Quattro is being asked to make contact with Axis Zeon to help oppose the Titans. He explains what we already know about Minerva just being a figurehead. As for the Titans, Yazan is launching a substantial team of mobile suits, while Maura and Jared are sent out to set up an ambush on the Argama after Yazan and his men will attack them. Now, after some hijinks involving the War Orphans, Yazan's team attacks the Argama and the Radish, who deploy their mobile suit teams. Thing is, Yazan's men hold their fire and draw out the mobile suit teams from the AU. From below the Argama, the Alexandria and 2 reinforcement ships open fire. Camille and Fa peel off to aid the Argama, while Emma and Apolly lead the rest of the mobile suit forces. Bright has the forces move to a nearby abandoned colony, realizing that he's been outmaneuvered. Jared and Mora manage to land a good hit on the Argama, putting the ship into a panic. Camille manages to engage Jared, with Emma coming in to back up Camille and take on Maura. The fight between Jared and Camille is pretty intense this time, with more cat and mouse games. Now Fa, during the battle, gets distracted by the fire in the residential module, to the point where she actually exits her Nemo to go grab Haro and then check on the kids. She manages to protect them, but eats a door to the face when another explosion rocks the ship. Maura comes in again to back Jared up, but Camille keeps moving to just back up the Argama. At this point, the battle is a complete clusterfuck, with Camille blasting Titans and also having to fend off Jared. He almost gets a clear shot on him, but Maura gets in between them, sacrificing herself to save Jared's life. Jared comes in aggressively for revenge, but Camille owns him pretty easily. We're definitely giving Jared the L here, because even with backup, and even with somebody sacrificing themselves to try to keep the dude alive, he still couldn't beat Camille in a straight fight. At this point, he tries a kamikaze dive on the Argama, and Emma just peels off one of Jared's arms and some of the thrusters on his mobile suit, driving him away. At this point, the Titans are forced to withdraw. They did manage to do some damage and take out a share of AUG suits, but the Titans took a lot of losses as well. Difference being, though, is that the Titans can afford it. Still, the important thing is that Jared took the L. Anyway, Emma is given credit for her defense of the ship, but she gives credit to Camille and then asks Bright not to punish Fa for her actions during the battle. But Bright takes it as the possibility of Fa not being a good fit for piloting. As for Fa herself, Bright commends her for protecting the living module and the kids, and Camille reflects on the death of Maura. At this point, the Argama is going to be repaired at Von Braun on the moon. With Fa refusing to take the kids to Armstrong Park, they take off on their own. At this point, we see Sarah and 2 other pilots. One is piloting the Masala, but the other 2 suits are brand new. This is the Herbo Burble. Well, that's what I call it. The actual name is the Humbrabi. The RX-139 Humbrabi is another mobile suit developed with the input of Paptimus Scirocco, also featuring a mobile armor transformation mode like the Masala. It actually features a much more streamlined transformation than the other suits, with the hope of making it much more palatable for mass production. Another note of this suit's design is that it has not 1, not 2, but 5 mono eyes all over its body to continue to keep track of enemies. The suit stands a little under 20 meters tall in mobile suit mode, and weighs just under 57 tons at max weight, and is coated in Gundarium alloy. As for the armaments, it has 2 attached beam guns that are also doubling up as beam sabers. It has 2 back-mounted beam rifles, 2 claws it can use, and a tail lance. That is exactly what it sounds like. The mobile suit has a tail, it can stab you with it. On top of that, it can also use the Fedayeen rifle that the Gabfly uses, or use the Hyzax beam rifle if need be. It also has a weapon called a Sea Serpent that uses electric shocks to immobilize enemy mobile suits. In conjunction with other weapons of the same type, a net called a Spider Web can be used to disable enemy suits as well. Either way, Sarah is sent into Von Braun undercover to do some damage. Also, Camille and Fa are headed into the city to find the kids after they ran off. During each of their trips inside the city, Sarah manages to sense Camille and ducks into a department store to avoid him and Fa, but Camille still senses her. Sarah manages to avoid them though, but she's feeling weird about this whole situation. Camille asks Fa to keep looking around the park for the kids, while Camille goes off on his own. Sarah manages to get past a security guard and does what she's actually here for, planting a device in one of the pipes of the pipe system. Camille seems to sense who he thinks is for, but he sees it's Sarah and gives chase. Camille stops her, and she bullshits some story to get Camille to ease up on her. Then, Camille, rather nicely, buys her ice cream, and Fa catches them being stupid, but still, Camille gives Sarah her ice cream and they chat a bit about life effectively. He then confronts her about how she treated cats, and basically warns her about what will happen if they see each other in combat. Now at that point, Sarah has a bit of a conscience crisis, warning Camille not to return to the Argama because she rigged the pipeline with a bomb. Camille instructs Fa to head to the Argama and let Bright know about what's going on, and he heads to the pipe room to see if he can do something about it. Bright gives the order to bring in Wong and Quattro and order an evacuation. Camille manages to find the bomb, but it falls further into the piping. At this point, Camille tackles Sarah and captures her. Appley manages to find Camille in the park and gets him back to the Argama, which just barely manages to escape the spaceport. The Titans' mobile suits get detected, and then they attack the Argama. Camille gets his hands on one of the Herbal Burbles and manages to damage it, but the other gives him a little trouble. Now Fa notices that Sarah managed to escape the Argama and tries to pursue, but it doesn't work. Camille has been trying to get her to see reason and leave the Titans, but she's pretty much too far gone at this point. After that, Fa is under the assumption that the kids were caught in the explosion, but she finds out that they never left in the first place. They just hid in the shower. They hate baths, so it was the one place that Fa would never look for them. After that, the Argama takes off without repairs, but with the intention of still contacting Axis Xeon. Quattro recommends that they should head for the moon for repairs afterwards, but Wong is adamant of the opposite. Shockingly, Wong does something nice. He gives the kids drinks from the vending machine. I guess he did his one good deed for the decade. There's also some tension between Rekkawa and Quattro is cryptic about what's going on. Oh, and great, Shirako's back, and he's asking about Yazan and whatever. Yazan's been brought on Shirako's ship, so him and his team are under Shirako's command now. The Ayug spots Shirako's ship, not sure what they're wanting to do, but Wong thinks that they have the same idea. Admittedly, he is right, and Quattro is willing to lead a mobile suit assault. He stops to talk with Rekkawa, asking for her to back him up and be the extra power source for the Mega Launcher. Quattro noticed that Rekkawa got rid of all her plants. She used to have a ton of them in her room, and they have a pretty good heart-to-heart that actually ends with Quattro kissing her. After the smooching session, Camille gets mad at Quattro, and the mobile suits launch into combat. Now, Rekkawa is taking out the Gelgoog this time around, which admittedly seems risky, considering it's not armed. With the Titans, Yazan is not too fond of the Herbal Burble right now, but he manages to move past Shirako's creep factor, and he still plans on piloting it after talking to him. Now, after catching the Ayug's mobile suits on scope, Paptimus actually tells Yazan don't deploy yet, choosing instead to send out a detachment of Galbaldi Betas and Marasai. The numbers don't work in the Titans' favor at the start, but Paptimus keeps the pressure on them. Rekkawa connects the Gelgoog to the Mega Launcher, and while aiming the gun, Quattro can actually feel the pressure from Paptimus, and it causes him to miss his first shot. He connects with the second, though, hitting the mobile suit ramp. A third shot goes right across the bridge. And then, after that, Shirako sends out Yazan. The fourth shot almost connects with Yazan himself, doing more damage to the ship. Quattro sends Reccoa back to the Argama, and when Reccoa senses Paptimus, she instead goes after his ship. At this point, Yazan shoots down a Nemo that is an obvious retreat because he's a dick, and then he goes after the Zeta, immediately putting Camille on the back foot. Now, luckily for him, Reccoa actually arrives just in time and hockey checks Yazan out of the way. Good way to use the bulk of the Gelgoog, all things considered. It actually has a bit more heft than the Humbrabi. Believe it or not, a Gelgoog weighs about 10 tons more. Now, on the Argama, Wong tells Bright to have Fa deploy in the Methys, but Bright turns it down. Yazan is able to put Camille and Reccoa on the defensive, but they are saved by a bunch of unknown mobile suits opening fire on the Titans. These are the Gaza C. The AMX Gaza C is a mass-production transformable mobile suit developed by Axis Xeon. Another Gundarium alloy suit, this suit stands at 22.5 meters in mobile suit mode, weighing 72.5 tons at max weight. A quick and maneuverable suit, it's got a simple armament of its leg claws, a beam saber, a small linked set of beam guns on its back, and a weapon called a Knuckle Buster, which is basically just a big beam rifle with a much higher output. Paptimus and the Dogos Gear retreat from the battle. Camille and Reccoa get into a short argument, which surprises Camille. Reccoa herself not able to stop thinking about Shirako either. Now, as for the leader of the Gaza mobile suits that just saved the AUG, we see that the leader of those suits is none other than the regent to the Zabi family, Haman Karn. The Xeon Transport is a Guadon-class flagship. A successor to the Guazine, the Guadon is also a red-colored ship meant for long-range cruising and the ability to hold off multiple ships simultaneously. It also has 2 mobile suit catapults on the top and a mobile suit launcher at the bottom of the ship as well. There's no record on how many ships it can carry, but it's been estimated as close to 100. When we see the interior of the ship, you will see it is massive. At this point, the ship is the flagship of Axis Xeon, armed with an unspecified number of mega particle guns and anti-air machine guns. At this point, Wong and Bright are going to head over to Axis, alongside Reccoa, Camille, and Quattro. Their shuttle gets a little spook from a Gaza C, with Quattro thinking it was Haman, who they see in the shuttle bay. Both Camille and Quattro can feel her presence, with Quattro getting visibly angry. As we already know, Haman's an incredibly powerful new type, so the pressure she gives off is very distinctive. At this point, Haman introduces Wong and the AUG to Minerva Zabi, who is surrounded by a massive amount of troops. Now, as you'd expect, Quattro is not pleased by the sight. He was quite fond of Minerva, so he doesn't like seeing her used like this. Haman beckons Quattro to approach, with Minerva calling Char by his real name, which, for the rest of the episode, I'm going to do as well. Now, Char gets close enough to Minerva, which puts everyone on edge, examining her closely and basically declaring that Haman's turned her into a robot. At this point, Haman and Char get confrontational, with Char being restrained by Xeon soldiers. Haman holds them at gunpoint to stop things and detains the AUG detachment. Char and Camille get into a mock fight to get Char out of their detainment room, with Char honestly hitting him a lot harder than he needed to. Wong captures the soldier that comes in to check on them, and Char heads out by himself. Camille and Reccoa head out to follow, but Bright gives them 15 minutes to get back to the shuttle. Char goes out to find Haman, and he manages to find her and holds her at gunpoint. At this point, Char states that he's never betrayed anyone in his entire life, ever. Right. Regardless, Haman manages to corner Char, but he gets backup from Reccoa and Camille. Reccoa ends up getting shot by Haman, who then retreats. During this, Camille makes a good point that it was fucking stupid to attack Haman, but he does have his reasons. During their escape, Appley gets hit, but Char manages to get them an opening, alongside Camille shooting some explosives to cover their escape as they get onto the shuttle. At this point, the Argama mobilizes its mobile suit forces after deploying dummy asteroids to screw with enemy radar. Haman preps her mobile suits to launch, but it's the Titans that are here to fight, with Yazan and 2 of his closest men, Lieutenants Dunkel Cooper and Ramses Hassa, which are in their suits alongside a detachment of Garibaldi betas. During the battle, Camille gets overzealous and gets caught in the spider web deployed by the Yazan team, and the Zeta gets disabled. Recua instead gets into the thick of things by tackling Yazan. Now Camille manages to get his suit back and operational and wake back up, and then Quattro comes in to help him as well. Yazan manages to do heavy damage to the Methus, but he does get caught off guard by a squad of Nemo suits, and suits from the Radish coming in to save the day, led by Lieutenant Emma and Katz. Oh, and Recua is still looking for Scirocco. Speaking of that creep, he now offers his service to the Zabi family, securing an alliance between Scirocco's forces and Axis Zeon, effectively capitalizing on Char's mistake. At this point, Emma and Henkin talk about the Argama's biggest problem. They've managed to resupply them with stuff from the Radish, but the crew is beyond exhausted. Now, on the plus side for Henkin, Emma hints about letting him take her out on a date. Nice! Anyway, while the kids try to help in the hangar, we see that the Zeta and the Methus are in very rough shape, alongside the Hyakushiki. Also, apparently, Quattro's snubbing Recua. Asinage mocks Camille for lecturing someone on relationships, which is where we get the angry Camille face meme from. After that, Recua gets out of medbay with Fa's help, and we finally get a bit of Recua's background. You see, when she was a kid, she got separated from her parents during the 1-year war. She spent time as a resistance fighter, fighting Zeon and effectively losing all of her friends during the course of that war. She stuck with the Federation afterwards as an officer, but joined the AUG soon after. She confesses that she's the type of person who's looking for constant excitement, but she thinks she'd settle down if she found the right guy. She says this in a very sullen expression in both English and Japanese, by the way, which something to keep in mind. She also asks Fa not to go down the same road that she did. Now, I know I've been light on character stuff this episode, but I felt the need to discuss Recua because we didn't really know her background up until now, or why she did the things that she did, volunteering for the missions she did. And this gives insight into choices that she will also make in the future. As for the Titans, Yazan's on edge, wanting to go after the Argama, but Paptimus is resistant. However, he lets Yazan do as he pleases in going after the AUG, while Paptimus focuses on forging the alliance between the Titans and Zeon. Wong is causing issues on the Argama, wanting them to keep on the offensive. The Argama, instead, is moving to dock with the La Vie en Rose, and Bright is putting his foot down on this one because they've taken way too much damage. Now, as for Recua, she and Char have a discussion when prepping for battle when she refuses to even look at him. She's clearly not pleased for having been snubbed while she was in the medbay, especially after Char went to the point of actually kissing her. The Argama and the Radish launch mobile suits to counter Yazan's forces, which have also deployed decoys. Recua is also clearly not in her right mind. She almost gets spanked by Ramses and is barely saved by Char. Now her, Camille, and Char move to check out the rear guard and see this Marsai squadron they supposedly brought with them. Now Recua is ordered to return to the Argama at this point, and the Yazan team uses the chaos of the battle to their advantage, with the mobile suit deployments having been duped by mobile suits that are actually decoys. Recua freezes up in battle, and during this, Yazan picks her apart. She does try to ram him, but he impales her with the tail of the Humbrabi. At this point, Recua is out of her fucking mind. She exits the Methus, and Yazan just grabs her when she's rendered unconscious after the Methus explodes. It goes without saying that the Argama got outplayed on this one. Bright again has to tell Wong to zip it on the constant pressure and the fact that they need repairs. But surprisingly, Wong finally agrees. Also, Camille decks Char in the face for being so cold to Recua, where Camille honestly has a point. Char's been so laser focused on the military aspect and let Haman Karn get to him to a point where he forgot the personal elements of his own crew, and it cost them. The Radish ends up taking off after they land at the La Vie en Rose, leaving the Argama alone with the crew's tensions after the loss of Recua. Wong is now off the ship, thank God, and the Argama has been ordered to help with the operation at Kilimanjaro in Africa to support Karaba as they attack the Titans. Char states that the Argama is just there to give fire support, but Camille flat out calls him a coward for not wanting to send mobile suit support. Now granted, the Argama doesn't have the resources it needs to take Kilimanjaro, but Camille is not hearing it. At this point, the Titans receive a new mass production mobile suit. This thing is called the Barzam. The RMS-154 Barzam is fucking ugly. I hate this thing. This thing is meant to be the replacement for the Gym 2, and takes notes from the Gundam Mark II on its overall design, or so they say. It doesn't really explain why it has a mono eye and no pelvis, but okay. Anyway, it's lightly armored, stands over 24 meters tall, and weighs over 62 tons at max weight, also armored in Gundarium, Natch. Weapons-wise, the Barzam has 2 beam sabers and a beam rifle with a grenade launcher. It can also be equipped with a Vulcan pod, a hardpoint shield, and can use weapons from other Titans' mobile suits as well. At this point, Yazan's keeping on the attack when it comes to pressuring the Argama, not letting them not feel the pressure, launching with his team and a bunch of Barzams to back him up. Just as the Argama gets in position to support Karaba, missiles get launched at the Argama, where they counterattack. Yazan's team arrives as well, with Yazan giving the order to capture the Zeta Gundam. The Humbrabi units manage to grab the Zeta again with Sea Serpents, but Char comes in to back him up. However, he takes a hard hit and starts spiraling toward the Earth. Camille heads to help him, and Bright gives the order for he and Char to instead link up with Karaba. Now, Camille manages to save Char since the Zeta can actually handle re-entry and also act as a shield for the Hyakushiki from the friction of the re-entry process. On the Earth, we see the Aldumla already engaged in a hellacious battle. Char and Camille land on the summit, and we see that Jamitov Hyman is here at this base. Karaba's Nemo forces keep pushing up the mountain, but they do get a surprise. The Psycho Gundam is here. Now, through Camille and Char, they find the reservoir for the base and start to dive in, but they also spot the Psycho Gundam, but manage to hide from it. Camille doesn't sense 4, though, so Char dives into the water to see if he can look into the base, and Camille disobeys orders and follows him in. During the trek inside, Camille's new type senses go off rather intensely, and they move towards where it stems from. It finally gets to a point where Char can feel the same thing, and even though Char advises against it, the two continue on. What we find is 4 Murasame basically being tortured by the Titans under Jamitov Hyman's direct orders. By the way, you wanna know what all this torture's for? It looks really painful, right? It's for testing a remote control. Yeah, he put her through all that just to see if she doesn't have to be inside it to pilot it. The fuck? It goes without saying that even though we don't see much of Jamitov, he is a fucking sadist. Char and Camille spot him, but they aren't able to kill him. He hides behind bulletproof glass and seals Char and Camille in a room away from where he is, but 4 is currently in. At this point, she doesn't recognize Camille, or so it seems. She seems to be in a complete trance, which Quattro immediately recognizes. He wants to shoot her to stop her from operating the Psycho Gundam, but Camille stops him. At this point, we see that none other than Amuro Ray is leading the charge for Karaba. He's also got a really dope mobile suit on his own. This bad boy, this mobile suit is the successor to the Gelgoog, known as the Dija. The MSK-008 Dija is a prototype mobile suit developed by Karaba. They originally designed it after the Rick Diaz, but as you can see, it has more in similarity in its looks and outfitting to the Gelgoog than the Rick Diaz, which the Rick Diaz honestly just feels like the next generation of the Dom and the Rick Dom. A lot of former Xeon engineers were involved in its development, thus the design of the suit being the way that it is. Funnily enough, Amuro pilots this suit to basically show the former Xeon pilots he works with that he's on their side, because they would get really bothered by Amuro in a Gundam. But as you can tell by the coloring on the torso of this mobile suit, he actually had the paint job altered to be similar to the Gundam from the 1 Year War. As for the weaponry, the suit has a 60mm Vulcan on its head and also uses a beam Naginata like the Gelgoog. It normally uses a beam rifle that is the same model as the Hyakushikis, but it can also equip the same clay bazooka that the Hyakushiki uses with the same ammo loadouts. It can also use the Zeta Gundam's Hyper Mega Launcher if need be. One fun thing to note about this is that we are now in a war where Char Aznable and Amuro Ray are allies, where Char is piloting a mobile suit that looks like a Gundam, and Amuro is piloting a mobile suit that looks like a Gelgoog. Oh, how the turntables. Anyway, Camille tries to get 4, but gets pulled back. The whole situation is striking a very rough chord for Amuro, given the obvious parallels between 4's relationship with Camille and Char's relationship with Lala Soon. Later on, Char takes command of the ground forces and is hesitant to send an attack so quickly after the last one. Char also has a back and forth with Camille over whether or not 4 can be saved at this point. Camille dismisses Char's statements as hollow theories, but in this series we have seen that Char has seen all of it firsthand. We in the audience know he understands this better than anyone. At this point, Camille takes the time to infiltrate the Kilimanjaro base under the cover of darkness, seeing a new mobile suit model, but going after 4 to try to rescue her. She senses him as well, and runs to Camille as they embrace, which is actually a pretty cute scene, I won't lie. Somehow, Jared is here, unfortunately, and spots Camille with 4. Now, Camille notices that her behavior has changed quite a bit, and she's getting some Vietnam flashbacks as they talk. Also, who stores a gun in a fridge? Anyway, one thing that's kind of obvious is that 4's mental condition is degenerating. The psychotherapy that she's been put through is tearing her apart. Camille takes her in front of her doctor, who recognizes Camille. The doctor tries to get other members of the Titans to come in there, but Camille knocks a dude out. After knocking the dude out, Camille looks at computer systems in that same room at Kilimanjaro, and he reads the riot act to the doctor who did this to her, because now he knows the extent of what happened. Now, sadly, at this point, Jared hobbles his ass into the room, but 4 knocks him over because he a bitch. The two manage to escape, but 4 is not all there in the head after they get out. She's not even recalling losing her memories at this point, which is something that, as we saw earlier on in this episode, was a big deal to her. Jared catches up in a jeep and holds them at gunpoint. However, Karaba finally attacks, and Camille uses the distraction to kick the gun out of Jared's hand and then toss his bitch ass down a fucking mountain. So this wasn't a mobile suit fight, but I'm giving Camille another win on the tally for that one because that's just fucking funny. Amuro and his men press the attack hard, supported by Quattro and the Zeta Gundam. Camille and 4 are having issues as well, where 4's psycho-conditioning takes hold. At this point, she's just not the same person. All she is able to do is kill. She manages to summon the Psycho Gundam and tosses Camille aside. Also, Jared somehow makes his way back into the base and gets into the new mobile suit that is being developed, which we're not going to break down today because it's actually not finished yet. We'll talk about it when the suit is finished in the next episode. At this point, Jamitov runs away like a rat fleeing the nest. Now, Char spots Camille and gets the Zeta to him. The two have an argument over what's expected of Camille, and Char is not hearing Camille's shit right now. When 4 spots the Zeta, she transforms the Psycho Gundam. Now, Amuro wants to get in and put a stop to this, but Camille wants the chance to try to talk her down. Jared comes in with the unfinished mobile suit, which is called the Byerlant, and 4 is ordered to protect Jamitov's shuttle, which she succeeds at, basically by swatting and new typing at Char. So effectively, she beat him by waving her hands at him and just being, like, a bitch. I guess it works. He still opens fire on Jamitov's shuttle, but the fire from the Psycho Gundam is so thick that he can't get a good shot off. Thing is, at this point, the Titans are largely getting their shit pushed in. The Kilimanjaro base is blowing up from the inside out, and this gives Camille an opening to try to talk to 4 and get her to her senses. During the process of this, Jared tries to attack Camille, and 4 moves in front of them. Jared, during the melee, stabs the Psycho Gundam in the head, destroying it. 4 is thrown from the mobile suit, but she is at this point on death's door. Char and Amuro land near the Zeta to protect Camille, with both of them remarking on history effectively repeating itself. Char grabs Camille and 4 with the Hyakushiki, and then both the Hyakushiki and the Dija grab the Zeta Gundam and take everyone back to the Aldumla. As Kilimanjaro explodes, Camille cradles the now dead body of the woman he loved. When he walks away, he tells Char that he'll never call him Quattro again, and he has no choice but to live his life as Char Aznable. Surprisingly, Char completely agrees.
The battles between the Titans and the AUG have been chaotic. Each time that the Titans seem to lose ground, they managed to gain it in another realm. Though they lost both Jaburo and the Kilimanjaro base, they gained a major acquisition. At this point in the story, the Federation has named Jamitov Hyman the head of the Federation forces, giving the Titans access to the biggest military in the solar system. Plus, they've turned Gryps into a military stronghold in space, and Captain Shirako has capitalized on Char Aznable's temper to secure alliances with Axis Zeon. As for the Karaba AUG alliance, though they managed to secure Kilimanjaro, they did so at the cost of morale. Their ace pilot, Camille Bidon, now deals with a rival, quote-unquote, that now has a new mobile suit, not like it helped him before, but he also finds himself demoralized as his faith in his commanding officer is waning, and he has lost the love of his life. Char Aznable's mistakes continue to cost the AU dearly as good soldiers and potential alliances slip through his fingers while Shirako reaps the benefits. It's at this point that the war reaches its final stanza. What can the AU do to put the Titans on the back foot? Can Char redeem himself from his most recent mistakes? Can Jared actually want to fight? Well, I think it's time we find out. At this point, Jared is on the hunt for Karaba and sees that they're moving towards Africa.
He susses out that they're likely headed for Dakar, which is a correct assumption. Over with Char, Hayato catches him checking in on the Hyakushiki, but reminds him that he won't be piloting for the next operation. Whatever it is that they have planned, Char is key to it. As for Camille, Amuro checks in on him. The two discuss the nature of the war they're in, and whether or not people are going to learn from what's going on. There's also some tension with Char and Amuro, go figure, and Amuro's issues seem to stem from Char's inability to pull the trigger on leadership, and his role in all this. On the ground, Beltorchka is working undercover at a base in the Dakar area. She's posing as a reporter, but she gets denied clearance to a new area by the Feddies, and one of them, well, cops a feel for fun. A Titans officer comes in and intervenes, causing the men to back down after a short scuffle. They have a short conversation, but there's not much to mention about this lieutenant. The dude seems to be all in on Titans propaganda. Back with the Aldumla, it's time for a fight. Camille and Amuro have taken off over Dakar, and Jared mentions that they are low on defenses in that area. This, of course, is kind of weird considering that this is where the Federation Assembly is at right now. Even so, the Federation mobilizes a squad of Ashimars to counter the Ayug and Karaba in the air. Away from the combat, Amuro hands off Char to Beltorchka, then heads back into the fight. Apparently this whole thing has been orchestrated by Luyo and company, putting Char in front of the Federation Assembly in a Hail Mary to attempt to sway public opinion. It's here that Char gives his famous Dakar speech, as the Ayug take control of the chamber. Now, we can't really play the whole speech because it would probably get flagged for copyright, but it goes without saying that this is Char's finest moment. Everyone tunes into this speech, even Char's sister. Yeah, we get a Salem Ass cameo. Effectively, what the speech is about is the message that Char's father had put out there so many years ago. Humanity, as a whole, shouldn't restrict itself to repeating its same mistakes over and over again, and that the Earth flat out cannot handle the stress that humanity and those mistakes, wars, keep putting on it. Souls that are weighed down by gravity just keep the cycle going, and the Titans are a perfect example of that. In an attempt to counter the evils of the Zombies and their military, the Federation just made another zombie family to substitute it. Basically, humanity needs to keep branching out into space and leave all this nonsense behind, lest we become the architects of our own destruction. While this speech is going on, Jared mobilizes in his new mobile suit. This is the RX-160 Byerland. The RX-160 Byerland, as of this episode, is now completed. As you can tell by the MS designation, this comes from the same development line as the Gundam Mark II and the Hazel series of Gundams. See? Hazel mentioned. There you go. I didn't forget they exist. I will do a video on them at some point. Anyway, the Byerland is an experimental unit that was meant to have self-sustained atmospheric flight, so it could benefit from air superiority without the need for a base jabber or a transformation gimmick. Now, how does it do this? Massive thrusters. Yeah, just look at the back of this thing. It's got a giant gaping butthole. Well, at least it's not on his face like another mobile suit that I've made fun of in the past. But yes, this thing flies via the power of thermonuclear farting, for the lack of a less funny term. Also, it's appropriate that Jared has a gaping anus mobile suit, considering how many times he's had his shit pushed in during the show. Oh god. Anyway, the Byerland, I can't believe I wrote this shit, stands 23 meters tall and uses Gundarium alloy armor, Natch. It has 2 beam sabers, 1 on each arm, and 2 megaparticle cannons, 1 on each arm. As much as I make jokes about it, this is a very lethal mobile suit that is basically a Gundam in all but name. It is incredibly versatile, and if you've seen Gundam Unicorn, a Byerland is deadly if it's in the hands of anyone not named Jared Mesa. At this point, Camille just wants to play keep away so as not to cause any collateral damage over the city of Dakar, but the Titans don't give a shit. Camille ends up shooting a guy down, and then saves him and his buddy from crashing into the ground, telling the men to listen to the broadcast so they know exactly what's going on. During the battle, Amuro also catches that Jared is headed for the comms building. Beltorchka, during this whole thing, gets a good idea that she should catch the fight on camera and show how little the Titans give a shit to the whole world. During the course of this, the Titans' recklessness is shown for the whole assembly and for anyone that watches the broadcast, and during his speech, Char makes more than enough time to point out exactly what's going on here, and how insane these guys are. On top of that, the Titans lieutenant from earlier is moved by Char's speech, and actually stops the mobile suit from taking out the comm center. At this point, Camille gets cornered by Jared, because he made a rookie mistake, but the lieutenant from earlier confronts Jared over his actions, and then Jared opens fire, firing straight through the donut, and then hitting the assembly. Yeah, Jared quite literally, with one shot from a mega particle cannon, just fucked the entire Titans because he wouldn't calm the fuck down. On the tally for Jared versus Camille, we can't really add this because there wasn't much of a direct fight, but we're going to anyway because this is a massive L. He just fucked the entire faction. At this point, the Titans are now on the shit list of the Federation bigwigs, and the AUG was just gifted a massive win by this pompous dipshit. Oh god, I love it. Anyway, Char's not really feeling it after this whole thing is over, despite the win. He feels like he's given up his freedom just to do the right thing. During a conversation with Amuro, Char asks if he's a human sacrifice of sorts, to which Amuro makes jokes about. Here's the thing, let's just say this conversation is more important than you realize. We'll get to it later, but keep in mind Char's facial expressions and what they're drinking. Yeah. Either way, the AUG have turned the tide in a big way. Now, is humanity going to move beyond the things that led to this point just yet? Probably not, but things just got a little bit better. Afterwards, Jared once again catches up with the Aldumla, but Quattro and Camille are loading up their mobile suits to head back to space. What they know at this point is that they need to follow up fast from this win. Life lesson, folks, you can't just take a W and just sit on it. You have to keep the momentum up. As it stands, Amuro and Beltorchka are staying on Earth to keep up the fight there. Amuro and Char begin to say their goodbyes, but the enemy catches up. Amuro then hops in the Deja, and Camille wants to help, but Char nixes the idea. While the shuttle prepares to launch, Amuro and his men engage the Titans. Jared, who for some reason is on a base jabber, gets desperate to draw out Camille and orders his ship to ram the Aldumla. Yeah, brilliant idea, dummy. Anyway, they refuse because they have some sense and they just start firing missiles. At this point, Amuro moves in to take out the enemy Garda class, and it goes exactly how you'd expect. He sends it careening to the ground. Then he moves in to keep Jared's attention. It doesn't quite work out, but Jared fucks up and gets caught in a tailspin, then shot by Amuro on the way down just to rub it in. Lol. Anyway, the shuttle busts through the atmosphere, heads back into space, but they don't get much of a break. The Argama is already in combat by the time that they get into space, and it's a hellacious fight. Yazan and his flunkies are putting the pressure on, and both Char and Camille feel that pressure, and they want to get in there and help. On the ship, Fa wants to help as well, but Bright is not letting her launch. Then, the kids get into the Methus and start causing havoc. At this point, Bright tells Fa to give the kids a spanking, basically telling her she's clear to fight. With the Titan's vessel, we see the unfortunate reality of Char's mistakes. Ensign Rekoa is now a Titan. They don't trust her, as you would imagine that they wouldn't. Yazan's team then redeploy after a refit and capture one of the Rick Diaz units, then slaughter it, killing a new character named Batch just as soon as he shows up, and leaving Apolly alone to fight them. Fa manages to get in there to try and help out, and both Camille and Char launch from their shuttle. As you'd imagine, Fa's not able to do much outside of, well, delay the inevitable, and she ejects from the damaged Methus. Camille and Char engage, and Char then calls for the Mega Launcher. Yazan tries to intercept, but fails, and Char pinpoints the enemy ship, which is the Alexandria, to try and take it out. However, Camille's new type sense goes off and senses Rekoa, along with Rekoa sensing not only Camille and Char, but that weapon has hit the field. The Alexandria listens to what she tells them, and falls back immediately. Char fires, misses the Alexandria, but he does manage to hit one of Yazan's boys. Doesn't kill him, but it's nice to see them suffer. Rekoa afterwards can't really properly explain what happened, and after trying to leave the bridge, she gets cabadoned by Ramses, who thinks that she's there either to assassinate Shirako or fuck him. She doesn't deny the latter of the two. On the Argama, Bright welcomes Char and Camille back into the fold and lets them know that the Dakar speech even made it out into space. Bright tells Char he's proud of him, and overall, it's a pretty heartwarming reunion. At this point, we see that Gryps has been divided into two parts. The first is the old fortress of Abawaku, now called the Gate of Zidane, along with Luna 2, which many of you remember as the asteroid base outside Side 7 from the original Gundam series. This is where their military power in space resides. We overhear conversation between Jamitov and Bask Ohm looking to use something called the Colony Laser, and Bask is worried that the mandate of the Titans being in charge could be revoked. There's also obvious distrust between Bask and Shirako, so he offers to head out on the next large-scale mission with the Dodo's gear. As for Shirako, He hears Bask is looking to start a squad of cyber new types, but they just don't have the numbers for it. He remarks on the possibility of them using Rekkawa, but dismisses it. He then takes the assignment of protecting the Gate of Zidane without much issue, and happily, quote-unquote, relinquishes the Dogos gear to Bask and warns him about the Argama. Bask ego-checks Shirako, then leaves. Much as I hate Bask, it's not like the guy's wrong here. Somewhere in the colonies, we see a familiar purple-haired woman that we haven't seen in a while. Remember Rosamia? Well, here she is. And no, it's not a coincidence that a Titan's cyber new type is in the same colony that Camille, Emma, and Fa are visiting. Emma has a mission on the colony, whereas Camille and Fa are taking a break with the kids from the ship. The one thing that's pretty neat about this is we actually get insight into colony life and the agricultural modules. And, oh shit, there's a bunch of Hyzaks here. Anyway, when Rosamia sees Camille, she starts calling him brother, and catches up to Camille, Fa, and the kids when they're hopping onto a horse-drawn cart. As you can imagine, Camille is very confused. However, Rosamia is at least polite. Also, they're sheep! And Rosamia has a photo of her and Camille as kids, which, as you'd imagine, is bullshit. Outside of the colony, we have Char heading out on a patrol in the Yakushiki, noting that several AUG suits have disappeared in the area, which leads the Titans to respond. They open fire the instant that Char moves away from the colony, and the fight's on. This mobile suit, by the way, is the Hyzak Custom. The RMS-01CS Hyzak Custom is, well, a Hyzak. Difference between this and the normal one is that this one is more kitted out for sniping. Its mono eye is changed to a high precision version, and there's also improved heat dissipation in the head. The armor is switched to Gundarium alloy, and has better thrusters and a backpack. It still remained compatible with other Hyzak weaponry, but used a much larger shoulder shield, a beam saber, and a sniper beam launcher, plus could be fitted with 2 triple missile pods. Something of note here is that Char mentions that this is neutral territory they're in, giving an idea to both the Titans' desperation and just how much of shitheels they are. During the battle, the Titans blow a hole in the colony and escape into it, opening fire from inside the colony to the outside as well. Char comes in and drops one of them and then seals the hole left by the explosion. As for Camille and Rosamia, they meet a certain red-haired child that the kids play with and have fun with. And yeah, that's exactly who you think it is, and here comes Haman. The interesting thing about all of this is I don't think anyone in this situation realizes how many dangerous factors are here or the gravity of the situation until Camille spots Haman and Minerva. Haman assumes the worst, that the AUG is there to kidnap the princess. A Gaza pops out of its cover and then opens fire on Char. Now, Char manages to disable the other Hyzak Custom, but the Gaza opens fire in the colony as well, and then blows another hole in it. To which Char responds with a lethal shot on the mobile suit. Camille and company manage to get inside a shelter while Char works to seal things up. Afterwards, Camille lets Char know that Haman and Minerva are on the colony right now before Char meets with colony representatives to discuss what happened with him. As you'd imagine, Emma and Char get a funky feeling from Rosamia. The next day, Rosamia is playing with the kids, but gets weirded out when she's introduced to Emma, showing obvious signs of cyber new type reprogramming. Now at this point, we find out what happened with Gryps 2 and this colony laser they mentioned earlier. They took all of Gryps 2 and turned it into a giant beam weapon. Yeah. So during the meeting, Rosamia wanders in and then apologizes, with Char suggesting that she get examined by the doctor, and Camille rightfully thinks that she's a cyber new type as well. But for some reason, he thought Char had suggested it. Either way, Rosamia ain't right in the head. Over with Shirako, he's working his magic on Rekkawa, and as you can imagine, he be creeping again. What makes it terrible is that it works, but that's his ability as a new type. He then gives the Masala to Rekkawa for use as he takes something called the Pallas Athene to the Jupitress. More on that later. The AUG sends out a recon team of Camille, Emma, and Apolly, and Bask sends out a team of Barzums with Ensign Rekkawa. Rekkawa then spots the AUG team and pushes past her initial hesitations to let the team that she's with know that the AUG is here. Thus, the battle commences. During the scuffle, Emma gets her hands on the Masala, and to her absolute shock, she hears Rekkawa telling her to get off. On the Argama, Rosamia is in the hangar, shaking, thinking she needs to get into a mobile suit for some reason, but Fa keeps her from going out. Now at this point, Camille gets into a fight with the Masala, thinking that it's Sarah Zabirov that's piloting it, up until he lops off one of the arms and hears Rekkawa's voice. He pursues it as it flees, ramming it into debris, and then finally sees it is indeed Rekkawa. He goes to talk to her once she gets out of the masala, and the conversation is about as cold as you'd expect. Camille is in absolute denial and is totally broken up about this. The conversation between the two is heartbreaking because this is Gundam, and you know how this ends, one way, inevitably. Someone is going to die. However, she does give Camille one last warning. Gryps 2's colony laser is not only real, but it's completed, and the Argama is in major danger. Also, I haven't mentioned this before, but though there's an English dub for this show, the direction wasn't that great. It was done a very long time ago. If you want to watch this conversation in Japanese, do it. That way you really get the emotional weight of it. Now, the revelation that Rekkawa is alive and on the Titans' team obviously has rocked everyone that's a part of the crew of the Argama. During the course of this, Camille gets smacked more than once because he can't think straight. Char and Bright, however, want to keep focus on the scary part. The giant fucking colony laser! Duh! Also, Rosamia is running away from the Doctor since he hasn't determined her Cyber-New type status yet. It goes without saying that morale for the Argama is reaching another low point, and they have a massive fucking gun pointed at their heads. At this point, Bask wants to target the Argama and doesn't give a shit about the colonies of Side 2, only instructing his men to avoid hitting Colony 13, and ordering Rekkawa not to leave the bridge. On the Argama, Char's obviously feeling something because it's too quiet. And he's not the only one. Bright notifies people to get to battle stations, and the pilots get to their suits. What happens next is horrifying. They miss the Argama, and blow a massive hole in one of the colonies, with Camille feeling the mass death all the way at the colony that they hit. Colony 18 has 200-meter holes in it now, and this will obviously cause thousands, if not tens of thousands of deaths. The Argama retreats, and Bask considers this a success. After that insanity, they did finally get the chance to get Rosamia to the Doctor, but the kids say that the Doctor is going to cut up Rosamia? What? He said checkup, you idiots! Anyway, Camille convinces her to get a checkup, and then the kids get bribed with candy. Over with the Titans, Bask tells Rekkawa she's being assigned to a chemical weapons team. When she questions the order, she gets belted in the fucking mouth for her troubles. Way to make the right call in switching sides, lady. Also, Bask tells her that they're not a gang. They're not a gang of killers. Here's my response.
You serious?
Regardless, the masala has been repaired, and they've got a big batch of poison gas ready to drop in a colony. Back with the Doctor, we have to put an Ak guy over Rosamia for a minute. Despite what you might think, this scene really isn't sexual. It's more to show that there seems to be a regression with Rosamia. The more we see her, the more childlike she is, to the point where she doesn't even seem to have the public shame of being bare-breasted. As for her health, she seems perfectly fine, but there's more testing needed for signs of hypnosis and also genetic abnormalities. We in the audience already know there are, given that she mentioned them during her time serving under Burgundy Buttmunch, but the Argama doesn't know that. Over with the Titans, there's already issues with the team being able to hold on to the gas chamber, but the colony notices them while it happens, which Rekkawa's fine with, and they send for help. As you'd expect, the Argama responds. Rosamia and the kids decide to get into a mobile suit, and the Doctor has found chemicals inside Rosamia's bloodstream. Char gets out of the Hyakushiki to track her down, and Camille launches along with the Mark II and the Methus with him, with Emma in command. As for the colony itself, Rekkawa is stalling for time and aiming at non-lethal spots on the Nemo suits that are fighting them. On the Argama, Shinta and Kum distract people in the hangar, and Rosamia gets into a Nemo. She manages to figure out the controls and get out, with Char pursuing in the Hyakushiki. Now Char tries to disable her, but she dodges the shots easily, confirming to Char exactly what she is, a Cyber-New type. As for the Titans, what happens next is horrifying. You see, Rekkawa couldn't delay them enough. The G3 gas is released into the colony, and both Fa and Camille feel the deaths of everyone. Now Camille does manage to hit the tanker, but whether or not it's going to help is completely negligible at this point. Rekkawa and Camille get into it, and Rosamia comes in to back her up along with Char. Camille then descends into the colony with Rosamia, while Char confronts Rekkawa with them fighting. In the colony, it's horrifying, with Rosamia being completely unable to process a dead child being dead. Camille leaps back into the Zeta and fucking unloads on the Titans, annihilating them and taking his time with it. However, at this point, Rosamia points her gun at Camille, saying that the Zeta Gundam will bring the sky down. And at this point, like a winter soldier, she names herself and her rank and flat out says her orders are to destroy the Zeta Gundam. The whole fight becomes a mess at this point. Rekkawa escorts Rosamia away from the battlefield and everything has gone wrong. Within the course of 2 days, the Titans have committed 2 genocides, and the team's morale sinks even further into the pits. Folks, if this episode seems depressing so far, it gets worse. At this point, Granada's begun evacuating citizens, or sending them into underground shelters, but some refuse to leave in defiance of the Titans. The Argama resupplies at the La Vienne Rose, and the fight continues. At this point, the Doctor gives Char, Emma, Fa, and Camille a briefing on his findings with Rosamia. He found an anti-radiation drug in her bloodstream alongside a cocktail of other drugs. As you'd imagine, Camille's freaked out. Char says something a bit weird that if we wait for evolution to take its course, then humanity will bring the Earth to complete devastation. Sounds like he's not completely against the idea of the cyber new type. At this point, the AUG realizes that they need to get support in the region, specifically that they can help with the people of Side 2, which is where Char will come in handy. With the Titans, Rosamia is taking Psychomu training and meets her wingman, Lieutenant Gates Kappa. The fleet is currently massing, but the Alexandria isn't able to join them. Now, Bask isn't too happy to hear this, and he pulls the Dogos gear out of the theater, leaving Rosamia behind. At this point, we get to see the new mobile suit developed by the Titans. This is the Bound Dock. The NRX-055 Bound Dock is a massive Titans mobile suit that also functions as a mobile armor. Now, how massive, you ask? Well, it's over 29 meters tall and weighs over 129 metric tons at max weight. Like the Psycho Gundam, this mobile suit is also equipped with the Psychomu system, meaning that this bad boy is specifically built for use by new types and cyber new types, allowing for a much more responsive performance if you fit that description. Despite its size, it is shockingly swift, sporting 3 rocket thrusters and 4 verniers as well. It has 2 modes, mobile suit and mobile armor, or for the sake of being succinct, rabbit and crab. It has a few different weapons as well. For melee, it can use the claws on its legs or one of its arms, or it can also use a beam saber. It also has a beam rifle that can be used in both modes, and a diffused mega particle cannon that can be used in both modes that can target multiple enemy units simultaneously. Or you can charge it for a larger single shot. By the way, the mecha designer of this unit, Makoto Kobayashi, fucking loves this mobile suit. It is his baby. If you ever point a high-grade Bound Dock, show it off on X, tag the man in it, he will comment on your paint job. Both Rosamia and Gates Kappa head out in their respective Bound Docks, and the Argama also launches suits to meet with the AUG's advanced force. Camille also makes a promise that he might not be able to keep. He's going to bring back Rosamia. Camille is joined by Char and Emma, headed to rendezvous with a team that Katz is part of. The Titans also deploy with the rest of their suits with the intention of gassing another colony. The fight begins, with Emma drawing first blood in the Super Gundam. At this point, we get a good look at the Titans' G3 teams, and they're planning on gassing several colonies at once. Now, Fa gets into trouble, but is bailed out by Camille going after Rosamia and the Bound Dock. Camille tries to talk her into surrendering, but her brain is all scrambled up. She ends up opening fire, and we see some of the conditioning. They basically hypnotized her into thinking that the Zeta killed her family. Camille takes Rosamia into the colony to take another stab at taking her down. He does have some success at first, given that Rosamia, during the battle, regresses again into a childlike state. In the battle, Char manages to stop one of the G3 canisters, then heads inside Colony 13 after Camille, but for his own reasons. He wants to check and see if Minerva is still there. Inside the house they were in, he finds one of Minerva's handmaidens in rough shape. She reveals that Haman took Minerva away from there, and dies shortly afterwards. With Camille and Rosamia, we see the other Bound Dock come in and start screwing with Rosamia's head. Lieutenant Gates Kappa gets out and holds Camille at gunpoint, but Char flies overhead to give support. Now, Char manages to nail the Grey Bound Dock, and the Psychomu system in it continues to screw with Rosamia, but now they can't control it. At this point, the Bound Dock stands up on her mental command and transforms. Now, Char wants to just destroy it, just solve the problem right now. But Camille tries to talk to Razamia again, and at this point she's reverted to a different personality, the one that's a soldier. At this point, the fight's back on, but Camille can't take the shot when he needs to. He's afraid of killing her. Thing is, she's not going to stop. Luckily, Char is there to bail Camille out, and they end up retreating. The Bound Dock units follow shortly behind, then retreat when they see the AUG reinforcements. While the Argama is distracted, Bask is moving the colony laser bit by bit, with the full intention of using that colony laser to annihilate Granada. So far, the Titans' plan has been working. Chairman Melanie of Granada has sent someone to the Argama to try to get some help from Bright and Henkin. At this point, they're asking for the AUG to try and get Haman Karn on their side again. Now, shockingly, even Char thinks it's worth a shot. During some chat in the hallway, Bright and Camille overhear Kotz talking like he's going to disobey orders, which, as you'd imagine, isn't something Lieutenant Emma's happy about. Basically, Katz is very against trying to cozy up to Axis Zeon, and given he watched the crew of the White Base suffer so much against them, you can understand the perspective. And yes, for those of you who don't remember, Kotz is one of the original war orphans from the original series. Fa is also on the same page as Kotz. Even so, this is a military organization, you can't disobey orders, he sends them both to the brig. Nobody likes the orders from the chairman, but Camille's willing to fly the white flag and go to Haman's ship. Oddly enough, he's the best choice. For those who don't remember the Zeta breakdown, that mobile suit has enough hidden weaponry to be very dangerous, so Camille's as safe as he's gonna get. Even so, he's greeted with soldiers pointing rifles at him, and gives the message to Haman, who is surprisingly amiable this time around. She decides to come to the Argama to personally hear the request from the AUG. It's at this point that we see one of the most badass mobile suits in all of the Universal Century. One of my favorites. Ladies and gents, Haman Sama's trademark mobile suit, the Cubile. You have to pardon my excitement, I fucking love this thing. The AMX-004 Cubile is an advanced new type mobile suit, one of the pinnacles of Zeon engineering. So much so that several mobile suits after this one will follow its template in one form or another, sporting massive shoulder binders that assist with the AMBAC system and give it crazy mobility in space. On top of hiding the suit's primary thrusters, it goes without saying this is a very quick and very hard to catch mobile suit. The suit stands a little under 20 meters tall and weighs a little under 60 tons at max weight. It also has Gundarium armor like most mobile suits at the time do. What's interesting about the Cubile is that you can't see any of its weapons at first glance. But once you know about the suit, you spot all of them. You see, the Cubile uses two beam guns, one in each arm, that is mounted inside of the wrist. When need be, these actually can be turned into beam sabers, allowing the suit to have close range options. However, its highlight is what's stored in the tail. Like its pilot, the Cubile has a big butt, but this thing isn't meant to bring boys to the yard. Rather, this tail contains several bit weapons, which are miniaturized versions of the same tech we saw with this mobile suit's predecessor, the Elmeth. Another fun thing about the Cubile is it has two things that set it apart from other Zeon suits. Its eyes. Yeah, this is one of the two Zeon mobile suits to have two eyes instead of one mono eye, provided you don't count the other Cubiles that are developed later. At this point, the Cubile does a flyby of the Argama's bridge, and Char is shocked that the suit actually got completed. Regardless, Haman and her escorts board the Argama, and the conversation reveals that Axis has a condition for aiding the AUG. The Zabi family are recognized as the ruling family of the space colonies. It's very specific language, but given the sentence that we see next, I actually think that this might be a scriptwriting flub. The AUG's chairman is apparently willing to accept this, but Char cuts off the discussion and asks a simple question. What would you do if we don't recognize the Zabis as the ruling family? The answer? Axis Zeon will nuke Earth. Horrifying as that sounds, the letter from Chairman Melanie specifies that they'd hand Side 3 over to Axis Zeon if they're willing to take out the colony laser that's pointed at the moon. Haman, being Haman, prods Char a little bit to see what he'll do, considering last time he had the crash out of all crash outs. So she asks Char to ask her properly, in which case he takes off his sunglasses, bows to her, and asks her to disable the colony laser. After seeing this, she agrees, and it looks like, at some point, Side 3 gets to go to Axis Zeon. Side note, Even if you're a dub watcher like me, take time to listen to Haman Karn's seiyuu, Yoshiko Sakakibara. Let's just say that she might be perfect casting for Haman. She has this very sultry voice that just fits the character like a glove. Now, if she sounds familiar, and you don't know Zeta Gundam, you'll know her from Hellsing, because she's the voice of Sir Integra, Fairbrook, Wingate's Hellsing. At this point, the combat plan is simple. Coordinate the AUG with the Guadon and stage a feint. This should create an opening to let Axis do their thing and shatter the colony laser. Even with the option to help, Fa and Kotz aren't willing to do so. The Gundams then launch alongside the Rick Diaz units and get straight to it. However, Char has not deployed in Hyakushiki. He's on the bridge talking to Bright, and they both see that the Guadon seems to be cooperating, but they know the reality of the situation. If, for some reason, Haman decides to turn on the AUG, at this stage of the war, they're fucked. Emma then gives everyone their marching orders, and the feint attack begins. On board the Guadon, Haman moves to contact Dogo's gear, where Basque has them message Haman and say they appreciate the cooperation, because, keep in mind, they're under the impression that Haman is on their side. Then, they have the Alexandria keep an eye on the Zeon ship. Now, what's really going on is that Haman is playing both sides here. Her intention is to disable the colony laser, not destroy it. She fully intends for Zeon at some point to take possession of this weapon. The fighting at this point is furious. So much so that Fa senses it, and takes off out of the detention area. She heads to the bridge, as does Katz, asking to have permission to launch. Bright grants it, and just in time as well, since Camille was struggling with the Titans' numbers advantage. Haman's taking her sweet time though, keeping the AUG in a tough position. So much so that the Radish is moving to get into ship-to-ship combat with the Titans. At the last minute, Haman finally fires the Guadon's cannons. Hits Gryps 2 right where it needs to be hit, then retreats. As you'd imagine, Basque is incensed, punching one of his subordinates, because that seems to be his answer to anything, and Haman retreats after having a nice chuckle about how successful things went, because, well, we'll just let Kazuhira Miller tell you.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
The AUG retreats as well, with this operation buying them some time. Much needed time at that. Now back on the Guadon, Char heads over to talk to Haman and Maneva. Now to obviously dig at Char's ego, Haman says that the AUG is going to be Lady Maneva's arms and legs, and they're working to revive the zombies, which, as you can tell by Char's facial expression, does wound him on a couple different levels. Obviously, he fucking hated the aunts and uncles and even the father of this child, but he does care about Maneva. So it just puts him in a weird spot. It's like, fuck, I hate your family, but you're just a kid. You didn't do what they did. I care about you. I want you to have a good life, but you're being played. This woman is puppeting you. At this point, though, the future is in question, but when the AUG does a flyby, Bright does make sure to get a good scan of the Guadon, telling the crew, don't miss a single turret. Camille then goes to talk to Char aboard the ship, but Emma stops him so that Char can be alone with his thoughts. After all this is done, Jamitov is meeting with Jared to ask him his opinion on Haman. As you can imagine, with Jared, the opinion is not exactly positive, but at this point, he's moving to meet with Haman Karn to see if he can convince her to aid the Titans at the Gate of Zidane instead of continuing to work with the AUG. Now, the AUG's aware of this, and Katz voices his concerns, and when he's ignored, he gets pissed. Back with the Titans, we see Rekoa leave Paptimus' room, and I'm surprised that this traitorous harlot is not wiping her mouth as she leaves. Paptimus and Sarah watch the approach of the Guadon to the Gate of Zidane, and tells Sarah that he and Rekoa will be headed to the meeting as well. He wants Sarah to cover them and keep an eye out for enemies. Now it's here that we see the mobile suit that Sarah is probably the most famous for piloting, the Bolanok Saman, which is either pronounced Saman or Samhain. I'm gonna go with Saman. Regardless, the PMX-002 Bolanok Saman was a mobile suit built by Paptimus Shirako to be a seek and destroy unit. It has advanced surveillance gear built into it, including a ray dome in the head, and also has surveillance equipment in the forearms, but it doesn't have a ton of armament. The suit stands just a hair under 20 meters, and it's a little over 56 tons at max weight. The shoulders of this mobile suit each carry 3 tube rocket launchers, and the other armament is the suit's shield. Doesn't look like much, but it does have a couple different loadouts. One loadout you can mount a grappling unit and a pincer weapon, and then another loadout you can mount a beam saber or beam tomahawk that will double as a beam gun. At this point, Sarah has an escort of 2 high Zacs and disobeys orders immediately. She intends to attack the Argama. Now, on the bridge of the Guadon, Haman tells her crew to be prepared to contact the Aeug. Speaking of which, Sarah managed to get to the Aeug pretty fast, and Camille senses her immediately. Bright does give Camille orders to deploy in the Zeta, and he continues to sense Sarah as he heads out, and then the Titans begin their attack. However, the high Zacs are way behind the Zeta as far as tech goes, and Camille drops them both without much issue. Sarah then uses the distraction to flank Camille, getting into melee range. Camille at this point tries to talk Sarah down, and does manage to cut the arm off the Samon. In response to the attack, the Argama begins mobile suit deployment with Char staying on the bridge. Camille follows Sarah into a destroyed area to try and talk Sarah down again, and Sarah tries to ambush him on foot. Doesn't go her way though, he tricks her into falling for an empty suit. Nice little trick. He attempts to talk sense into her one more time, which isn't working. Why isn't the obvious truth working?
'Cause she's a woman.
Oh, don't give me that look, you were waiting for me to play that clip. Everybody loves Wu Fei, except for bleeding hearts or women. At this point, Haman's running with the story that the attack on Gryps 2's laser was an accidental weapons discharge of several turrets, all at once, in a precise spot. Lol. Sorry, her smugness just makes me chuckle. I love this character. Anyway, there's really only one person in the Universal Century with a better smug face, but we'll get to him later. Haman meets with Jamitov, who of course opens with threats, but Haman just flat out tells him Axis will annihilate the Gate of Zedan if he tries to kill her and her ship. And it seems like Jamitov has made the same deal that the Aeug did. You know, restoration of the zombie family, you can have side 3, blah 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 blah. But Haman's like, yeah, fuck you, I just want you dead. Jared takes a shot at her with a hidden gun on his arm, but she dodges it and then pulls off one of her earrings, stating that it's filled with cyanide gas. And just for, you know, a little bit of extra oomph, she tosses it as she leaves the room, but Jared and Jamitov escape into a safe room. The Aeug get the message to start the assault, which they do with gusto. Katz, of course, refuses the story, and Camille has a friend with him. He has Sarah captive in the mobile suit, and instead of heading back to the ship to drop her off, he's ordered to head out to fight. Katz, hearing Sarah, now heads out with Amethyst. At this point, it's an all-out battle at the Gate of Zedan, with the Guadon having the Gaza Seas on standby, instead setting traps for the Titans. At this point, Paptimus is prepared to mobilize his men, but notices Jared's presence on the battlefield. And Jared at this point heads straight for the Guadon with backup from Barzam units, and to his credit, he's actually doing quite well in this fight. However, the Aeug shows up right as he reaches the ship, and Camille makes a beeline right for him. As you'd imagine, Camille starts pushing Jared's shit in again, but gets distracted by a Barzam for all the good it does. Jared attempts to get to the Guadon and actually manages to get a hit in on it. Sarah also tries to help the Titans from the inside of the cockpit as well, which almost gets Camille killed. Sarah tries to tell Katz to attack the Aeug's allies, which finally just drives Camille to grab her face and smack the back of her head up against something hard and knock her out. At this point, Katz manages to get in there, and he tackles Jared instead of listening to the woman, causing decent damage to Jared's mobile suit. Now, at this point, we're not going to count this as a one-on-one fight, because technically it's 2-on-2. But Jared failed again. Afterwards, Sarah gets locked up as a prisoner on the Argama and the Gate of Zedan, and its forces have lost the day. Now, at this point, the Titans are looking to evacuate. They have 1 hour until an empty Axis is going to ram the Gate of Zedan, and that is not a fight that the Gate of Zedan can really win, so the Titans look to empty out the base just to quote-unquote break even, as Bascom says. Jamitov is prepared for them to attack again, which is a wise thing to do, considering that's exactly what the Aeug are planning on doing. They want to keep the Titans' ships from leaving Axis before Axis impacts it and keep the pressure up. As for Shirako, he's sending Rekua out to try to rescue Sarah in the Palace Athene. Now, if you didn't notice earlier, Katz wasn't present in the meeting in regards to future strategy, instead opting to watch Sarah in her room. So Camille and Fa come in for a hand check to make sure that the kid's not polishing a gherkin. In all seriousness, they're pissed, and Katz gets the good old slap. But shockingly, it doesn't shake him out of his mood. Katz agrees to get to the fighting, but God knows the head on his shoulders is just not in it. The Aeug then opens fire on the Titans. Titans return fire. Titans also want to get Jamitov onto the Dogos gear as soon as they can. Mobile suits from the Aeug end up launching, with Emma and Char leading the fight. Katz heads out in the G-Defensor, with Camille behind him in the Zeta. With the Titans, they hear Rosamiya and Gates wish to join the combat, but they're held in reserve. The Dogos Gear then heads out once they have Jamitov on board, and the AUG specifically starts targeting ships from the Titans. Axis also sends out its Gaza Seas. At this point, we finally get to see the Pallas Athene. This thing's been hinted at for a while, we finally get to break it down. The PMX-001 Pallas Athene is the personal mobile suit of Ensign Rekkoa Landa, with this suit serving as a heavy attack suit with quite a bit of armament. It stands a massive 27.4 meters tall and weighs over 90 tons when fully armed. Like other suits, Gundanium armor, Natch, and sports 15 Vernier thrusters. Goes without saying that size-wise this is a beast of a mobile suit, but the drawback is it's not that maneuverable. When it comes to armament, it has 2 mega beam cannons, one on each arm. There's a scatter beam cannon on each shoulder. It can carry a total of 8 large missiles on its backpack. It has a twin hidden beam rifle with a mounted grenade launcher, plus a shield that has 2 beam sabers that are hidden behind it. The shield also has small missiles on it, and the feet of the suit can transform into claws to be used in close quarters as well. During the operation, the Argama spots a mobile suit behind them, but with everyone deployed, there's no one to cover the ship. Camille senses Rekkoa and tries to new-type tell her to stop. She recoils from it, but she does still fire, just not hitting the Argama that hard. Fa then moves to intercept, but struggles with the much more powerful suit. At this point, the Chaos allows Sarah to escape in the Saman, which Katz senses almost immediately. The idiot gets into the field of fire, and then Char sends Emma after Katz. During the fight, Fa grabs the Pallas Athene and starts steering it towards Titan's suits, which forces Rekkoa to shoot them down. Then, both suits ram into the Gate of Zedan. The Methis takes the brunt of it, but both pilots end up leaving their suits, with Fa confronting Rekkoa. The conversation between the two is easy to sum up. Rekkoa is a selfish bitch. No, seriously. Apparently being around the Titans is putting her in touch with her emotions. Does it make sense? No, but here's the thing. It's not supposed to. You have to keep something in mind here. First, Rekkoa is indulging in her feelings because she thinks that Shirako is the first person, the first male in her life to actually appreciate her. Does he actually appreciate her? Fuck no, she's a tool to him. You have to keep in mind that Shirako effectively is able to hypnotize people with his new type abilities. He specifically targets women, and if you watch closely, you'll see every woman he interacts with becomes infatuated with him. Just in general, like, keep in mind, earlier on, the first time that she met him, it wasn't a positive meeting, and yet she was seeing visions of him afterwards. At that point, when a woman's hypnotized by Shirako, they're stuck, and they're willing to throw away any chance at a better life to just become his puppets. So basically, when you hear Rekkoa talk, imagine a set of marionette strings above her, manipulating her. During the conversation, Camille lands inside the Gate of Zedan, and Rekkoa moves to her mobile suit, with Fa being unable to bring herself to shoot her. Now, at this point, Katz also tries to use Talk No Jutsu, but it's not very effective. Then Emma comes in and basically says, dude, just shoot her. Love might be able to bloom on a battlefield, folks, but Lord knows, it's really fucking obnoxious if you're trying to actually win a fight. Oh, Jared's here too. And he spots the Zeta while it tangos with Rekkoa. So, Fa comes in to grapple with Jared, while the Rick Diaz team comes in to try to aid them. However, in an attempt to save Fa's life, Jared shoots down Apolly, who was caught in the crossfire. At this point, Camille goes berserk, and Jared runs away because of it, because it's Jared. Axis begins to close on the Gate of Zedan, and the ships of the AUG alongside its mobile suits are told to disengage. Jared and Camille still tango, but what's about to happen causes everyone to start separating. At this point, Axis crashes into the Gate of Zedan, and it wins the crash big time. It scatters debris everywhere, starts dropping mobile suits left and right. Emma uses the opening to capture a ship for the AUG, and we overhear with the Titans that other AUG pilots are doing the exact same thing, effectively ganking ships to improve the numbers for the AUG. By the way, Jared and Camille still keep fighting, but Char comes in and breaks it up. Though the battle is considered a win for the AUG, in this particular case, the loss of Apolly has everyone busted up, on top of having to go toe-to-toe with Rekkoa and Sarah. It's a grim reminder that the only place this whole thing is going is heartbreak. At this point, Shirako is meant to head out and talk with Haman Karn, but there's an argument where Sarah wants to tag along with Rekkoa and Paptimus. Between the two brainwashed idiots, there's competition over Paptimus's affections, and they're both acting like 16-year-olds. However, we do see the final mobile suit that Shirako will pilot in this show. This fat fuck is the O. The PMX-003 fat fuck, the O, is Paptimus Shirako's personal mobile suit and easily the most powerful. In fact, it's so tuned to his specifications that he's the only one who can pilot it. It has a biosensor system in it like the Zeta Gundam does, which makes it easier for him to pilot as well, considering he can now just use his brain. The tubby bastard even has a substantial power source in it that can power a warship. Because of that, even though it's a fat bastard, it can be surprisingly mobile given it has enough thrusters to make up for the girth. It has 2 sub-arms in the front skirting that can actually make use of the 4 beam sabers that the mobile suit will carry. And it also has a beam rifle in regards to its weaponry. Also, it's fat. He's fat! Now, the real reason Shirako is being sent out is to use a toxin on the Axis forces, though Jamitov asks for him to delay it. So Shirako and his team launch their suits anyway. On the Argama, Katz is going stir-crazy and freaks out when he hears news that Shirako is meeting with Haman. Pilots are put on standby, but Katz tries to launch, and manages to do so despite the AU trying to stop him. Camille goes after Katz to stop him from doing something stupid, but as for Shirako's crew, they'll only let 2 mobile suits on board, so Rekoa volunteers to keep an eye on things in case Jamitov pulls something. On the ship, we see Char and Mineva chatting a bit after she plays the violin for him. Well, that's nice. She does seem genuinely happy to be around him again, but she does let slip that they're moving her to a different ship. Katz transmits that he's another AU Grep to the ship, and Haman gives him permission to land. Now, on the G-Defensor, we see that Katz is loading his pistol with the full intent of killing Shirako. Camille also manages to get into the Zeon's flagship, but it fucks things up for everybody because Katz was the only other person that was going to be allowed. Haman even said on the bridge, no Zeta Gundam. So he goes in there anyway, because this is Camille we're talking about, and he has terrible luck. But at this point now, they think that the AU is trying to pull something. Regardless, Katz starts his plan with Camille basically spoiling it for the Zeon guards. Katz gets into a fight on the ship, and gets saved by Char. Camille, however, is stuck for now. Now, as for the meeting itself between the Titans and Haman, Jamitov and Paptimus meet face-to-face and Haman joins in. She drops a bomb on the Titans at the start. Her sources say the Federation has looked to drop the Titans wholesale, meaning that the Titans, once again, will only be autonomous, they will have no Federation backing. Shirako tries to pull his usual political stunts, but Camille senses a murderous intent, which is Shirako pulling a gun, initially pointing it at Haman. Char then sends Katz away, with Char taking the initiative to go after Haman and Shirako, opening fire on Zeon guards. His every intent is not just to kill the Titans, but to kill Haman as well. Now, Sarah senses this and blasts a hole inside of the Zeon ship. Camille makes chase after Sarah exits her mobile suit, and then Char and Haman escape as well. At this point, we see what Shirako's true intent was. While Jamitov Hyman is on his knees, Shirako takes the initiative and executes Jamitov Hyman. Everyone starts scrambling back to their mobile suits, and the remaining Titans blast out of the ship. Camille and Katz pursue them, and a space battle happens between the Titans and the Zeon forces. Paptimus then lies about what happened and orders the Titans fleet to attack. Haman gets into the Cubile, and the AUG launches all of its mobile suits. Also, I'm sorry, I just love the fact that the Cubile is aura farming, flying with its hands on its hips like that. It's a very Haman thing to do. Anyway, Paptimus and his minions go after Haman, which is a fucking stupid move. She starts ripping them apart, both the Saman and the Palace Athene, with those bits, and then focuses her attention on Shirako and the fat ass. Now, Shirako is able to counter the all-range attack of the bits due to his new type abilities and the biosensor he uses, so both end up gauging how powerful each other's new type abilities are, effectively in a mental battle with one another. They're throwing off so much new type waves that everyone is feeling it as if they have new type abilities themselves. Now, Sarah and Rekoa are thinking of continuing the fight against Haman while she's distracted, but Katz comes in with the same idea, but to shoot Shirako. And then at this point, the kid's worst nightmare happens. Sarah gets in front of the shot from the G-Defensor, hitting her right in the center of the mobile suit, killing her. This is where things get a bit trippy. When Shirako goes to try and kill Katz, he sees a projection of Sarah telling him not to attack. I need to explain something about new types later, but later on, just bear with me. Shirako at this point is interrupted by Rekoa moving in front of his rifle, and then Camille gets there along with Emma and Fa, plus Char coming from the Zeon forces direction, which at this point forces Paptimus and Rekoa to flee. As you can imagine, Katz is beside himself, completely fucked in the head from what just happened. A kid his age, again, he's a teenager at this point, is fully having to grasp how fucked this situation is. And keep in mind, guys, we went over this, I think, in part 2. He wanted to fight, and now he's realizing the weight of it. At this point, the Guadon has taken a ton of damage and blows up. But another Guadon-class ship takes off from Axis in the opposite direction of the battle. The Titans have taken another loss, but once again, the price feels high, with Zeon losing a major ship, and all alliances at this point are gone. At this point, even Shinta and Kun are feeling the pressure of what's going on, not being their normal bratty selves. So Camille is heading out with the loadout of having the Mega Launcher with him, and then also is being deployed with anchor wires, which can actually be used to capture enemy suits. Kotz is also being a little shit, but his launch is being denied in the G-Defensor. He's not a fan of Camille launching by his lonesome, and goes without clearance. Oh, and Fa does the same thing. I think it goes without saying that at this point, military discipline is breaking down. Even so, Bright considers this a distraction, so that Operation Maelstrom can succeed. Now, as you can imagine, everything's a mess. Kotz wants to kill Haman, even though at this point he's the one who shot Sarah. It's not Haman's fault that she's dead, but he's just trying to blame somebody at this point. So what does Camille do? Threatens to kill him. Yeah, I'm not kidding. He points a fucking gun at him, just to show how serious he is about all of this and having a successful mission. Telling both Fa and Katz to return to the main force. Whole thing is a clusterfuck already. Anyway, the AUG launches all their mobile suits to try to begin the new operation. The first thing that they're doing is moving to try to destroy Gryps' microwave receiver panel, with Char and Lieutenant Bodhi going to take care of it. The ships begin to open fire as well, and at this point we see that Haman and Zeon are the target of the attack, because remember earlier they intended to try to take the colony laser. Haman also senses someone focusing on her. Now Char is able to pull off his goal rather easily, putting Zeon on the back foot right at the start. The AUG then has the Zeon forces surrounded, and they maintain their barrage. This is what the operation is. Zeon can't get momentum going, so Haman moves out to get to the Cubile. Now Haman sees that Minerva's out and about on the ship, and she can sense the hostility in the area. Haman then tells Minerva that she shouldn't be concerned, but Haman realizes that Minerva's a new type as well, which is a big revelation to her. The 8th Squadron in the hangar volunteers to help Haman out as she starts boarding the Cubile, and Haman keeps feeling this murderous intent as well, which clearly is putting her on edge. The Cubile launches and Kotz immediately attacks, but Haman states that the pressure she sensed wasn't from him. Fa catches up to Kotz to back him up and distract the Gaza Seas, and then at this point we find out who exactly Haman was sensing. Camille. This fight is one of the better ones in Zeta, and it's considered iconic enough that they actually reduplicated it for the most part in a Dynasty Warriors Gundam game. It's not a long fight, but the power that these two are giving off, once again, is causing everyone around to feel it. It's at this point that Camille and Haman start to sense each other's thoughts, and they have an out-of-body experience. Camille's senses and thoughts are a bit scattered because he's seeing images of all the women that he's cared about during the series, and then starts to sense Haman's feelings. There's a sense of familiarity because he can sense her thoughts drifting out to Char. Effectively, Haman sees the fond memories of Camille and his mom, and Camille senses a fond memory from Haman, when they were investigating Side 3 and posing as a married couple, and she and Char took this famous picture with the two of them. Told you it was going to come up again. Haman and Camille's thoughts seem to join together, and the two start to share thoughts and communicate, but we have to keep in mind Haman's past. She doesn't like people getting close to her after the attempted rape that happened at Axis. So at this point, she lashes out in complete rage, and Camille tries to talk her down, which at this point is not going to happen. She's just seeing red. During the battle, Kotz tries to get into it and kill Haman again, but it doesn't go well, and Haman is able to hack off a chunk of the G-Defensor. Fa tries to get in the way and takes a hard hit to the Methus too. At this point, Camille snaps too, and Haman starts feeling the massive pressure off of the Zeta Gundam. He chucks his beam rifle with the beam saber out like a spear, and then uses the cables on her. So at this point, he's finally able to land a good hit. But he doesn't kill her. He aims just for something else, because while he's moving to take her out, he hears one thought from her mind. Something in her subconscious. So instead, he cuts off a part of the Cubile, damaging the wing binders on one of the arms, and then rendezvous with Kotz and Fa, seeing that they're okay. Camille then moves to help Char and Emma, but the battle is basically won at this point. Zeon forces fall back, with Haman intending to counterattack later. At this point, Haman is convinced that Camille is the biggest threat. The AUG now have control of the colony laser, and over the last few battles, they have finally managed to not only put the Titans on the back foot, but they've also got Axis there as well. After the fight, Camille tells Char what happened, and Char thinks that Camille might be headed towards the same emptiness that consumed Amuro after the 1 Year War. However, at least the kids are here to lighten the mood. And I don't say that ironically. Them actually showing up wanting to play cards, you can't help but smile because it's one of those things where it's like, God damn it, you could tell Camille really needs this. At this point, though, Axis is headed for Granada, and the AUG is going to have to try and stop them. Now, at this point, options are limited. If they detonate nukes to try to change course, you irradiate the cities on the moon. They do have the colony laser, but because of Minovsky particle density, they can't get a message through. You have to use the laser transmitter on Axis to actually get a message out. Camille wants in on this operation, but Bright orders him to get some rest. Camille then literally runs into Fa, who also tells him to get some rest, but she gives him a hug and tries to get him to think of life past the war. Thing is, Camille says that he's seeing his purpose in life, but he doesn't go into detail, though it's kind of obvious what he means. At this point, a new machine is unveiled, being piloted by Rosamia, another Psycho Gundam. This is the Psycho Gundam Mark II. The MRX-101 Psycho Gundam Mark II is just as frightening as you'd think. It's fitted with a Psychomu system like the original and also has a similar mobile fortress mode to the original. The bigger difference between this one and the original is it looks a lot meaner, and it's much more energy efficient. Also, it has a detachable head like the Zeon. Weapons-wise, it has 2 small mega beam cannons in the forehead, 10 beam cannons on the fingers, scatter beam cannons in the abdomen, reflector bits so it can reflect those same beams off and hit more targets, and also has a shield to defend itself as if the big chonker didn't have enough armor. One neat feature that it has is that it can fold its hands in for more concentrated blasts from the beam cannons. At this point, Rosamia is completely under control of the Titans, with Gates Kappa keeping control on her, with her thinking Gates is now her brother. Now, also, Yazan's back. Anyway, the Titans send Rosamia off to try to take out the AUG and the Zeta. As for the AUG themselves, they enter Axis's residential district, which is evacuated, but you do see some family photos that look a lot like Rosamia, and she has a brother. But anyway, they're not 100% sure on where the comms building is, so they have to go explore the civilian areas. When trying to rest, Camille starts hearing a voice as Rosamia starts drawing closer. She then starts opening fire, hitting Axis and rattling the civilian district. The Titans are trying to get into communication with Rosamia, but the Minovsky density is a mofo. At this point, they detect there's Titans mobile suits on the way to them, but they're radio silent. Bask Ohm knows it's Shirako, and he sends Yazan's team to intercept. He also sends out Gates, despite the fact that it could make Rosamia unstable. Camille cannot stay rested, ends up getting into the Zeta to investigate what's going on. Immediately, Camille runs into Rosamia, and the battle begins. The battle's rough. Camille keeps sensing 4 for some reason as he tries to escape. He does manage to get into Axis and trap the Psycho Gundam in a door, and at this point, it can't really do anything, so Camille gets out of the mobile suit to find out who's in the Psycho Gundam. Sure enough, it's exactly one of the people that he thought it was. She fires, he fires back with their handguns, and Camille manages to graze her. Camille keeps calling himself her brother, bringing some confusion and headaches to Rosamia, and also kind of indicating that, yeah, Camille obviously never had a sister, but looks like he actually did want the best for Rosamia. This whole scene is fucking heartbreaking, and we're going to keep going into it. Prepare for pain, guys. Camille, for some reason during this whole process, is also hearing 4's voice, and then they run into an area that's got a bit of a draft, which sends Rosamia into another part of Axis. She's fine, though. While she's walking around in Axis's residential district, she runs into Fa. Camille follows in and keeps seeing 4 in place of Rosamia for some reason. Rosamia then opens fire on Fa, hitting a clown for literally the first bit of levity in what seems like forever in this series. Jesus. Tamino was really depressed here. Anyway, the image fades and Rosamia starts to get headaches again. She's so gone that she doesn't recognize a yo-yo as a toy. At this point, Fa starts dressing her down on the whole situation, saying that, again, you can't recognize a toy. You're so fucked. You're so manipulated as a cyber new type that it's a fucking yo-yo, lady. The essence of what Fa is saying, and honestly this is one of Fa's best moments in the series, is she's basically saying, lady, you're a fucking puppet. Rosamia freaks out again, and Gates manages to sense it, which doesn't help since he's in the middle of a fight. Camille and Rosamia head back to their mobile suits, with Camille trying to get her to calm down to no avail. She blows off the Psycho Gundam's leg, and then gets free. At this point, she completely and totally has gone insane. Not just shooting, but shooting everywhere, all at once. Camille is not doing so hot himself, sensing 4 again, but also sensing Sarah. Now at this rate, Axis is going to hit Granada, and Camille is forced to try to engage the Psycho Gundam, try to talk Rosamia down. The Argama takes some hits in the process, and Camille is put in a terrible spot. 4 tells Camille to pull the trigger, and he does. He hits a perfect headshot, killing Rosamia and destroying the Psycho Gundam Mark II. Rest in peace. The psychic backlash then causes Lieutenant Gates to lose it and die, opening up an opportunity for Rekka Land to get in close and kill Basque Ohm. Rip Bozo. Now, one good thing does happen with this. The colony laser manages to fire, hitting Axis and deflecting it away from the moon. Torres managed to find the comms facility in the whole mess, and at that point, mission complete. On the ship, Fa and Camille talk about the day's events and the dark conclusion that Camille has come to. New types are only good at taking others' lives. This sentiment clearly disturbs Fa, and when he shares similar sentiments to Char, he's just as disturbed. But honestly, I think that he's disturbed because he knows it's the truth. Oh, and by the way, if you remember the G-Quux video I did about how, new types being able to communicate with one another means that instant peace happens, this scene is what I was thinking of when I said to myself, that's bullshit. At this point, the final battle is here. Argama heads back to Gryps 2, where the Radish and the rest of the AU fleet are trapped between the Titans' forces, now led by Scirocco, and the Axis Zeon forces, led by Haman Karn. The Mega Bazooka launcher gets prepped, and the Argama starts launching everything that they have. After the launch, Jared shocks the shit out of Camille by attacking him while piloting Rosamia's bound dock. Katz and Lieutenant Emma get flanked by Yazan's team, who successfully trap Emma, but Katz is able to save her. Katz and Emma then combine into the Super Gundam, with Katz backing into Yazan right before he does it, which is pretty funny, then chasing Yazan and his core fighter after the merge. Now he manages to dodge a Saber Slash, and then Emma uses the opening to drop Ramses and kill him. Katz then manages to have some success in dodging, but he makes a rookie mistake. He gets overconfident. He runs into a meteor fragment, damaging the core fighter, and then he's shot by Yazan. Damaged and drifting, Katz's thoughts drift to Sarah, who comforts him. Camille and the rest of the crew sense what's happening to Katz. Even the kids in Rekka. The core fighter detonates, and Katz loses his life. At this point, Emma opens fire on Yazan's team, managing to score a hit on Dunkel Cooper and kill him, and then kills a couple of Barzams while trying to catch Yazan. He sneaks up behind her, but she gets warned by Katz. Yazan scores a hit regardless, immobilizing the Mark II. At this point, the Radish's crew wants to move to save Lieutenant Emma, who is now at a point where the Mark II has one of its arms missing. The Radish blocks the Mark II to try and cover it, with Henkin fully aware of what the cost of this is going to be. Unfortunately, it's a cost that Yazan is more than happy to make Henkin and his crew pay. With a few shots from the Humberbeat, he does catastrophic damage to the Radish. As air starts to escape the ship, we see Henkin badly burned, struggling to stay alive, struggling to say something to Emma, but he perishes nonetheless. Jared, of course, rubs it in with Camille, and the two go at it even harder, and this does not go Jared's way. Jared, in the battle, is knocked towards the Radish after being wounded by the Zeta Gundam, and then the explosion from the Radish kills him. We literally see him decapitated and ripped to pieces as everything explodes. The final loss for Lieutenant Jared in the counter. This is the end of him. And here's the counter of all the fights, guys. He didn't win a single battle, but managed to constantly take lives away from Camille nonetheless. That is his legacy, and in my opinion, a reflection of the Titans' legacy in general. A braggadocious murderer who added nothing to anything and only took from the people around him. Rip Bozo, you piece of shit. During the battle, Scirocco makes time to keep his bullshit up as he and Rekka head out in the O and the Palace Athene, respectively. Camille and Emma are all fucked up in the head from what just happened, but Camille does manage to shake Emma out of it. Even so, Camille, during the course of the conversation, actually opens his visor in a vacuum. It goes without saying that everyone's sanity is on the low end. Camille hands the damaged Mark II to Fa in her Methus to take back to the Argama for repairs, and then heads back into the fray. At this point, they send out the bazooka launcher to Char to try to make a big difference in this fight. It's at this point that Haman enters the Cubile and deploys all the Gaza Seas she has. Their target is the Jupitress, but Shirako and Rekkawa are already there. Char also fires the Mega Launcher, taking out a massive amount of the Gaza Seas. At this point, a battle royale is starting. Everyone fights everyone. Haman goes after Char. Yazan goes after Camille. While he fights Rekkawa already, Shirako goes after Char too. Camille gets trapped by Rekkawa and Yazan, but the Mark II has some haphazard repairs done on it, is back in the fight again, and is on a base jabber since the backpack is damaged. We finally see Rekkawa confronted by Emma, and the girls go at it. Catfight, however, the battle is very short. Emma gives Rekkawa a piece of her mind because, again, what Rekkawa is using as an excuse here is fucking bullshit. So as Rekkawa goes into close quarters combat, she laments being used like a tool, blames it on men, because how dare she take responsibility, and then the damage from the Mark II to her destroys the Palace Athene. But at this point, the Mark II is ridiculously heavily damaged, too much to continue. So Emma moves to get out of the mobile suit. But Yazan takes a cheap shot to hit the remains of the Palace Athene, sending Emma flying away. At this point, Camille loses it. The biosensor inside the suit starts to glow, and this is the part of the suit I didn't go in more in depth when I broke down the Zeta. The biosensor isn't just for piloting ease. It feeds off the psychic energy of the new type and channels those energies into the suit. The energy of the soul. Camille sends up what is called a psycho field, and Yazan cannot damage him. He tries to run away, and Camille calls him an animal in human form. He channels this power that he has into the beam saber of the Zeta and brings a massive beam sword crashing down on Yazan, cutting off a third of his mobile suit and destroying it. However, the damage has been done. Camille manages to find Emma, but shockwaves at that range do substantial damage to the human body. Keep in mind, something similar happened to Franklin Bidon earlier in the show. Camille takes Emma into the remains of a ship, asking for her to hang on. The two of them talk, with Camille wanting to head to the Argama when things calm down to try to get her some help. Emma knows the truth, though. She's dying, and when she goes, she wants Camille to use her spirit to win the battle. It's her last gift to Camille, and as she dies, she reminds Camille he's never truly going to be alone. Fuck, I need a minute. Okay, I think I'm okay. Okay is something I can work with. I think I need to explain what's going on here. See, part of new types is that they don't really spell this out in that they're somehow able to remain conscious past the point of death. Think of like Force Ghosts from Star Wars. These spirits can still communicate with the living, which is likely what Camille has been sensing this whole time. It's how Sarah Zabirov was able to protect Kotz, so on and so forth. The soul is basically the core of new type power, and the biosensor can pick up on these energies and channel them, making the Zeta ridiculously powerful, as we saw. And other new type spirits can actually aid in this. The battle continues with the Ayug forces still in the thick of it. Fa believes she heard Camille's voice and heads out in his direction. At this point, the Ayug are going to use the colony laser to take out a chunk of the enemy forces. Problem is, they can't contact Gryps 2, so they start moving the Argama closer and contact Camille to protect the laser, since they detect 3 mobile suits around it. Shirako, Haman, and Char are still fighting. They fly into the colony laser, and Shirako starts trying to destroy it. Now the O manages to ambush Char, and Haman joins in on the battle, lopping off one of the Hyakushiki's arms, then blasting off one of its legs. Camille leaves Emma in her resting place and heads back into the battle. Char's abandoned the Hyakushiki at this point and has headed into the residential district of Gryps 2. The Argama starts taking bad hits, but they stick with it. In a weird turn of events, Haman corners Char in a theater, and Shirako joins in. Now, something Shirako says is interesting here. Char wants to bend the world to his will. Keep that in mind for the future. Haman at this point makes an offer to Char to do exactly that. Join Axis again, restore the Zabis, reshape the world together. Char's concern, though, is that he just wants to steer things in the right direction. He's confident that humanity's going to keep awakening into new types, and he's become willing to wait for that. Not something that Haman is in the favor of, but it would repeat the same mistakes again if she just keeps going down this path. At this point, Camille enters the theater to back Char up. Then, Char and Haman sense an odd pressure coming from Camille, who then opens fire on Haman and Shirako, causing them to take cover. At this point, he finally shows his hand. Paptimus isn't this fucking humble anything. He thinks he's a genius, and that he's the one meant to steer the world. Fa then joins in, providing more covering fire so that the 3 AUG members can flee. The colony laser is at 30%, which is enough to fire. Char gets back in his suit and tries to run, but Haman is on his heels. Well, heel. Camille tells Char to get out of there, and that he'll handle Paptimus, and then Bright delays firing the laser so that they don't hit the AUG suits. Because of this, the Argama takes more damage, and they're losing people left and right. The fight stays intense, with Haman putting Camille on the back foot, but Fa backs him up so that they can flee. Char then tells Camille to move it, and the two argue over fleeing, with Char flat out just saying, the old generation cannot build a new era. Camille has to survive. They get clear, and the colony laser fires. In one shot, the Titan's fleet is destroyed. We find out that Haman had ordered most of her fleet not to join her in the battle, which was wise, but this whole thing is a massive blow. The Titans, for better or worse, are toast. Char keeps trying to find Haman, but he doesn't have a whole lot to work with. He tries to outmaneuver Haman, thinking she can't use the bits from the Cubile in tight spaces, and he's wrong. Char notices, though, that there is a weakness in the wrecked ship that they're fighting in. It's an exposed core. At this moment, Char hits it with the Hyakushiki's Vulcans, and debris then hits his suit. The ship explodes, but Haman is able to get clear. At this point, she laments the possible loss of Char, wishing that they had had the chance to join together. Now, the last thing to see in the final battle is the final fight between Paptimus and Camille. Camille corners him in space, forcing him into a one-on-one battle for the first time in the series. Usually what happens is that Paptimus only fights when he has an advantage. At this point, Camille begins to beckon his friends and his loved ones to aid him. The souls of those that he's done battle with and alloyed with start to come to his aid. Sarah's soul tries to convince Camille not to fight Paptimus, but Kotz manages to get through to her and let her understand that if this continues on, Paptimus is just going to start this whole thing all over again. At this point, the Zeta starts taking the power of all of these souls and channel it. For Lieutenant Emma, Rosamia, Sarah, Kotz, and more are all there with him. Like Emma promised, he's never alone. Camille rushes the O, carves off one of the beam sabers on the sub-arms, and then moves into Wave Rider mode, and then performs one of the most iconic attacks in all of Gundam. This is the Wave Rider charge. Now, because of the psychic pressure of all these souls, Paptimus cannot get the O to move, and then Camille does a bonsai charge, crashing the nose of the Wave Rider into Shirako, crushing his ribs, and basically cutting him in half. However, Shirako has one last gamble. He projects his own new type pressure back into the Zeta. One last dirty trick. At this point, the Jupitrus, which they had crashed into, begins to explode, which was the last battlecruiser of the Titans. Camille is picked up by Fa, and we see something terrible. Camille's mind has regressed to that of a child. He's even trying to find a way to get out of the Zeta, and without his helmet, which would kill him. Fa then calls out to the Argama, and carries the Zeta back to it. They're picked up, and the Argama leaves the area. The war is over. We see the wreckage of the Hyakushiki, meaning that Char Aznable still lives. For all intents and purpose, the Gryps War has concluded with the AUG defeating both Axis Zeon and the Titans, but it's a Pyrrhic victory. During this process, we've lost so many friends, taken from us by a gang of murderers pretending to be a special operations group. Zeta Gundam ends with a reminder to all of us. Sometimes battles must be fought. You have to stand up to evil. But the cost of war is always the same. Lives will be lost, blood will be shed, and in the case of Camille Bidan, it will shatter the mind. Next time on Gundam Explained.
What happened? Someone set up us the bomb. We get signal. What? Main screen turn on. It's you.
How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction.
What you say?
You have no chance to survive, mate, your time. Ha ha ha.